Hello all, I am flying solo this evening, so if we have any glitches as we progress, it's entirely my fault. I can't blame Lindsay or anybody else for this one. This evening we are going to carry on with the mapping of Kalegen. That's a city in the Reikland. We started this a couple of weeks ago over on the Rookery Discord, where I was using it as an example for showing how to use various techniques that I'd done in one of my masterclasses over there. And it turned into a whole thing. We had a 7.5-hour stream, and some brave people, managed to last all the way through that live, including, might I just bring up, hiya. Great to see you here. And I hope you remember everything that we discussed last time, because we have quite a lot to potentially map that I may have forgotten. So I'm going to be relying on you. So let's bring up the screen and have a quick discussion as to where we are. So as I said, last time we were using Kalegen as an example for using the techniques that I used in a masterclass. We're going to ignore all of that today. We're just going to get jumping directly into the mapping itself. We loosely sketched out the whole place, everything that the location should show, and we then drilled into one of the locations and started to map that directly. So I'm going to dive straight into that now. Where we were, as I recall, working our way through a lovely little fishing village that was the original settlement that was part of Kalegen. Much like last time, I'm going to be heads down for good chunks of this. So if we are dropping lots of comments as we go, I may miss them, and I apologize if that's the case, but I will get to all of them as we go. The mapping streams that we do here are designed to be interactive, so if you've got anything that you think we should include on the map or any cool ideas for extra stuff, then please drop them in as comments, and we'll see about working them in and integrating into the map. I will pause every once in a while and bring up any comments that may have been dropped in. I'll go through them all, make sure they're all brought up, discuss everything out that has been mentioned, and then I'll drive back into the mapping again. For example, are we going fast tonight? And if you mean, are we going to have a short session? Possibly. The reason I say that is because I'm still recovering from a rather nasty cold. I may start coughing. If that happens, I do apologize. I had, as many of you know, absolutely awful experiences with COVID. And apparently that has completely ruined my body in a variety of fun. Whenever I get a cold, I collapse, and thus terrible ways. So I apologize if I, after about an hour or so, go, you know what? I think that'll do for the moment. Let's go to Kalegen Part 3 later. Hopefully I'll last much longer than that. I'm not sure I'll last the full 7.5 hours. If you meant something else by your comment there, Yalab, then just tell me. Then we can pop over to Nico. Hi, Nico. Great to see you there. Delighted to see you popping in. Now, as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, we were working through a district on the edge of Kalegen down by the riverside that we had decided was the original village. And we'd gone into what was a new town area that had turned into slums at a later time. I have a couple of notes directly written on the map. For example, here, Halflings, and some random letters underneath that. Goodness knows what that's all about. Maybe someone out there can remember. I also have a Ronaldian fair kicking around up in the north up there that we probably want to do something fun with. I also can't remember where that came from. So if no one else remembers out there, we can just make up something new, or alternatively, after this stream, I'll dive into the old stream, have a little check through it and go, oh yeah, that was it. That was the clever idea that such and such mentioned. And we'll make sure that we get that mapped out appropriately. So we could do several things today. We could just carry on and start working our way through the area that we were doing before, which is the sort of slum area. Or alternatively, we could move slightly further down the coast and start working on some of the docks and shipbuilding area. We decided during the course of the last stream that Kalegen was supplying shipbuilding and barge building materials down into Carroburg. They were looking to compete with the northern fleets, the old Reikland fleets from the Reichsport, and were looking to support Middenland's ventures into its own shipbuilding practices. So we've got ourselves the beginnings of what could be a rather nice looking harbour kicking around there. Before I begin, I will note two other things. The first one is you may notice many of my buildings are purple. This is brought up as a Facebook comment as well. The reason for that is to mark out all the key locations. These are places that we have already made some interesting decisions about and how they'll be marked on the map. They'd be the ones that have got a keyed location on a normal map, location 1, 2, 3, or whatever. For example, we've got over on an island here at the side, big temple to Grandfather Reich, where his sort of hands are holding up the temple on his back, which is quite fun. We've got ourselves an old temple of Sigmar, the very original temple of Sigmar that was a part of the village that was originally sited here before the place expanded. We've got ourselves an old fisherman's mission. We've got ourselves what I believe might be an inn, although my memories are already beginning to fade on this. And we've got a variety of fun other small locations, including a shrine and a rather complicated little building there with several component parts, including shallions, a hospice, a shop, and various other stuff. Check the previous stream if you want to know more about all of those. Hopefully, we'll get them all collated, and I'll drop them into the Lawhammer Discord, and we can start building that up. And I'll pop into my comments just before we go. I was thinking more in terms of throwing out masterclasses that you've mentioned, possibly increasing the pace of mapping. The masterclasses we're going to be dropping over, that's Rookery. It's separate to what I'm going to be doing with this. The masterclasses is going to be popping out about once a month. We've already got this month's planned. Advert for that should be going up this weekend, I think, or maybe the weekend after. Lindsay's doing that one. And we've got second masterclass already organized for next month as well. I'll be doing that one with Andy Leask. But that's quite separate to what we're going to be doing here. I'm just taking the map that we started in that masterclass, and I'm going to run with it and turn it into a complete finished thing. And I'm just going to keep on doing this until this, well, let's be polite, this map is concluded, although I'm sure I'll start swearing at it much more effusively later. Hi, Anne, great to see you here. Hopefully you'll drop in some fun ideas as we go. Yes, that wasn't in Tavern. Good, glad to hear that. At least my memory's not completely dodgy. There's also notes on Discord. In fact, let's point those out immediately. Yalab was an absolute scholar and gent, and maybe sitting at the other end going, seriously, you're going to pronounce my name Yalab all evening? It's the choice I've gone with this evening. Correct me if you'd prefer it was something else. He went through the entirety of our previous mapping sesh, and he listed out everything that was detailed in that. That's currently sitting over in both, I think, the Lawhammer and the Rookery server, although we're going to be building it out over in the Lawhammer server. So if there's anything that you see this evening that you think should be developed further, jump into Lawhammer, drop some comments, and we can write it all out there. As a further additional part of this, I'm also building, although it's still in its preliminary stages, I'm building a World Anvil account where we're going to be detailing a complete encyclopedia of all the Lawhammery goodies that we encounter as we go. So having that slowly but surely expanded out with everything that we include in these maps will be an awful lot of fun. Hello, friend Cisco. Good to see you. And yes, it's nice to see all the usual suspects. And finally, on our comments, we had a discussion already. Its name is Stone for Star Wars. But I know we had the discussion. And I know you've got no clue how it's pronounced. But you might get annoyed with whichever pronunciation I choose each week. And it almost certainly will be different each time. And, you know, it's worth saying. Right, anyway, let's dive in. Does anyone have any preferences where I go next? If not, I will just start scribbling. In fact, before I start scribbling too much, one thing I noticed over here was that there was no shadows falling off of the large temple tower here. So I'm going to quickly drop that in while you all decide if there's anything you'd like me to tackle in particular. So that tower is going to go down and then it's going to go across. I'm imagining it goes up maybe to a point. It's got the beard will go up and it'll go up like that with the arm attaching it to it there. So we completely missed dropping the shadows in last time. Nothing too complicated. We'll keep it simple for the moment and maybe add to it later. But that will do for that. So does anyone have any preference where we begin? And if you do, I'm quite happy to pop into other places. It might be nice to continue on with the area we were in already. It might be nice to pop out somewhere else, or maybe even start over here and working on the walls. That'll be the old city walls from its first attempted expansion of the place, many of which have been dismantled, as we decided during our last stream, and have been repurposed as other buildings. So some have been pulled apart but the old lakes and the old parklands around this area are still there. So does anyone have a preference? If not, I'm just going to start colouring in the area up here and asking if anyone feels that there should be anything else added to this general area other than the mark for halflings. Does anybody remember what that was about? Because I don't. So I'm going to start grabbing my brushes. And again, I'll make that a bit smaller. The tutorial that I did over on the Rookery explains basically every single technique I'll be using in this map. Nothing here is, let me just check my brush and ensure that I'm happy with that. I think I am. That's pretty much the brush I was using last time. Excellent. Okay, so yes, if you have any further ideas, feel free to drop them in. If not, I will just start scribbling some bits. We need to finish off this old village into slum area. We've got the back of the trees for the old fishing village. It might be nice to have, we've got rocks sitting there leading into what is going to be the main shipbuilding area. A slight dry area there. So not an obvious fishing part there. So what I'll do is I'm going to rub out a little bit of those lines. And I'm going to drop an extra flat pier in, which we can make wood. A couple of fishing huts looking into it. And we can have nets hanging up to dry fish. And maybe a couple of small smoke houses at the back as well, to suggest some small secondary industries from the old village area. So as I said before, I'm just going to basically map as I go. I won't be looking at the screen for good chunks. So if you have any comments, feel free to drop them in. If you have any ideas for things that we could do instead, again, feel free to drop them in. I will get to them. And we can add those as we go. Let's make some sort of loose paths leading into these areas. We already have layers for our roads and everything else. If you want to know how they were built, just ask, and I will loosely explain, but almost certainly along the lines of, oh, that was covered in our tutorial. Go check that out over on the Rookery, because a good chunk of it was covered in that. Given this is old village, a lot of this will be scrub and a mess before the main new slum area that's there. So let's box off a small area there for buildings that have gone slum, and then a loose path from the original village before it turns into the main docks. There we go. So let's have a check of my comments before I start filling that in there. Yeah, I was right in today. I had a thought about roads between the streams. Should we make sure that there is a road available along the channel for animals to pull barges? Well, the animals don't... as in, let me just double check. You're talking this long path along here, just to make sure we're talking about the same thing, or are you talking about a different area? In that all the primary canal areas at the moment have got paths running alongside them, so that's loosely already the place, in place. But if you're meaning something else, feel free to clarify that in there. Popping down there, and possibly a gate by the channel dedicated to that. I think that actually might be a requirement by the city walls. There's going to be a gate over both the canal and the roads that are leading through that. Because it needs to be defensible. This is a relatively large place, but it's close enough to forest that there's going to be some unexpected attacks every once in a while. You don't want any old sort of creepy people sneaking their way in. Further, there's going to be all the taxes. A lot of people will never leave the city because they'll be trying to avoid any taxation that it happens when they move through the city gates or move their way down the canal. We probably want to have ourselves some sort of fun little toll house nicely marked in by the rivers as well, just to make sure that it's very clear that anybody coming in is getting charged through the nose for it. The Halflings are, well, let's just say they're probably pretty penny pinching. So they're going to be looking to have as many taxes as they possibly can in place to raise as much funds as possible, particularly given that of late, the Halflings have spent a lot and their minds, well, whilst they haven't played out, are only going to be able to stretch so far. So supplementing that with as many taxes as possible is a good thing. Moving down to Balastair. Hello, great to see you here. Andy Dakalaw on his new Daka hat. Oh, you know, let's call it a Daka hat if you wish. It's a good rainbow hat. I've got a couple of rainbow hats. I do love a rainbow hat. And Yalab says, oh, we have the road. Perfect. Yeah, excellent. I was not sure if we'd extended out the city walls. Yes, we have extended out the city walls, although you may note that the canal is yet to be extended out the city walls. That's something that we could do very quickly while we're here, assuming I can find my layer for canals terrain. I imagine it's in there, water. And hopefully that's already in the right color. It's not, so I'm going to have to choose the color. I'll do that in a moment, actually. What color was it? Wow, that was pretty close. Good guess, Andrea. It's almost like I've done this before. So let's just quickly take that canal and lead it along. Whilst it is an entirely artificial waterway and arguably could go completely straight, Warhammer stuff is never quite as straight as it should be. There's always a kink, a bend, a slight wobbly side to the road. That'll do for our canal right to the edge. The reason that didn't go to the edge before is because we extended the map out during our last stream. Originally, the map was designed to fit a double page spread, which if I go to the very top here, we should have easy to mark. If I bring up that layer, you'll see that we've got ourselves the original double page spread. That'd be the size of a map if we popped it into a book, so a 2-page map. But we decided that there were so many extra fun things that we were intending to include in our map that we extended it out further down to the top and the bottom, so that we could do things like add a fair, add a Moor's garden on the outside, and a small temple of Moor out there as well. We were also looking to add potential outlying villages, or not so much villages, more outlying farmsteads that are sitting on the outsides of the walls, and possibly a big rope factory that will be sitting on the south side of the canal area, because they're going to require a lot of rope work for the extra barges and ships that they're hopefully building here. There's also a new suggestion, given that I found an old thing that I wrote for Fat Shark an age ago when they were doing something that I can't even recall what it was. It was a seasonal task, as I recall, where you had to go find bottles of wine or something, and I gave them a whole bunch of wine bottles. But in there was also included the Kalegen coat of arms, which I'd completely forgotten. I took that from a completely different source. I'll be damned if I can remember which source it was. But importantly, I found the actual Kalegen coat of arms, which was a swan, and it also discussed some of the local wines that were found there. So getting ourselves a vinter, perhaps a little vineyard on this map somewhere, I think would be a really nice thing as well. So let's take off my comment, drop down here, and I'm just going to very quickly fill in this little area here. And just before I do that, I'll quickly say hi to Attila. Delighted to see you here. I'm just going to quickly fill in this block here, which is beside the fishing village and what has become a slum. We can reinforce the fact that's become a slum by possibly dropping some water into this area as well, suggesting that some of this area has sunk a little bit. All the additional weight of the buildings by what is some of the boggiest some of the boggiest riverbanks in the Empire. The primary Reik River basin, and down the Reik, I mean, it's mostly bog for most of its length, and the Bergen in its lower half is not that much better. So we can reinforce the fact that this area has become quite, well, slummy by dropping in some nice little areas that have fallen to swamp, but not, I think, by the main village, because a lot of those will be older buildings that have been in place for a long time on areas that are particularly firm or have been embanked over time. And I imagine a couple of those buildings will be on stilts and similar. Let me just pop up from my other ones. Hello, Charles. I assume it's Charles and not pronounced another way. If it's pronounced another way, I apologize. Swan Honk, honk. Hello. Swan Honk is appropriate for what we're mapping just now. And Magnus. Hello, Magnus. How about a wee graveyard hallowed ground? We already have that marked. I shall even show you where it's going to be, Magnus. If I go up here, we've got two. We've got the old Garden of Moor, which is there. That was from the original village, and they've got a route, an old road that used to pass all the way through there. We've got the remains of it, and the road breaks there as we hit a palace. And we have a road that leads from the old fort, where the State Army barracks were, spreading across and going over to the old one. As it became a larger town, and then eventually what is effectively a city from the local high temple of Sigmar, the Garden of Moor expanded beyond its means and is now outside of the city, where we're going to have it half filled probably, and a small temple there as well. And yes, exactly that. I've just covered that. Thanks very much. As we're getting close, as village grows and more folk dying to get in. Exactly. So that was the small one there, and the bigger one on the outside, which is half used and half filled. So loosely, I agree with you completely, Magnus. And assuming that that's the Magnus that I know well, but I'm never going to assume anything because, you know, there might be a lot of Magnus lions out there. Magnus is playing one of the cultists in our Enemy Within game. Now, I'll explain that in case you've not been following the Lawhammer blog and what we're doing there. We are not, when we stream the Enemy Within, there's not just going to be one group. We're going to have the main group, which is going to be the streamed Enemy Within campaign. It's going to be an adapted version of it. So even if you know the campaign, this is all going to be quite new and interesting and exciting. And I'll explain in various blogs as to why that's the case. But we're also going to be running a second group offline, not for anybody to watch. So Magnus doesn't need to worry about making sure he's combed his beard. And that group of cultists is going to be working in the background, and many of the decisions that they make are going to impact what happens with the streamed group as they make their way through the campaign. They've already started. They have already done some deeds, and they're currently making their way to somewhere in the Empire that I won't say, lest anyone from my game happens to sneak onto this stream. And I'm looking at you, Andy, if you're out there, or possibly Lindsay, who's I know she's gone to bed early because, like me, she's been pretty poorly. But she might be hiding upstairs, sneaking a little listen, as may any of my other players. So I won't be saying anything other than, yes, there are cultists out there, and that will make a really fun little addition, I think, to the overall campaign. We're going to be doing blogs as to exactly what they're doing, but that's on the Total Access Lawhammer side. Check over on the Lawhammer blogs for exactly how that works. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to build a couple of buildings around this area. I'm going to drop in a couple of them already having fallen to ruin. Skeletal remains of buildings that maybe one of them is slightly into the water. It's already collapsed into one of the marshy, boggier areas. Let's line this path so it's relatively clear. Now, given there was originally a bit of space between the village and the main area that they built up, block it here and then imagine that as they blocked here, there was subsidence, there was issues, so the houses began to peter out, land was sold for cheap. People living here do not have the best life, made potentially all the worse by the fact that the locals down in the village really don't like what they perceive to be intruders and what was their centuries of parochial village life that has now been intruded upon by their Hallskrug masters. So if anyone can think of anything that could be a featured location in this area, feel free to make a suggestion. Perhaps one of these ruins is haunted in a particular way, or maybe it's used by smugglers. Perhaps we can drop in here and give the suggestion of even a cave that goes underneath there. Maybe that leads through to something, could lead through to the other side, a natural drop there. This entire area, I imagine, will be completely flooded during times when the river goes into spate and swells. So a lot of these buildings will probably be either well sandbagged or entrenched or up on stilts. An attempt, I imagine some of them have collapsed. This is not a good part of town. So if you've got any ideas for stuff that we could pop in there, then do feel free to drop them in as comments. I'm going to pop over and look in the comments in just a second. So you've got about another minute or two before I decide. I'm going to pop one in there as well. Maybe one here, and I'll leave all the red area down here is going to be for our ports and similar. These are housing for many of the poorer folk that are working in the docks. So let's mark that. Let's bevel the roofing slightly, give it a bit of a mess. Right, I'm about to go look at the comments, see if there is any, and if there isn't any, it's going to be a super easy. I'm purposely making these a bit ragged and broken. Okay, let's go have a look. Oh, we've got a few comments. Let's drop top. Oh no, we've got some before that as well. Pardon me. Hello, great to see you here. I'm not going to embarrass myself in an attempt to pronounce your name. I will pronounce it incorrectly. If you want to phonetically lay it out for me, I will make a stab at it and you can laugh at me. Great to see you here. Moving down, an idea for smuggler codes outside the city. I think that's probably a better idea. But yeah, you're right. It would be quite fun to have possibly something here. Maybe not so much a cove, but just something that the fishermen themselves have possibly dug out. And then maybe leads out to something. If you can think of anything that might work for. What size do you expect for this city in terms of population? I can't recall if we pinned down an exact population last time. What we did is we gave a general one for the overall area and then marked out its size. I think we're probably looking at around about, I don't know how big is this now. We're probably looking at, there's quite a few thousand. That's about 10 to 15,000 perhaps. It's a pretty big place. It's going to have a high temple of Sigmar, which in my version of the Reikland makes it a city. In my Reikland, and it only applies to Reikland, each one of the grand provinces have a slightly different way of dealing with things. The terms village, hamlet, city, and town are all defined in law by Reikland. So Hamlet, for example, is a collection of houses without a temple of Sigmar. A village has got a single temple of Sigmar. A town has got two or more. A city has got a high temple of Sigmar. And that's loosely how they're defined. And there have been lots of arguments caused by this, as various villages have wanted to be called towns. Various towns haven't liked their designation as village, where the rest of the empire does not have this silly nonsense going on. But because this is very much in the Reikland, it is, by my definition, a city, because it's going to have a high temple of Sigmar, which means it's got a high priest that's responsible for multiple temples in the local area. Moving around there, I am using a pen. I am using it on, and just to turn that down there, a big Wacom Cintiq pad, which I'm currently drawing on down here. An old Belfani. Well, this is interesting here from Yoa I'm probably pronouncing your name wrong. I do apologize. An old Belfani chapel, fishman spirit ghost inhabiting it. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Lots of fun things here now. Old Belfani. Belfani are proper old. The Belfani tribes are largely replaced, for want of a better description in the modern empire, by things like the great druidic families, or in a more modern version, the Jade College. What were the old Belfani tribes were slowly driven back or pushed out, or alternatively hid. And those that hid, that were following the old ways, largely became what has been referred to in a few books as the great druidic families. They're the ones that still follow the old faith. Peoples who are relatively disparate and disperse. Having said that, though, in the modern empire, they still exist in a variety of ways. In second edition, in the Tome of Salvation, there's a nice little bit near its introduction where it explains how the Jade Order was formed from about half of the great druidic families. And the other half just went into the forest and effectively went, fuck you all, I'm not happy at all with what Teclis says is the way that things are. I believe that the old faith is the correct way forward, not turning to magic. Where Teclis was very much of the opinion that the old faith was nothing more than jade magic made manifest in a different way. So an old Belfani temple inside what is a relatively large town doesn't seem that likely, but we do have ways potentially around this, particularly given that this was originally just a village, this section here, which I'm wobbling around, a big state army fort up here, and a couple of other buildings sporadically spread around before very recently a lot of money was thrown at the place and they built it up like mad. That being the case, we could potentially have an old site in there that perhaps was related to one of the old Druidic families. In my game, one of the Druidic families, in fact, two of the Druidic families are directly tied to old imperial bloodlines because they effectively got into the, let's say, the nobility system, for want of a better description. One of them is the Grunfelds. It's a very famous Warhammer line for those of you who have read through the various books. The Grunfelds pop up again and again and again. And the Grunfelds are one of the primary Druidic families, and they largely went with the Jade College. In fact, multiple members of the Jade College that are important, including the matriarch herself, pardon me, are a Grunfeld. Having said that, though, the Grunfelds are magically inclined, and they've infiltrated multiple colleges, worth mentioning. Infiltrated is such an insidious word, but there are Grunfelds in all the colleges, not just the Jade, but they are primarily a Jade College family. So that's one of the noble families, and the other one's a Reiklander family, one that I can't recall which book I pulled them from, but they're not actually cited anywhere. So we could even suggest that one of the Obelthani families has infiltrated local nobility, not the Hallskrugs, but maybe one of the minor families in the local area that swear fealty to the Hallskrugs. And there's an old site somewhere around here. I'm not sure if it directly inside this area makes the most sense, but I quite like that for a bit of fun. Unless some other ideas pop up, we'll see what we can drop in there. There was also a suggestion of Beached Hulk. That could maybe go there. Yeah, Beached Hulk somewhere could be a lot of fun. Particularly if we use that as a storytelling location. We're talking about most of the new shipbuilding that's happening in Kalegen here being, well, new, which means that they could have had some early mistakes. So we can contextualize their early failures as an actual location. A beached ship, one of their bigger ones that they attempted. Perhaps they were trying to show that they could build a great ship. Great ships are notoriously huge in the Empire because, as we all know, Warhammer adds +5 to everything. They don't just have a hat. They have a hat. They don't just have a sword. They have a gigantic rune sword. They don't just have boats. They have great boats. Truly enormous, great ship. And we can have the thing breaking under its own weight and collapsing into the river not far from here. We can also have a nice little story about how much time they spent dredging the water to try and make sure that there was enough space for a deep draft ocean-going vessel, and how much that's completely failed. And nowadays they don't work on any of the bigger ships. The biggest ships they'll make are perhaps wolf ships. So we're talking maybe second-rate ships of the line, maybe first-rate ships of the line for the really big ones. With not more than maybe 60 cannons, something like that. So they're still pretty big, but they're not imperial great ships. We can leave those for the main River Reich itself, which is so big that it can handle multiple great ships, having a good old sea battle on a river. So yeah, I think that's quite fun. So let's just so I don't forget that, because right now I will. Oops, there we go. And I will write Boaty Mick boat face, so that we definitely put one in. I think you might be right there. In terms of the population, it being 10k, I'm suggesting that's what we suggested. I think that's about right. And the area that we used, yeah, that's exactly. But you did mention the area of the town is derived from the expected population. I recommend, if you're watching this one and you've not watched the initial video, do check it through. I believe there's a link to it inside the description for this video already. I'm not saying disappear now and go watch it. It's 7.5 hours long, for goodness sake. But I am saying it's worth checking through there, because we had a lot of really good discussion in that one. And I think you're correct in that one. Fancy Elves telling people how to do magic is no basis. It totally isn't, is it? Good old Techless coming over and telling everybody how they're supposed to do their magic. It worked. I'm always vaguely amused that just 3 high elves were considered enough to hold off the entire Chaos Horde when they came over to help Magnus. And arguably, they were. While on the subject, how long ago was the city expanded? Are we talking multiple decades here, the last 10 years? I think we're talking a little bit of both. There's probably been more than one period of expansion, because we've got the first set of city walls that's sitting on the outside of the village. And then we've got ourselves the second set that were built afterwards. The primary drive for the big expansion will be the current Duke, that's Leitmund Holzkrug. And we're probably talking it happening when he was the heir. So when he was the Baron for Holzkrug. And he will have been given responsibility, or he seized responsibility, or whatever story we build, from his liege, presumably his father, although it may be his mother if his father was dead, depending exactly how that builds. And he has been working this for probably at least the last 20 years of his life, and may even see this as his pièce de la résistance, or however you wish to put that. This is very much his thing. Charles says, maybe a pond that actually has some lovely swans. It could be protected by the Knights of the Swan, rotating duty, Knight of Reikland. Well, we did have a discussion in the last stream about having a knightly order attached to the city somewhere. We had a fairly long discussion, as I recall, about how the old Sigmarite orders would not be interested at all in trying to cozy up to the Holzkrugs, because the Holzkrugs see themselves as a primary, let us say, rival of the Holzwig Schließens, which is not just the local prince, as in the prince of not just Altdorf, which Holzkrug is inside. It's inside the princedom of Altdorf, or principality, if you prefer that term. But it's also the principality of Reikland, or the princedom of Reikland, depending which one you go for, and also the frickin' emperor. And if there's one thing you can be sure about the majority of Sigmarites, they generally support the emperor, whomever it may be. They may do it through gritted teeth. They may not actually do it behind the scenes while they publicly say they're doing it. But the general Sigmarite direction is that the emperor is a representative of Sigmar himself. He is a holy figure. Take this into a real world equivalent. Prince Charles became King Charles, and when that happened, King Charles of England, and the UK and wherever else he happens to be king of, he also became the head of the Church of England, and through doing so effectively became God's representative on earth for them. I know that's a deep simplification, but somewhat similarly, the emperor is Sigmar's representative in many ways. He's not the head of the cult of Sigmar, as we know, but he is still an exceedingly important figure, meaning that if you stand against the emperor, or see yourself as a rival of the emperor, you're not likely to grab all those Sigmarite-leaning knights. Having said that, though, lots of secular orders or new orders, or indeed if he can't get anyone, he may just fund an order, could go. Now, if we're looking to attach them to a park like this one, I would suggest going to slightly further out, where we intend to have some lovely parklands over on this part of the... I'm not sure you can see my cursor there. If I just do a big scribble, you'll be able to see it. Over there, we're going to have some lovely parklands that lead over towards the palaces that are up here, and the upper class areas here. So I think getting ourselves some sort of chapter house for some sort of Knight of the Swan or equivalent there, I think that's a great idea. And we can decide ourselves whether that's an older order that has been sponsored and moved in and possibly renamed, or it's a new order, much like, say, the Knights of the High Helm over in Altdorf, a new order that has been founded and sponsored to probably protect the Duke of Holzkrug. He may have just sponsored that himself to effectively get himself some good knightly bodyguards. Plus, it makes for a lovely piece of heraldry. I'm imagining if they're white swans, you could get a rather dark color in contrast for that for their armor. So maybe a sort of dark lacquered black smoky armor with a lovely white swan in it or something similar. That could be a lot of fun. Let's see what else we've got there. I was thinking something along those lines as well. All swans in the city considered belong to the Lord. I definitely think so. I fall under his protection. In fact, I think that we could build ourselves some lovely stories about some of the local nobles that are underneath the Holzkrugs that have fallen foul of that as well. Because as far as the Holzkrugs are concerned, they are all theirs. The Holzkrugs historically were once princes of Altdorf. It's one of the reasons why the new incumbents, the Holzwig Schließens, which are not an ancient line by any stretch of the imagination, they're a combination of an older line that had run out of money and a newer line that was a bit richer, the Holzwigs and the Schließens. And both of those were relatively minor nobility. But what is massively important is that they supported Magnus the Pious, and not long after became princes of Altdorf after him. So definitely something to consider there, considering what they consider is theirs. Indeed, it wouldn't surprise me if the Holzkriegs consider swans across all of the Principality of Altdorf as theirs, which inevitably is going to cause a few problems. But it makes for a fun little aside fact. Representative of the Divine, move on. Let's just move on from that one. A knightly order works well as one of the vanity projects we've been considering. Yes, I agree. A knightly order as one of the vanity projects. In fact, why don't we reinforce that slightly and consider that our Knights of the Swan are effectively nothing more than not so much bodyguards as attendants, in that they will attend any important diplomatic arrivals that are coming to Kalegen. For those of you that don't know, the Duke of Holzkrug, Leitman Holzkrug, is the Grand Ambassador, the High Ambassador, pardon me, for the Reikland. He's effectively the most important diplomatic figure in the Reikland. And he's also its spy master. He's an extraordinarily important person. And we have decided, often brings diplomatic missions down here to effectively show off. So we could have our Knights of the Swan being his show-off knights. They are about as martially capable as me, and that means they're not. But if you dress them up in armor, as I apologize for being bashed there as I hit my mic, if you dress them up in armor, they're going to look pretty damn impressive, particularly if he's dropped a lot of money in that maybe 20 years ago. But we can give the idea that it was 20 years ago when he did this. So we can have ourselves a few pot-bellied older knights who have been literally swanning around for the last 20 years. The Grand Master of the Order, perhaps, is probably I don't know, his face is probably covered in veins, and he's got a big bulbous nose and a huge moustache. His armor will have to have gone to the armor stretcher more than once. A completely feckless idiot who's in place for one reason only, and that's that he can get the knights to ferry people from one place to the next relatively easily. They're effectively a taxi service for nobles, taking people from the docks from one side up to the important palaces. That sounds quite likely, and also something that some nobles will be interested in their sons or potentially daughters, depending on how your Warhammer works, joining, because it's a relatively safe fixture and also potentially brings you face to face with some very important nobles, meaning that this is the sort of group, this knightly order, for all it may not be martially capable, it's potentially politically decisive. So a few families will be very interested in getting second or third sons into there in the hope that they can wrangle some sort of political position out of it, perhaps working for a more influential family or gaining access to secrets they wouldn't otherwise have been able to because they're escorting other very important ambassadors from neighboring realms or possibly from the other grand provinces. So yeah, that's all manner of fun in there. I like that a lot. Let's see if there's anything else here before I move on and start trying to fill it in. Probably just buy a spot in the order for the right amount. In fact, I think it wouldn't surprise me if the order changed over the course of time. That to begin with, it was very much they were looking for people to come and effectively advertising it in court, for want of a better description. But when Holzkrug secures the High Lord position on the Council of Reikland, suddenly everything changes. Everybody wants in. And not only does Holzkrug want money, but so does the Grand Master. And our Grand Master, after all, has a wine addiction that he needs to sort out. Basically, a country club with swanky armors. Love it. Yeah, that's quite fun. And hi, Josie. Glad to see you out there, tuning in from your kitchen. I hope I don't bore you too much over there. Right, so I think we've got a fairly good idea of that. I'm going to mark it in now because I quite like this country club. Our nightly country club. Now we've got a main route through the town that starts down here. I'm going to put a couple of scribbles in so we can see it there. Goes all the way up here. This is our main diplomatic route. So having the nightly order along that route makes a lot of sense to me. I think possibly over here. Let's pop it in now. A good chapter house. It's going to require stables. So we're looking at one long building at least, perhaps a second long building. It's going to have a courtyard, a relatively fancy country house, a couple of outbuildings. We're going to have a smithy. Perhaps there's a large smith sitting off to the side. a couple of outhouses there. It's going to have gardens, which they're not going to want anyone else coming into. So walls going along there, down to the main city wall. In fact, the main city wall is there, isn't it? So we'll just leave it to the city wall to be the outside of its province, towards some lovely waters on this side of the wall, bound by the wall, where we can have swans and similar, perhaps a little folly sitting here, some lovely little gardens sitting around that. So back to another little house there, and we'll have the gardens sort of here loosely. If anybody has got any preferences for exactly how that manifests, do drop some comments in, and we can perhaps draw this in a slightly different way. But I'm thinking a folly, a large country house, stables, coach house and stables on the other side, areas for servants probably sitting above the stables, outhouses, perhaps a couple of outhouses along here for our gardeners, a really nice garden in there as well, probably, that's sitting behind the main one so that we can all promenade around the garden at the back. That works quite nicely. I'll quickly check the I'll hail the intern. Although she's not so much interning at our house anymore, she's now interning in a completely different city because she went and grew up. Josie. Perhaps a wall around the chapter house as a nod to the initial martial character of the order, perhaps even with a tower. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, particularly because they're all about making an impression. So we can go for a tower here that's probably been repurposed into something else, and we can use that as a method of showing how the character of the order has changed over time. So perhaps the Grand Master's taken it over. His wife now sews up there. There's about as much military stuff going down in that area as, well, there is in my house. In that is nothing more than potential discussion and a little more. Perhaps there's kids there. Perhaps there's servants. Perhaps it's all become a bit ramshackle and a bit of a mess because none of them are particularly... no, they're going to have quite a lot of servants, so I don't think that'd be the case. Let's see if there's any ideas before I go that. Children growing up, who do you think they are? Is that as in children, as in potential children inside our tower here? I think, yeah, let's imagine we've got ourselves a tower which is segmented into 4 parts, perhaps a statue sitting on the top of it. Let's give the idea of that. So we're going to need chimneys sitting off that. We'll have a broken old chimney off towards the side, repaired several times, bad repairs, particularly with leaner months coming ahead. We want this to look relatively grand, so let's drop in a couple of layers. And as suggested, give it the idea that it's been walled up all the way around. Let's get our roads. I'm marking all of our roads so we can see clearly, or at least loosely, how everyone gets into. They're going to go in, go around a nice garden of some sort, then go up to there. We've got ourselves stables over there. So there's going to be a route over to the stables and a route over to the coach house. And it goes like so. A road kicking in the back to the houses at the back, connecting through there. We'll need to wall that up. In our garden, we'll have an area at the back for everyone to gather on, have their little parties and say things like, all very important. We can have ourselves a nice little garden area at the back for them all to promenade around, going into some smaller gardens. We've got our folly down there, which we're going to be able to get to like so, down towards the swans. From the main building as well, you'll be able to access it. We've got a little outhouse there, so I'll go around that. That probably connects through there, right? What else do we have? We've got ourselves that is going to be the smith. Other outbuildings there, they're going to be able to go around that. That's all going to be walled off too. We're going to have a nice little walk amongst the trees, like so. You'll be able to get over to the folly from that, where you can go and have yourself a lovely dinner overlooking the water. servants coming down. So there's going to be a nice little building over here for the servants to. Let's go on to where's my lines for the servants to prepare the extra food. And they make their way over. And the all important little bit of boating from there. Okay, so we've got ourselves loosely the shape of what this place is going to look like. Anyone got any other ideas for things that could go into here? So far, we've got all the expected buildings that you would have in noble area. This is going to be a gardener. He's going to have the... Where's my roads? I've lost my roads. Too busy chatting and not paying enough attention. Where's my shades? Roads, there they are. They couldn't see them for looking. The gardener is going to be here, and I imagine we're going to have ourselves an old, well, not so much old, but we're going to have the root garden there. We're going to have all the vegetables and similar that will be. We need to have, that's no good because some coaches are going to come in and they're going to wheel right up and they're going to stop outside. Which means that we need to have a road that allows the coaches to stop right outside. So let's just quickly give that a route in. They come in through the main one. They'll go round and they'll go round that way. Stop there. And make their way round to either the coach house on that side where they will park. And ostlers can deal with the horses, or alternatively make their way back out again. Yeah, that makes much more sense. I like it. One thing to always consider if you're doing your maps out there is don't just copy real world versions, because often you don't know why the real world versions are built the way they're built. So if you've seen a really nice noble house, copy it, get an idea for what it looks like, but also consider what the nobles may require in your world. We are dealing, after all, with a fantasy world, and fantasy worlds often have fantasy stuff that you wouldn't normally expect. Not only that, different buildings from different eras have different requirements, as different forms of transportation were brought to the fore or aged out. But we're definitely going for a technological era where there's going to be coaches everywhere, taking everybody from A to B. So ensuring that we provide the coaches with natural routes in and out of this area are absolutely essential. A gatehouse sitting right over it. Going into the old wall, which is there, into a new wall, which is there. Going up to there. Again, if you've got any ideas for anything else that we could add to this general area, do feel free to chime in. I'm going to go back to the area I was mapping before if no more ideas come in, just because I'd like to get that finished before I dive too hard into doing all of this. It's good to have all the core areas sketched in, though, because it'll make it easier to finish off later. There we go. I'm beginning to get a pretty good feeling for what this place is like, both in terms of the different classes and where they're going to be sitting and the social networks that will form because of those, and also what the place is going to look like. This interesting mixture of these old, rather rustic buildings down by the river, moving to far grander, more modern affairs as we move into the new areas that have been put in place. It's definitely got its own character and charm. Quite liking the way this is building up. Let's add a definite wall in this area. This is to a degree separated from the rest. Some steps leading up to it. This is all fenced off. well, walled off. I imagine there's a few statues in this area. Probably a fair chunk of topiary, probably in the shape of swans and hammers, comets, anything else that makes them look like they're properly pious folk. Very important. Particularly if you're trying to entertain foreign dignitaries, showing what is special about the empire is a part of the process. After all, Sigmar is, for many, an entirely unique god. People from other parts of the world are often bemused by what Sigmar represents, because the empire is founded by a god. Not many places in the old world can claim that. Indeed, not many humans can claim to have achieved divinity. There's all manner of stories, obviously, concerning Renald, who may or may not have been mortal. And then you've got gods and goddesses like, say, Lucini and what's her faces over for Lucini, the founders there, twin gods, very Romulus and Remus. But in general, Sigmar is pretty unique amongst the primary gods. There's, again, in the Tome of Salvation, a nice little bit about that, explaining the difference between Sigmar and all the other gods and why the Empire is convinced that Sigmar is 100% unique. The only human to have been raised to complete divinity. And that makes for some interesting theological debates amongst other members of the old world realms. There we go. Let's get our a big one there. Okay, let me just check if there's any comments. So we only have one. Excellent. If we're going back to that slump by the water, about a wise woman or a hedge witch or some sort of mystic. Yeah, something like that does sound like a good idea, doesn't it? Someone who lives out in the periphery. One of the important features for hedge witches in Warhammer, and reinforcing this, there's a stream about hedge witches that I did a wee while ago for the Rookery, because I designed the current version of the hedge witches for Fantasy Roleplay 2nd edition a long time ago. And the version that we added to 4th edition is effectively just the same as the articles that I wrote back for 2nd edition. Cut a long story short, they are people who live on the periphery between one world and the next. And the hedge folk being enclosed by a city. I quite like the idea of that. What would once have been an old hedge folk family, possibly this building here. We could turn this into maybe or maybe drop it over. That's a little bit too close. Maybe right at the back here by make it sort of a round hut. An old wise woman or wise man, a wisdom, so to speak, or the cunning folk, as they're referred to in Middenland, which is really not that far away from here. The cunning folk are deeply and closely associated with Renald. That's the hedge witches, effectively, with Renald over in Middenland. So having potentially an old wise that's possibly come from as a family down from Middenland, so they consider themselves as cunning folk rather than necessarily hedge witches, and they'll be dealing with potions and filters and providing medical assistance to people who can't afford it in return for favors and similar. I think there's quite a lot of utility and fun in building a character like that there. If anyone's got any further ideas for that, do feel free to drop them in as comments as I quickly drop in our road here. Yeah, we can pop in a back garden that butts up to that old wall. There'll be all sorts of herbs and other ones spread out into the water. They'll be growing different grasses and other stuff quite like that. Maybe an animal pen off to the back of that for some chickens. And maybe another one for some pigs. We're probably looking for it to be a bit of a mess, ramshackle on top of itself. We can pop in some extra trees in that in a moment. Let's see if we've got anything else. Hello, Nico. Are you planning to map every town, village, and place you have in your... Oh, bloody hell, that would be hard. Right, so let's very, very briefly cover that as I'm currently filling in some details here. My Enemy Within campaign starts super, super soon. We're doing our first recording this Friday, assuming that all the tech is in place and does what it's supposed to do. That's not a recording for the first episode of the campaign. That's us basically testing the equipment, doing a session, making sure that it's stable throughout, it does everything that we need, and then cringily watching it back later and going, is there anything we need to do to make this better? Is there anything we need to do to upgrade this? One of the things that I have said is that any map that I require for my Enemy Within, I will create. And I am going to do that. We've already got the Princedom of Altdorf largely done. I did that as part of a stream for the Rookery to show an earlier master class map. That's pretty much done. I was actually going to be finishing off that today, but when I looked at how much was left to do for it, I was like, it's not going to make a very interesting stream. I'll be done in an hour. And it's mostly just going to be typing in labels, which is, well, super dull, super boring. This is this town. This is this town. This is this village. This is this village. We're done. So I didn't do that today. So that's done. The maps that I require for the first sections I've already made and created. And I've got those for my players. And what I'm doing is I'm dropping those in the streams. You'll get to see them. And they'll be all popping up online over on the Lawhammer blog. They'll all be for free. Every single map and thing that I make for my game that isn't secret or behind the scenes or anything similar, that all goes up for free for everyone. That's not something that we're saying, oh, we'll put that behind a Patreon thing. Our Patreon is there purely because our equipment costs bajillions of pounds. And if anybody out there happens to be in a place where they're happy to give us a bajillion pounds, well, we're not going to say no because I've just spent another £1,000 on another bloody camera. That cost a bomb. Yeah, it adds up fast. And that's what the Patreon's there for. It's not there for getting maps. It's not there for getting blog posts. Although all of our secret stuff, like what are the cultists doing behind the scenes, that's all going to be for the all access Lawhammer people. So loosely, every map that every town that we go to, I don't think I could map because I'd be mapping for the rest of my life, and I've got a ton of Rookery stuff that I'm doing. But will I do every important town and place for our game? Yes, definitely. And they will all go up onto the Lawhammer blog, and you can all download them, do whatever you want with them on your end. Now, a lot of those maps are going to be rendered relatively quickly because the whole point of the Lawhammer streams is that I'm effectively inviting you into my living room and showing you how we run games at my house, I suppose. We're not doing anything particularly special for that. And the stuff that I do for my own games are sometimes relatively ramshackle, and I think that's part of the charm of it. Isn't that what we all do when we're at home? We've got feature events that we build up for, and we might plan those ahead of time, and we might do that too. But to cut a long story short, it'll be a nice mix match of different types of maps as we go. All of them will be popped up in the blog. The Hedge Witch and the Old Belfani Temple combined seems reasonable. In fact, I to a degree, yes, but I'm not gonna go off on a rant, but I'm close. But the Belfani and the Hedge Witches, their beliefs are very, very different. The Belfani, to sum it up very quickly, are old faith. They very much believe in the old mother cult that dominated the Reich Basin before the arrival of the tribes across the World's Edge Mountains, or some of them came from the south. It depends on which particular tribe you're talking about. And eventually the formation of the empire so many hundred years later. Where the Hedge Witches have a completely different belief system. They believe that they are the blessed few. They believe they are quite literally blessed by the gods. Each of the different families and traditions of the Hedge Witches have slightly different versions of what gods they believe they're blessed by, but it's not the old mother cult. It's most certainly not the old faith. For example, as I mentioned earlier, the Middenland lot, most of them believe that they are blessed by Renald, or a more older equivalent name for Renald. and they see themselves as I say, the cunning folk. Where other hedge witches have got slightly different beliefs elsewhere. One important thing to always remember about hedge witches is, although they are strictly using magic per se, they very much believe themselves to be holy people. They are a bridge in some respects between magic and faith. It's one of the reasons why all their spells have got casting numbers of 0, much like the casting numbers, for want of a better description, for the miracles that you find throughout the books. They're all 0 as well, because they're following a very similar mindset, but their magic works slightly differently because it can be dispelled, and it is ritualized, heavily ritualized, unlike the equivalent in divine magic, if you wish to call it that, which are effectively just reciting prayers and getting effect. And it's entirely down to your hammer, whether that's because the gods are empowering those effects, that they hear those appeals, being, I don't know, gods on the outside who start throwing miracles down on the behalf of their priests, or whether that's because their priests, as the elves often claim, are in fact somehow unconsciously channeling magic. There's lots of different potential ways that you could do that for your own game. I know what it is for my game, but my game's not your game. So combining the two, I think if we combine the two, we would be saying that one overrode the other. Almost certainly the hedge witch taking over what would have once been the Belthani area. But I think I'm actually quite keen on the idea of having an old holdout for one of the great families, and it being one of the old noble families, so the great druidic families, that is, and having a Belthani connection to that, and dropping that somewhere. I think I'd like to keep that separate to the hedge witch, for the various reasons I've said. Plus, I wouldn't like to lose the discrete awesomeness of the great druidic families. Trying to combine them with the hedge witches diminishes both the hedge witches and the druidic families, in a similar fashion to 3rd edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay combined the cults of Tal and Raya, and to a degree completely subsumed the cult of Raya because of that. It became a secondary thing. It was now just part of the cult of Tal, and in many games the Ryan aspects of it were often forgotten. We separated that back out again because Warhammer already had an issue with too many male deities and not enough female-facing deities. Indeed, it was a very binary pantheon in general, with a relatively heavy weight over to the male, in terms of its binary presentation, which is one of the reasons why in 4th edition, for example, Renald is very clearly presented as being neither male nor female, is often presented as a man in some places, but often presented as a woman in others, presenting differently according to the different old world traditions that you encounter locally, but most certainly not a simple binary god in terms of presentation. What do we have here? Yalib says, we were looking for a location for a possible cat house. We were. How's the night come for this? Maybe a little something nights have going on the side. Interesting. Interesting. Hadn't considered that. So Katya, goddess of disarming beauty, is a goddess that I am a strong supporter of. I've used her multiple times. She was created originally for the Tome of Salvation in 2nd edition, and she, at least my version of her, at least, she's very similar to how to sum this up quickly. Her cult has got a very specific outcome, and that's that she would that work with the knights? Pardon me, I'm dithering here. Let's go over the knights. The having some form of connection to the cat's house, I think, is very, very strong. I like that, but I don't think I would put a Temple of Katya, whether it was a classic cat house, for want of a better description there, or whether it manifested in a different way. It could manifest as a hospice. It could manifest as some other method of people needing to come to them with troubles, or with needs, and those needs being met for one reason or another, opening up possibilities for long conversations through one fashion or another. That doesn't quite fit there, but I think that there could be a very close relationship between them and, say, for example, they're tied to a brothel, for one description. Having a brothel tied to a knightly house and having a go-between between the two is not an uncommon outcome. If it's tied to something else, perhaps more of the hospice side, you could do that, although we do have a very close hospice here from the Shallians. I don't think that would necessarily work very well either. I'm going to basically put that one on hold because I think there's a good idea in there and I'm not sure what it is yet. If anything else comes to you and you think of an adaptation for how to work it, feel free to ping it in. Or alternatively, if there's anything I've said there didn't make sense because I did dither my way around that, feel free to ask any questions. Moving on there, sorry if this has been answered already, but I'm very curious about your follow-up campaign, The Enemy Within, that you wrote with Gav Thorpe. Can you say anything about that? Yes, I can, actually. I was speaking with Gav, it was a wee while ago now, before we... Let's dial back a little bit. I was persuaded to run The Enemy Within by a friend. I shan't say who the friend was. We sat down and they had a big, long conversation and they said, I would really like you to do this. And I said, all right, fair enough. Why not? I'm going to be running it anyway. I've run it already like 20 times. The idea of running it again fills me with a certain amount of joy. It's like returning to an old friend, an old book. I moved from being the producer for doing The Enemy Within to watching somebody else finish it off. And I had some very strong ideas for different ways to finish it off or different ways to approach certain sections. And I thought that'd be really fun to present because one of the core ideas of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition was you make it your own. It's got optional rules in it. There's Grognard boxes all the way through the Enemy Within books. It's all about taking the material, looking at it and saying, how would I like it to present? Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 was always about it being your hammer, which is one of the reasons why we're doing it under Lawhammer, my old blog from like 10 years ago, because it's my hammer, so to speak. This is one way of presenting it, and this is how I'm going to do it. Once I was persuaded to do that, I laid out how long it would take. It's approximately a year to play end to end with the current version that I'm using. The first 4 books worth of material will be covered in about the first 5 months. The remainder, as in the equivalent to the Empire in Ruins, will be the remainder. It is the primary goal of the campaign, so to speak. It's where all the shit happens. The Empire, quite literally, in ruins. And that requires an awful lot more space to properly do justice. So I planned that all out. And then we sat through and discussed whether we wanted to do this. We've got a group. They said yes. And then we said, well, what if we all enjoy it? That's much more important than what if a lot of people watch or anything like that. It's much more about, are we having a laugh? And if the answer is, if we really are enjoying this, what would we like to do next? And I said, well, I'd already half written a campaign with Gav. So I pinged Gav and I said, do you mind if we finish The Enemy Within, that we do the next campaign that we built afterwards called Pass of the Old Ones, and make it completely differently, inevitably, because with more time has passed, more ideas will be added to it. But do you mind if I do that and we can take all the ideas and run it together? And he was like, yeah, not a problem. You and I wrote that. We sat down. We had a lot of fun. It's a shame it never came to pass. Why waste that material? Let's do it. So I said, right, I will, assuming that I enjoy The Enemy Within. So if we enjoy the Enemy Within campaign and we reach the end, we will then move on to Pass of the Old One. We may rename it. We may turn it into something completely new and exciting. But the core of that story will be identical to what Gav and I wrote because it's fucking awesome. It's really, really, really cool. And there is no way I don't want to play it. Indeed, much of my excitement for playing The Enemy Within is very tightly wrapped up in the excitement for what could potentially come right after The Enemy Within. I was so excited about what that presented that I'd already sown seeds for what we were going to do in the next campaign in the books that I produced for Cubicle 7 before I left. So there are a few seeds inside Enemy in Shadows, the Enemy in Shadows Companion, a couple of the artwork pieces and such like that hint towards where I ultimately plan to go as we moved into Pass of the Old Ones. So to look at your question directly to make sure I did answer it, I'm very curious about your follow-up campaign that you wrote with Gav. Can you say anything about it? Now, I will add one small bit there that I wrote with Gav Thorpe. Let's make sure that's clear. We didn't write it. It's not a big, massive document that we finished. What we did was we planned the whole thing chapter by chapter by chapter. We knew everything that was going to occur and how it was going to occur and what we were going to do with it. It's one big, sprawling document of awesome. but it is not a complete campaign. It's not something that I could say, haha, there you go, here's a fun product, go do whatever you want. It's so far from that. It is, however, awesome. And it's pretty much all I can say. So can I say anything about it? Absolutely. It wasn't, in the end, bought by Games Workshop, so it's not something that they own. It's something that's very much ours to do with as we want, and we probably will play it in some fashion, assuming that we enjoy going through the enemy within. We are close to finishing Horned Rat, so no spoilers. Don't worry, there will be no spoilers at all in this Petrus. It's also fair to say that my version of the Horned Rat will be so different to the printed one that you have almost no fear of spoilers anyway, if you ever decide to watch our campaign. Our Horned Rat is, yeah, I've just finished the plans for that. It's going to be quite fun. It's quite a short part of the overall campaign, but it's an explosive one. There's a couple of really big reveals that we're going to be dropping in there, some of which I think will potentially surprise quite a few people. So yes, please, the whole story of your enemy within 10 hours. Yeah, thanks. I could just rattle it off forever, eh? Hi, Valastair. How are you going to allow Ulthuan gameplay with it being close to non-Azure and Azure? I see that. Now, that's a really interesting question. Gav and I discussed that for a long time. So just to repeat that question here, how were you going to allow Ulthuan gameplay with it being close to non-Azure and Azrai? Basically, Ulthuan is not for people who are not from Ulthuan. Cut a long story short. And we were going to blow that up to a degree. Now, did that mean that we were going to be running around parts of Ulthuan doing? Yeah. Did we have a good reason for it? Yeah. Am I going to tell you it? I am not. If we never play it, and it isn't a campaign that we move on to, at some point in the distant future, assuming I haven't carked it from catching COVID for the 94th time, I'll go through it and I'll explain everything that we planned. But I'd much rather just present it and make a cool, funky adventure and let everybody experience what Gav and I wrote, because that'll be fun. It'll be like reading the book, I suppose. And the adventure is pretty goddamn spiffy. So moving on, I was thinking more along the brothel angle, yeah, being a place for bored rich noble folk. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be something that would be inside the chapter house. It feels like it'd be more like a club that they would go to. Although you could argue that the chapter house to a degree has become that. But the potentially sleazy aspect of that is something that I think I would rather separate from the knightly order per se, because there's potentially issues there that devout folk might have problems with were they to find it out. And it would be relatively easy to find out by anyone who is visiting. But if you just have a nice firewall between each one of these, as in, that's not what this place is. This place is a lovely place. Next door, however, and there's obviously a door that passes between the two. So not necessarily being a part of it, but most certainly being connected. That might be a way of doing it that works well. It's to separate from the cows, maybe just a shady side hustle that the order is going on. You know what, to a degree, I think I prefer that. Always having Katja associated with effectively brothels, prostitution, and similar, diminishes to a degree everything that the goddess offers. One of the reasons that it was added to, for example, Ubersreich that way was to ensure that a slightly more sex positive presentation of prostitution was at least discussed, because it's very much a positive aspect there. And I would rather keep the shadiness away from Katja if at all possible in the stuff that I'm doing. I trust you, but I am sus. Of course you're sus there, Valastair. Maybe not physically in the chapter house, but run by an order besides. I think that might be a good way of doing it. And possibly slightly differently, we could maybe have it run by Ranaldans instead, so we can have ourselves a nice counterpoint. So we're probably talking more criminal aspects, working at tearing down the Sigmarite view of what nobility should be, which will also help reinforce what this order has become over time, in that it is a shoddy version of what the knightly order should be. It's one giant facade. They look pretty, but in truth, they're not very good at almost anything except for arguably politicking and self-satisfaction and little else. So you could potentially turn that into a visual metaphor as well for the building. And we could actually have the front of the building a really impressive facade, where the back of the building is a relatively workaday construction. It's all nice and solid, but it's functional, where the front of it's beautiful, pristine, really nicely presented, but go behind the scenes and it all gets a bit rotten. So we can possibly reinforce that with metaphor. And I think that would work really well for that whole location, actually. The whole idea of it's one giant mask. And that works quite nicely if we tie it to Ronald in some way, because we can also have a spiritual reason for the slow degradation of it. And you can have, for example, Hallskrug, who is loosely a relatively devout Sigmarite at his core. He's a classic Reiklander noble, manipulative, yes, but yeah, I think that having the counterpoint there and his eye being off the ball and the order becoming something else could work. Another comment though before I go. We already have some nice Ronaldins in the north of the town with a fair there, and the last fair. So a second not so nice Ronaldin faction. That's also fair. In fact, we could go for really bad Ronaldins, and we could have ourselves a bit of a local issue, as in these are proper criminals. They're looking to manipulate and use. Perhaps there's been rumor of a murder or two to reinforce their position. They've cozied up to nobility and they're really living a good life and they don't want to lose that. Where our Ranaldans out in the fair are much more the rural version of those. They're running scams out on the edge, probably all your classic bunco artist nonsense going on out in the fair out there. But we're talking small scale, possibly to the benefit of the poorer folk, possibly to the benefit, more Robin Hood style version of the theft, where these are the exact opposite. They're all about benefiting themselves. It's often easy to make everybody a perfect example of their respective religion unless they're Sigmarites. For some reason, people love undermining Sigmarites, but most of the other cults, they tend to get presented as if they're almost great versions of them, but perhaps a bit corrupt. So sometimes it's nice to take a look at them and say, no, they could manifest this way. I think we could do something quite fun with the Ranaldins there, possibly have them connected to this building section almost directly. In fact, why not make it a physical divide as well and have them on the other side of the ancient crumbling wall? So a literal physical divide between them, backing onto that wall there, which is the old city wall, moving over to what is the ostensibly the gardener's cottage. But we expand that out a bit, we can have that as a primary route in, and various people are ferried in along this back road into the main buildings over there. That might work quite well. So we can have this being a ramshackle Ranaldin place with an expensive facade that's been dropped on the front of it. So we reinforce that they're connected with that and also allow it to stay on the main thoroughfare. It hasn't been knocked down. Money has been ferried in their direction. They've got close relations with the people on the other side. You're going to have a back alley in there too. Yeah, that sort of works. That's something that I think would work better with a little bit more development as we write that all out. Anyway, I'm going to go back over here because we still haven't actually done any sections yet, and we should really get on to doing that so we can get some finished off. And in fact, I want to turn this into warehouses here. So we can get some bits finished off so we can actually say that we've had some proper work done this one. If anyone's got any further ideas onto those things that we were discussing, do feel free to drop them into the comments. I'm unconvinced with what we have, but that's not because I don't think it'll work. It's purely because I don't think it's finished yet, and a little bit more development as to exactly how these potential Ranaldins work with our swanning order. There's something in that I think will work really well. I'm just not quite convinced that we've necessarily landed upon it yet. I'm imagining this is mostly just a mess. I'm going to put some trees in there. Have we got any other comments there? We do have Vivid Oblivion. Nice to see you here, Vivid. I wouldn't be surprised if these swan guys end up harboring a Slaanesh cell with him. Yeah, I have a loose comment on that one. It's the done thing that the second you've got nobles who move towards the more, let us say, sensual side or self-serving side, to immediately make them Slaanesh. And I think that supports the setting in general and isn't a bad thing. Even games like, say, for example, Chaos in the Old World. I don't know how many of you played FFG's old Chaos of the Old World game, but it did the same thing. Noble counters, they would provide Slaanesh with a benefit because half the nobles had fallen already. And that was a fun part of that game. And I agree that they would be a perfect choice. They're also an obvious choice. And given there are so many examples of that, it's sometimes fun to go in a different direction. One of the things that I did whenever this example would come through for initial adventure treatments or something similar was look at it and say, couldn't we make it another god? How can we twist this? Can we make it something that's completely different? But that doesn't mean that you disregard that as an idea. I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure if I necessarily want to do it again here, but I'm equally not sure if I don't. If it is done, the Ranaldans being close is interesting because you could argue that the corruption of the Ranaldans has allowed extra things to come in. It would also make for a potentially fun story with the Catchins, because the Catchins, wherever we decide to put them, will not like either the Ranaldan influence or obviously the Slaanesh influence. So I think both of those could be quite fun. And possibly just muddying it all up, as in there are some who have corrupted one way, and maybe one, maybe two have corrupted another way, or have infiltrated with the intent of trying to eradicate the Ranaldan influence in this place. So rather than it's a source of Slaaneshi stuff, it's something that the Slaaneshi people are trying to get into. So perhaps a sail is trying to move into it rather than necessarily being harbored there. That might be a better way to try and spin a story out of that. After on a quick errand, I'm going to be more passive mode as well. Worry not, do enjoy. Raya Cult Gang. Interesting. What do you mean by a Raya Cult Gang, Ballester? I think that could be super fun, depending upon what you mean by it. That could manifest in so many different ways. So what are you thinking you could do with that? And you could drop in any ideas for that. And indeed, if anyone else who's watching has any ideas for how that could manifest, that could be pretty cool. I'm a great fan of the Cult of Raya. It's one of the reasons we strongly ensured that it was added back into the 4th edition of the game. It effectively been wiped out in earlier editions, and that wasn't cool. Particularly as well because the Ryan cult are so sex positive. They don't see sex as a bad thing, and all too often people conflate sex with Slaanesh, where Slaanesh isn't sex. Slaanesh is all about excess and going too far. Where having something as a counterpoint to that is relatively important, and also a counterpoint to the overwrought Sigmarite view of what sex might or might not be, and having a strong voice from a cult that most certainly is not a chaos cult saying, no, this is a good thing. So having that all in there, I think, is a good idea. So let's there. It's my hot style and awesome. I take on a cult of not nice things, not devoted to Slaanesh. I would be interested as to exactly how that could manifest here, if you can think of a way of using those ideas. I mean, who doesn't like having a super hot cult of not nice things, pardon me, of nice things not devoted to Slaanesh? Indeed, always having anything vaguely sexy being attached to either Slaanesh or prostitution is deeply problematic in so many ways. Doing it sometimes, or it being the case sometimes, that's cool. And using those as plot hooks is cool, but basically saying that Slaanesh is sex and sex is chaos, no. In the same way that trying to present anything non-binary as chaos, no. just no. Will you stop now? That's something that I will be avoiding. And if that happens to be how you like to present it in your game, I apologize for putting a contrary opinion, but I will continue to do so for anything that I'm doing for my own stuff, because it's very much not what I would like to be the case for how I present these things. Okay, right. We're getting an idea of what this place looks like. I'm going to color these parts in a moment. It's a bit worn. It's a bit horrible. Let's see if there's anything else I'm popping up here. In a city, I generally begin by placing it within the catacombs. Not a bad idea. But I think you can also run it as a sky cult quartered within a tower. Interesting on sky cults. We added the Azure Man, as in like the blue man, the Azure Man, to Nordland cult practices in, I think it was the Total Salvation. Azure Man popped up, but that was a direct reference to older cults and religions being transferred over into new human cults, because that was a literal direct reference to Azurin, the high elf god, and the influence of the Aeonir elves on Nordland, how some of their deities have been picked up and repurposed and worshipped falsely or otherwise by the local populace. And the Azure Man, a sky deity, for want of a better description, was very much just Azurin in another form. Greed, one of the things I heard in my view is the highly evolved culture. Yeah, this is something we discussed a great deal right at the very beginning with the background material. And by us, I mean I was discussing this with Lindsay, with Andy Leask, to a smaller degree with Graham at that point, Graham Davis. All the writers that we talked to after that for the background material basically took those ideas on. And that's that the Warhammer world expressly isn't the real world. And it's super easy to think that it is because it takes so much from it. The Empire, analogous to the Holy Roman Empire, for example. But names and appearances do not a culture make. Warhammer world at its core is polytheistic. So massively different to the real world in that regard. But not only is it polytheistic, with a hosts of gods and goddesses around a primary set and a whole bunch of secondary sets, all manner of pantheons, many of which are interrelated. But these gods and goddesses are actually real. They manifest. Now, you can argue how they manifest and what it all means all you want, but the fact is they manifest in some fashion or another. So that means that there are women, just to go on a single example, that are empowered to be not just as strong as men in terms of physicality, I think so, but stronger. There are witches, both male and female, who are empowered, and not just slightly empowered, massively so. They're weapons of mass destruction. They can wipe out entire armies. They are so powerful if they're trained. And indeed, if they're not trained, they could probably wipe out entire armies as they fall into possession and become even worse. The reason I bring that small point up is because this is not a world where men dominate in the same way that they do in the real world. And that was something that we hard coded into several of the things that we wrote, not just in fourth, but in second as well. Take a look at, for example, how Kislev was repurposed. Kislev, in many respects, became much more of a matriarchy, even though there was many a czar in its past. They were strongly controlled and manipulated by the Ice Witches. And now it did lapse into stereotype in a few unfortunate places, and it would probably be done very differently today. But still, the general direction there was that men don't always rule in the old world, like they often did in modern history throughout its past, for the past 1,000 years or so, a couple of thousand, particularly in the West. That's just not the case in the Warhammer world. There are not just some families that are ruled entirely by women, not just some institutions that are, but many, not only just by women, but by non-binary people, by all sorts of different factions. It's not just men rise to rule this place and men rise to rule that place, and men are the best at this, men are the best at that, as many people try to stereotypically lay upon it. And that was something that we drove hard into in all of our descriptions, and it came out in the art. It came out in a variety of things. And That didn't necessarily match everybody else's version of Warhammer, but it very much matched the version of Warhammer that, at least at that point, with discussion with Games Workshop, they were looking to see presented, because it's not a simple analog of the real world. It's just not. It is, in many respects, far more culturally advanced, also far more technologically advanced, and obviously far more magically advanced. But in other ways, it's utterly regressive and utterly horrendous and truly the worst. They're, for all I say, they're very forward-thinking in some places. They're the exact opposite in others. So I wouldn't put this in a carte blanche. Wow, the world's lovely. It's quite the opposite. It's the freaking worst. But that doesn't mean that there is not equalities in ways that our world would look upon and say, my goodness, how enlightened they are. They don't necessarily see that as enlightened. That's just the state of affairs in their world. Their entire world is backward and horrible in a whole host of other ways. But I see no reason why I should come in and impose upon everybody else's game that they must play men if they want to have any particular type of character, as a single example, particularly because the very setting itself does the opposite of that in pretty much all of its descriptions. The only reason that it was a frightfully dominant view for many was because all the models were men. But that's largely because of the target audience they had at the time. You may note that that has changed significantly over time. So I've gone off my little high horse there, and I apologize if it's the opposite of your version of Warhammer, but it's very much the version that we were drilling for when we were doing that. Mixing pantheons in this way. Not quite sure what you're saying there in terms of the mixing pantheons. I may have got lost there. If you're talking about Azure Man becoming Azuran, I have a lot to say in that. I disagree that it's mixing pantheons. I can sense nerds getting angry. I'm sure there's some people who are going to get angry. I mean, the second I go online, I open myself to all manner of attacks because the version of Warhammer I do is slightly different to somebody else's, or I've had the temerity to put a Patreon up rather than just do everything for free. Although, strictly speaking, I'm doing literally everything for the Warhammer stuff for free. Pardon me. Or I remember back in the second edition days, all the first edition fans wailing in on me because I was writing second edition material and not first edition material. I say, oh, that's a massive generalization. I was a first edition fan. But the Black Industry forums were a hotbed of edition wars. And I happened to be on one side of it because I happened to be playing second edition at that time. And people complained about everything. It's just part of the internet. So yes, there's always going to be a reason for someone to get angry with me. I've kind of grown used to it. And that's why when we were doing fourth, I sort of didn't care. Because in the end, it's not going to help the game any to try and appease everyone. You're far better creating the game world that is the coolest and the most awesomest, and is also the world that, in this particular case, the license holders wanted it to be. And it's their world. It wasn't mine. Now, for Lawhammer or Warhammer or my version of Warhammer, it can be anything I want it to be, in the same way that your one for whatever game you run can be whatever way you want it to be. I'm going to start colouring in these areas. Let's see if there's any other comments before I start colouring them in. Not related to mapping, but how does the modern 4E equality culturally in the old Bretonian... Whoa! Yeah, see, my Bretonia is awful. I'm not going to lie. Just because my empire is a far more forward-thinking version of the world than, in some ways, than the real world, my Bretonia absolutely isn't. My Bretonia is pretty awful. My Bretonia, admittedly, has the... I mean, if I look at the society as a whole, it is largely male-dominated, and at least culturally, and the nature of its knight caste system. That's very male dominated. Obviously, you've got on the other side the very, very powerful witches that they have over there. But still, they've also got very, very powerful Grail Knights over there, which are, broadly speaking, almost exclusively men. There are examples that aren't, but I have a whole reason for why that's the case in my background, some of which may actually come out in my game. One of the characters that is going to be in our party is perhaps unexpectedly close to this, and that might not come clear until maybe half a year to a year down the line. But I think that there are definitely going to be some interesting steps that the party will take that will directly address this. But loosely speaking, I'm not somebody that thinks that equality is a must for the entire setting in any way, shape, or form. But I am somebody who looks at it and says, our setting should be much more balanced in a host of areas, given the nature of the way it's been built. And that also works really well for being inclusive for players. So why not conflate the two and do the whole thing together? But that doesn't mean that I won't look at another culture and say, no, that's awful. For example, my Dark Elves, they're mean. They're evil. They don't think they're evil per se, but Dark Elves are bad. Slavery is all over the place. It's a pretty bleak place, good old Nagaroth, the land of chill. And I'm not going to change them because I think that would be better to be more balanced and inclusive in one variety or other. But that also, my elves are much more androgynous. The difference between male and female is significantly less of an issue than it is in the far more gendered version of many people put. Having said that, though, there is a great deal of gendering within my elves for certain roles and certain ways of expression. But I'm not talking like binaries here. I'm talking about genders in a variety of different ways. My elves are super complicated, just like real people are super complicated. And that balances out in a different way. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to have slavery, for example, which is actually awful. Each one of the different societies will have their own strengths and weaknesses. I mean, the Empire is full of bigotry and racism and speciesism and all sorts of hatreds. And I can't even go into the awfulness that the Empire presents, but that doesn't mean that it's awful to everybody in the same way that our real world version is. Never apologize for that, Andy. I'm going to presume I was saying something along the lines of what I was just saying there. Great. Thanks for agreeing with me loosely. Let's drop a grade. How much do you like 3E? I played 3E a lot. I'm not doing my coloring in. I need to be doing more than one thing at once here. I am not multitasking like a champion. Let's drop in some colors while I'm saying this. I played 3E a lot. I got all of 3E significantly after it was released. So we're talking at the tail end of its total release. So we're maybe about 2 years, maybe 3 years in, something like that. And I got all of it for Christmas, every single last expansion, every expansion created. And that was super awesome. So I thought, well, since I've got, it's not a special location, building color. Since I've got that, I think I would like to play it. So we did a campaign in Uber's Reich. It might be said it's one of the reasons that the starter set was focused on Uber's Reich. It's not the only one. When I first came into the job, they'd already suggested Uber's Reich as a potential choice for location for the whole game, not just the starter set, but everything. And I came in and that turned to starter set after some discussion. But I knew the place back to front because I'd been playing there in 3E for quite some time. And I had justified a whole host of background issues that had come up from 3E and some of the other books that had been created by Games Workshop elsewhere that didn't quite marry. And I'd made it all work, to cut a long story short. I'd already had somewhere in the region around about 100,000 or so words written for Uber's Reich that were entirely new and independent, which meant that building a new version for it for the starter set was really very, very easy. So cut along all of that short, I played it a lot. Now, what did I think of it? See, I think it did quite a lot of things well. I don't like making judgments on games that I've not played or I've played little. I mean, you can get a bit of an idea of a game if you play it once or twice, but you don't really get a sense for how it's going to work long term. You don't get a sense for what rules do actually work, possibly mid-tier, but don't work top tier, or rules that work really well bottom tier, but don't work top tier, or rules that don't work at all at the beginning, but do work really well later. I found with 3, it worked really quite well with a small group. So we're talking 3 players or fewer. At 4 players, it started getting a bit unwieldy. At 5 players, really quite unwieldy. The system was fine, but I found that way too many talents, way too many separate cards for actions, way too many bits. But you could argue that you're building them into decks for each of your characters, and that was okay. But there was just so many. We found that as we moved on with character creation, with character development, there reached points where people were looking through and through entire packs of cards, working their way through from card to card to card, reading them all just to buy a single talent. And that sucked. Actually sucked, because it sucked the life and spontaneity out of the character development. Something that first edition and second edition, and in turn fourth edition, because it largely copied the same model, did really neatly, was you have got a very small selection of advances that you can take, whether they are skills, whether they are talents, whether they are attributes, or whatever the individual system called them. There was a small selection, so your choices were always limited and thus relatively quick. You didn't have long downtimes trying to figure out what your next one was going to be to try and maximize the effectiveness of your character at the table. And when you had every single expansion, oh my God, there's so much to work through. It really took a long time to do. Further, there were some things that 3 did really well, but sort of just didn't do. For example, it used cards for a lot of stuff, but it didn't use cards for all the stuff. As a single example, one thing that it could have done really well was present shops as a small deck. So basically you're browsing through the shop. When you arrive at a particular area, it's got maybe 12, 13 cards in it. That's the sword card. That's your broadsword card or whatever. You can look through it and say, yep, that's the one I want. Drop it down by a character, buy it for whatever coins you happen to have. Away you go. And using the cards for that to speed up play on a card-based system for me worked really quite nicely, but they just didn't do it. None of the inventories were fully done. There was only the occasional card for the occasional piece of equipment. The talents they dialed in on, but had far too many. The skills, they didn't have any at all either. It was just a constant supply of, oh, this bit sort of works. I just wish they'd refined it or done something else, which is why it was really interesting going on to the Star Wars game afterwards, which is basically the same game, but with all the excess baggage ripped out. So you just had the storytelling dice effectively, and a simpler character generation and character development. And it worked much better. Another issue that I had with third edition was it really scaled badly over time. All characters sort of moved towards the same end goal of stats with slightly different mixture of talents. And there was too few epic level character choices. I ended up having to write a whole bunch of extra careers just so that characters who weren't necessarily like the careers that they had already suggested inside their books had somewhere to go. It was something that in the fourth edition, we were very, very keen to address. It's why every single career is basically 4 careers, which means that no matter what you start as your first career, you always have a top tier option to move towards at the end. Now, you might not stick there. You might move from soldier over to, I don't know, thug or a riverman or whatever particularly floats your boat. Haha, a riverman. Sorry, riverwoman. And I found it super important that every character had somewhere to go, and hard baked into the core set. So even if you were sitting there playing the game for the first time, you could immediately career plan for an actual end goal. Something that had not really been the case for any of the previous editions, where you tend to find that they did exactly the same rules that we did. And by that, I mean, most of the careers were split up into tiers. They said basic and advanced, but if you actually looked at the careers and say second edition and first edition, they were tiered more than that. First edition did it honestly. For example, if you take a look at first edition's wizards, it's demonologists, it's priests. They were tiered into 4 levels because what they were doing was recreating the I'm a character, I'm a champion, I'm a hero, I'm a lord. The old Warhammer method of building your characters. Basic troop, champion, hero, lord. And that's what they did with the wizards. And the other careers, sometimes intentionally, sometimes much less so because they were just written, sort of followed a similar pattern. Second edition did exactly the same with the wizards, but they split it up. Instead of being just 1 career, they split it up into 4 careers, 4 completely separate ones, which were effectively the same career. Wizard apprentice, up to wizard, whatever it was, master wizard, and then wizard lord in second edition. So we just, not so much we recombined them, we didn't really recombine them because each one of the careers in Warhammer, all 64 of them, 4th edition that is, they're effectively 4 careers. But we just sort of consolidated them and ensured that no matter what you were, you would always have something to go to. And that I felt was a much, much better way of ensuring that not everybody ended up being an assassin, a wizard lord, a high priest, and I don't know, a top tier witch hunter or whatever, which happened to so many groups. I've been to a lot of cons in my time representing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay for one company or another. And the number of times I'd get somebody excitedly popping over and saying, "Oh, hi, Andy. I've read this thing, what you did do, or I just bought this new book and it's super exciting." And I go, "Oh, that's great." And they say, "Would you like to hear about my party?" And as we all know, hearing about other people's parties is not always that exciting. But because it's often stuff that, if you've been involved in the creation of the rules, it's really nice to see how other people have used it. It was a little bit upsetting, though, to find that almost every group that we encountered largely had the same characters, and often behind the scenes had similar gripes. One of the primary gripes was, I was a rat catcher. I like being a rat catcher. Now I'm an assassin. Because that's the way the career went. So the people who really liked the story of their character started getting upset with the rules because the rules forced them into a new area. People who really loved the rules always dialed into the same end goals because they were, broadly speaking, the best careers. So we ended up with groups that, even though they were disparately different and with very different types of players, all kind of having the same sort of parties. There's little differences here or there, but anyone who playing the game long term and not just for anything from like 6 to 20 sessions had groups that were so very, very similar. And one of the things that I've often found when I'm speaking to people at various cons is there's a lot of Warhammer players who have played for a very long time. Last time I was over in Essen, for example, I was speaking to one group, nicest guys in the world. They were from Sweden, and they were playing the same characters that they started in first edition in the late 80s, pardon me. They moved it into second edition. They ditched third edition. Sorry if you're a fan. And then they moved over to fourth edition. They'd updated them again. And they were the same characters. And they came over, and what must have been one of the more pleasing moments of my life. And they said, "Thanks so much. It's the first time we've been able to convert characters into what we thought our characters should be, because everything was there as an option." And I was like, "Oh, wow, thanks. Great. Well, that worked. Woo!" So yeah, to answer that question, since I went off, what did I think of, how much did I like it? I actually liked it a lot more than most, and I played it a lot. I think it had a lot of cool ideas. Some of them were incorporated into fourth edition. I personally would have liked to incorporate a few more, but it was very much the edition that should not be touched and should never be named. So I was largely forbidden from doing so. So I just didn't really touch it much, but I did include incorporate some of its mechanics anyway. It's a complicated, faffy game with far too many cards, but I got a lot of fun out of it. And I think that there's potentially a great game in there. I think it would have made a marvelous Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3 second edition. In the same way that I think Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 will make an absolutely marvelous Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 5th edition. Yeah, so, wow, that was an awful lot of chat for a relatively simple question. The Dark Elves are a culture based in slavery. Exactly. And piracy. Hi, Arthur. Good to see you. And someone whose family has lived in North America, it seems pretty... yeah. I'm saying nothing on that one. But yes. And I think steering away from it does a disservice, not just to the setting, but to the conversations that can be had around it. And it can be handled sensitively in so many ways. And I feel often hasn't been, but that's neither here nor there. Right. Do we want any of these locations to be actual locations? I believe we're going to turn this one into a hut for our cunning man, our hedge witch. Do we have any other locations here? If anyone's got any ideas for anything else that goes into this block, now's the time to say it. I'm about to move on to the shading of this area while we look at that. You may notice I'm not changing colors as I go, but the colors seem to be magically changing. That's because I've got all of the layers automatically drawing in certain colors, so that I never actually need to change the color of my brush as I'm going. I discussed that in the tutorial. I also discussed the shades and how they're built in the tutorial that I did over on the Rookery. Cut that all down to a very simple. It's pretty dang easy. Quite fun to do. So if anyone's got any idea for any locations for this area, now's the time to say. We're looking at some old hovels in some. Oops, that's not shady area. Some old hovels beside the old fishing village. We're looking at the edge of a slum here. This is an old tenement, large old tenement building. So if you've got anything that should be dropped from there, now is the time to say. What time are we at, by the way? Oh, it lasted longer than I suspected. For those of you who've joined late, I'm still quite poorly. I had a really nasty cold, exacerbated by long COVID. And I wasn't entirely sure how long I'd last today, but we're already 2 hours in, and I don't feel like I'm flagging yet. So I'm going to call that a win. I'm still quite convinced that I'm not going to be able to do the mighty 7-hour streams that I did for the previous Kalegen stream. But I reckon we'll get a good few hours out of this one. Hopefully get at least 2 of the districts finished off. That would be nice. Let me just fill that in as well. All right, so that's our shades largely in place. Any other ideas for anything there? I'm looking at the comments and we've got a big fat no. Excellent, makes my life easy. That means we only have a single location here, which is an old hedge-wise hut. Cunning man. I'm thinking of Middenland extraction. Actually, given where we are, and given who he is, we're talking about someone who's dealing with ancient traditions. They're actually going to be from Drakvalder stock, I think. That's where the old cunning man thing came from originally. It wasn't originally a Middenland thing anyway. It came from the Drakvald when the Drakvald was still a thing about 1,000 years ago. So let's have them from Drakvalder stock. That, I think, makes for a slightly better story. I can see some movement on the comments. I'll be there in just a second. I'm just going to finish off all of these quick shadows. So I've got them in place before I we've got a shadow there around that pool. Shadow over there, shadow in there. Let's shadow up that one. Much like the last time, I'm doing this relatively quickly. I'm far more interested in getting the general feel of it in place, because once we zoom out, you're not going to see a good chunk of this. I'm also going to drop in a few highlights before I get back to the comments. So you've still got, whoop, wrong color. I apparently have not done a color overlay in that. So let's do that now. Color overlay, make that pure white, please. Yep, that's much better. Right. So let's just put in a few highlights there for where the light is hitting off the buildings. Those of you who know your astronomy, you'll know immediately that none of this makes any sense because we've got the light coming in from the north. Light does not come in from the north normally, not even from the Warhammer world. Perhaps Man's Leap is particularly full, but it just looks better, so I'm doing it anyway. Oopsie. Apparently my shade isn't on the correct layer. Here, color overlay, black. Oh, yeah, I don't think so, Mr. Bond. Get rid of that. Drop that to 41% opacity. There, done. That's better. Right, so where were we? Let me just quickly double check what we've got here. If it's a group of working class fishermen, would there be small, sad little priest of Manan? We covered this in our last stream, but I'll cover it again loosely here just to make sure that it's said. Manan is a god of the sea, and we have no sea here. What we have is a river. They are two very, very different things, and it's something that was stressed in some of the books more than others. What we have instead is a shrine to one of the river gods, Bogenauer, which is on the island here. And we have Grandfather Reich as a massive temple there as well. So Grandfather Reich being the primary deity of the Reich River system. It's not Manan. There is Manan worshippers up and down the Reich because there are seafaring ships that make their way up and down the Reich, and they will be making all manner of offerings to Manan, not just because they're about to go to sea, perhaps when they reach Marienburg, pay a bajillion gold to get through the various tolls and make their way out into the open waters, but because they have been doing so for most of their life. So there'll be shrines and small temples to Manan all the way up the Reich. But here, slightly out into the sticks, I'm less convinced. There might be a new shrine down in the shipbuilding quarter, given that we're talking new ships that are meant to go to sea. So I think a shrine or maybe even a priest to bless new vessels as they go off makes sense. But I think for the older village, they'll very much be not on the ship side or the sea side of things. They'll be on the river side of things. So by the old village, just sticking with the old river gods, I think makes more sense there. Temple, not priest. Yeah, sad little temple. Yeah, good point. Yeah, good one. Between those slumps, do we need a bathhouse? A bathhouse is an interesting idea. I don't think we'd have a bathhouse here because a bathhouse is it's if it was Nordland or Talabicland, or we were talking Reikland here. So a bathhouse is going to be a relatively, I mean, it's a lovely symbol of civilization, and I like that. There's no particular spa or water here that we've yet to mark, so there's no reason for it to have been built previously. So it'd be something that would have been built later to try and make Kalegen look like it's a better place. That being the case, I don't think it'd be built down here. It's more likely to be built in one of the middle class areas over here somewhere. Oh, let me just get rid of the double page spread. So I do think we need that. Why don't I write? Because I will forget this. One of the joys of long COVID is my short-term memory is terrible at turning to long-term memory. So let me just write bathhouse over there so that we've got it marked. I think that'd be a lovely building that we could build some interesting characters around, and exactly why cleanliness is considered, what it means for them there. Yeah, there's some fun parts there. You can perhaps even tie it to an unexpected deity that you wouldn't normally have there as well. So you could perhaps have some shrines in there. Yeah, there's something that definitely in that. Good idea, Yab. I love that. Talking about the cunning folk, do they have any relation to the old school of secrets in Middenheim from the 1E magic book? No, they do not. I was actually intending when we did the Middenheim book to drill down relatively hard into that and to have a good section on the Guild of Magic as well, particularly its history, because they were doing magic up in Middenheim long before the colleges of magic were in place. And it was formalized, it was book driven. The cult of Sigmar in no way influenced it. Magic was not outlawed up there. It's a completely different kettle of fish. Loosely, no. And loosely, I wish I'd had time to write more on that because I think it's a fascinating subject. So that's about as much I can say on that one. Yeah. Yoa, I'm pronouncing your name. Yoa. I don't know how to pronounce your name. If you could drop a phonetic one, I'll say it right. If not, I apologize now for saying it wrong repeatedly. I guess at least one within the old walls, maybe 2 or 3 more in the past city. Again, that's assuming that they have bathhouses as a cultural norm. Bathhouses, at least in my empire, as a cultural norm, are not that common. They're definitely common in the south of the empire. They're a staple in Visenland, or at least my Visenland, particularly when you move up to the north and you're in the city-state of Nuln and those surrounds. They're pretty much a staple. There's even a bathhouse in the primary palace in my version of the palace in Nuln. In my Altdorf, there are quite a few bathhouses, often due to cultural export and Shallian pressures, where they are looking for cleanliness. Myrmidian pressures as well, because Myrmidia teaches a whole host of how to keep your troops healthy stuff, like make sure you eat fruit, make sure you keep clean, make sure the disease is kept down. But we're slightly further away from where classical gods have got strong influence. And I like to reinforce that where I can, try and ensure that the cultural differences to a degree are reinforced by the buildings that we do. Is there a strong reason for there to be a bathhouse here? Is there anyone pushing for them to be here? And I think the strongest push here is not going to be because it's a handy bathhouse that keeps people clean. It's going to be purely for visiting dignitaries, to show off that they've got culture that others think that they wouldn't normally expect to find here. So we're probably looking at a bathhouse with segregated areas for visiting dignitaries and similar. But I don't think multiple bathhouses necessarily make sense. But I am happy for you to jump in and say, you're wrong, Andy. It should be this. And I'll go, that I can't say I'm super strong on that. But I would like to reinforce the mucky Reiklander, largely to counterpoint how the stereotype goes, where the stereotype of Reiklander, for example, over in Talabheim or Talabheim land, is they're the foppish people that come over and steal our women. It's a terrible stereotype that was written in Sigmar's Heirs, as I recall. Let's say steal our folk, steal our loved ones, our spouses, or anything similar. They're seen as urbane and educated and clean, where potentially the opposite is the case for your average stad living or city living individual. The stereotype is, like most stereotypes, a load of nonsense. Interesting. Google says it's pronounced Joaquin for a Spanish name. So like Huaperkin. I would express it. So would Hua? Is that how you like this? Hua? So I can say it that way. Or Joaquin. See, I pronounce, because I come from Scotland, I pronounce X's as because that's the phoneme that's often used with an X. So like Loch, Lox, as it's often pronounced, Loch. So I'd go Huac, so maybe more of a Hua, but you can happily correct me in any way you fancy. Right, let's finish off these bits. I got caught up chatting about stuff. Oops. Let's bring up Arthur's comment there. Joaquin Phoenix. But interesting on Joaquin Phoenix, I have seen so many different people pronounce his name in so many different ways. So more the Hua. I'm just going to give up. I should just stop talking. I'm sorry. Right, let's put these in. So, we've discussed potentials for other places, but we haven't necessarily drilled down on anything else to put here. We had a potential for a bathhouse. I sort of I dismissed that idea, but as I say, I'm happy to be brought back on it if someone's got some strong reasons for why that should be the case. So far, we just got lots of tenements here and some older hovels sitting at the back, and they don't all need to be named locations. That will be fine. Okay, let's add a little bit of color beneath that as well. A mixture of, let's get rid of our texture. Where's the texture sitting? It's there. Right, let's drop in a bit of the old color with a slightly bigger brush. About there, see what color that gives me. Yeah. I'm just going to pop in some color and then remove that in just a second. I just want to have a quick and let's drop in some brown as well. And we'll do that with the old leafy brush just for a bit of a texture to it. Can I find that brush quickly? Can I thump? Where are you? There it is. Higher flow, please. Yeah, that'll do. Let's bring back the texture. Pop that in the color there. Let's mess that up a little bit. Give it the idea of mud and yuck sitting in between the areas. Okay, we appear to be sort of almost finished this rather mucky, slummy sort of area. If there's anything else you think should go in there, now's the time to say. If not, we're going to go over to a slightly different part of town and start filling out that area. We've got a lot of not much going on behind here. We'll worry about that when we draw out that area. Worry about that when we draw out that one. Okay. Love it. Let's take a look. Wow, all that and all we've done so far is that. It's not very much, is it? Wow. I have been talking a lot, though. Let me just agree with Sebastian there. Pigs in the backyards? Definitely. I was listening, because obviously I'm going to be streaming the Enemy Within soon, and I've been loosely looking occasionally at other people and how they've streamed, and getting gently terrified because I've never streamed live in that way before in my life, and it's terrifying. But was noting that in all the games that I'd seen, not a single one mentioned a single animal. And that just struck me as interesting. They were so focused on the characters and their NPCs that they sort of forgot the world that they were grounded in. That there would be cats and dogs, not just the guard dog that the dude happens to come around, but, you know, strays moving around, pigs, sheep, cows, enormous amounts of them. I read a really interesting thing about, was it Edinburgh? In Edinburgh, there's a place called the World's End Pub. And the reason it was called the World's End Pub was because it was right at the city walls of Edinburgh. So you'd go down from the castle and you'd hit the city walls, and at the city walls you had the World's End Pub. And the toll to get through the gates there was really very high. It was too high for your average person. So because they needed their cows and their sheep and everything else, they never left the city. They all lived with them. Many of them had their cows literally in their houses. Some of them would be trooping them up and down the streets because they had nowhere to put them. Edinburgh was a very, very tight city with closes. That's very tight, close walkways that went down between the buildings. And many of the buildings were upwards of 10 to 15 stories high and sometimes even taller. It made Middenheim look a bit flat sometimes. Yeah, the lack of animals kind of amused me. I was like, where are they all? What are they eating? That's interesting. Arthur said, I literally grew up with hogs and pigs in my backyard. I didn't, but I grew up in a lighthouse. And the lighthouse that I grew up in had a host of huts that used to hold chickens, cows, sheep, and similar back when the lighthouse was isolated. And they obviously had to fend for themselves, and they had their own animals out there. But by the time I moved in there, which was in the mid-80s, such things were very much a thing of the past. Everything was just bought from the local butcher. All right, so does anyone have any preference to where I go next? Do we want to do a different type of place? Or do we want to continue on just extending out from here? Do we want to start moving into the docks? Do we want to start moving into the slightly more upper class area where we were intending on having a nice lake there as we moved out of the slums into slightly more spread out townhouses, possibly with walls around them, a couple of facade style houses to try and make it look impressive? Do we want to move to that area, or do we want to start moving north, heading towards some of the new town and some of the very middle class areas that will be popping up there, bound in within the old wall there? So again, some poorer buildings moving down towards the secondary port. Or even outside the walls. If anyone's got any preference, now's the time to show it. If you don't make one, I'll just scribble on whatever building sits in front of me, which is currently this area. Let me just double check what color I'm on. The wrong one. Okay, so I'm going to scribble on there while anyone throws any particular preferences that they have, because at least I know what I'm building in this area, loosely. I will be out to check your comments in about 5 minutes. I just want to at least box out some of this area so that I've got a clean idea of what it looks like. Actually, before I do that, why don't I go and add a few extra tree bits over by the slum as well. Let's pop over there, because we didn't do that, did we? And there's going to be a certain amount of vegetation in these areas too. Let's just quickly resolve that. purposely left some areas for this. Use this as a loose boundary between the different areas as well. Makes it easier to scan as a map for both players and GMs, so they can know what sort of area that they're in, and they also know the transition points from one area to the next. If you're doing your own maps, having clear boundaries on them may not be the most realistic thing in the world, because often, particularly for cities, you can find yourself in a completely different area of just crossing the street sometimes. But given that the only route people have into these locations is your map, it's not actually visiting the place and seeing how it all expresses in reality. Sometimes visually reinforcing one area in comparison to the next area can make a big difference in terms of the utility of your map and also how much people like it. There's a few maps that I've done that I actually hate. I despise them. I should have done them far better. I was perhaps on a tight deadline, or things just didn't turn out the way I wanted, or for whatever other reason, the map didn't turn out. But some of them are the most beloved maps out there, and it's not because they're necessarily very well drawn, as far as I'm concerned, or did what I wanted, but because people have used them and found utility in the map for helping them imagine what the place is like for themselves. And that's a good thing. Just because I don't like a map doesn't mean that anyone else has to pay attention to what I like. All right, that's beginning to look a little bit more. Yeah, that is looking much better. A little bit of foliage around the water there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, right, where were we? Any comments? North and towards the bourgeoisie. A very posh area would look nice. It would, wouldn't it? You know what I'm saying? I think it would be good to fill in the area with old walls, as that may influence what ends up going beyond them. See, that's all very sensible. Yeah, and you know what? That is very sensible. Because to a degree, what lies within the old walls is very much what the old town was building. There was, for example, a municipal building that got converted into a brewer and a hospice and similar. The main area, which would have once been absolutely gorgeous empire tenement buildings that are sitting for about 3, maybe 4 levels, and have now become saggy and cracked and a bit off. What other things would we have had in this area? We'd have probably had, if we're looking at where the wall goes, there'll have been a new construction for a Temple of Sigmar. That one perhaps could have fallen into disrepair, but there'll almost certainly be one around here somewhere. We've got the idea that there's a halfling quarter over here of some sort. If anyone was in the last stream, if you can remember what we're going to do with the halflings, that'd be great, because I have no recollection at all. Yeah, I think possibly you've got a good idea there, at least in terms of providing some sort of loose guidance. That being the case, we could just pop up to the internal of the wall there. Our intent was to have ourselves a very empire-y wall that moved directly into the water with a tower on it. That is the worst looking sketch I've ever seen for that. So we could do that bit there and make our way down. Let's see if anything else. Yelp's also suggesting if we want to change the vibe a bit, we could go across the channel. Yeah, towards the boat building area. We do have quite a lot around here. I can't remember quite what we decided to put by this large market. I'm pretty sure that was a large market that we were dropping in. A flesh market possibly for people coming in from the outside, but I don't quite recall what we said in the last discussion for that. We did have a couple of very impressive towers sitting in the water here that have been butted up and raised out, very Roman style, as in they'll have built out and then sunk it in. And they are to impress visiting dignitaries. The most important wharf for visiting dignitaries being this one, which means we need to make sure that that one's big enough to take a wolf ship, which is one of the primary warships that's used by military dignitaries. So we want to make sure it's big enough for that. Smaller cogs and other ships will be able to use that easily. If we're talking about visiting dignitaries for other realms, they're probably going to be also coming in relatively large vessels. So we'll be again looking for a fairly decent wharf. I might want to, pier. I might want to increase that by about another 20 feet or so, just to make sure that that works. It'll be deep draft and dredged, which means that we're going to need to have some dredge working around it as well. But a very pretty location all the way along that road, because that's the road where the dignitaries are taken. Let's have a quick idea here. Some ideas we had for the slums area, including the halflings. Excellent. Gambling den with rooster fighting, led by a woman. As I recall, that one's actually possibly on already here. I think that was that one. Could be wrong. Yeah, gambling head honcho, psycho. Yeah, absolutely. And halfling community with a shrine of Esmeralda providing charity to the, but that's what it was. Yeah, I quite like the idea of that. That's our little holy site down there. I think that's meant to say Esmeralda. I hope not, because it looks like Esta Isna. Who knows what that's saying? Yeah, I'm going to want to drop that little bit in there. I want to get a nice little community here. I really rather like halflings. Oops, wrong brush. And I'm a little bit sad that we don't have any, at least currently, inside our group. So if we do that, work that as a circle. We have that as a small central square where there's all manner of eateries and restaurants, outdoor eating, and similar, and outside set of buildings that leads over to that. So it goes out like a keyhole there. So let's get our roads in. I know what's happening now. Roads. I always forget where I put my roads. So we'll have that come in there. We'll have that go straight through into a central plaza. Right, so do we want another way in? Do we want only one way in? I think we do. What we have is a small arched way in that's very much designed for not humans, a halfling way in, which means that the old big folk and the longshanks, or whatever you want to call your big chappies, are going to have to stoop just to get into the place. We're looking for ponies and carts and similar, and a small arched roof, which is possibly about 4.5 feet high. So halflings can get through this with ease. Dwarves will need to stoop. Humans will have to go right down. Elves are pretty much crawling around on their chests, really not enjoying getting in. But on the inside, I'm imagining color and eateries and fine smells, a shrine in the middle that's surrounded by a lot of the stock that has arrived before it's taken out elsewhere. I think that's really quite fun. So let's go into my liney layer and mark that in, so we get an idea of what we've got. That's going to go right over the road. Let's go. Before I do that, just double check if there's anything else there. Yalab is saying, I don't have any notes for that large square. Good. Only a very generic note there. Yeah, flesh market. So we'll make it a flesh market, possibly a fish market as well. Charles says, with all the awesome ideas in place will likely be my next adventure hub. Yay! Our job here is done. Really, really glad that you said that. I mean, that's ultimately what we do this stuff for, isn't it? Is to do something that inspires and works as a really cool place for everybody. I'm a big fan of creating cool things that everybody can use. It's almost like a gatehouse. And it goes in like that. So we're going to have ourselves a circular set of townhouses. So I'm imagining these are probably 3 to 4 story townhouses, but 3 to 4 story halfling townhouses, which means they're about the equivalent of a 2.5 story human townhouse, moving around in that circle. Each one of the buildings will, if we separate them out loosely like a wheel, interesting. Immediate urge is to immediately turn it into something rather sinister. So possibly there is something sinister going on behind the scenes. I also don't dislike that, particularly if the poor old halflings have been, unfortunately, gullibly roped into something without realizing it. Something to be said there. I'm going to think about that in a moment. Anyway, yes, I'm imagining our halflings living in clan groups. I'm imagining some sort of version of the halfling lever marked somewhere so that all the great families that are living there, the different clans, have got their bloodlines very clearly marked. There's going to be big creches because they live communally. There's going to be more aunties and uncles that you can shake a stick at. There's going to be an average of about 20 to 30 living in each of the big rooms. They're all in each other's pockets. Some of the rooms will be dedicated to cooking, others manufacturing. It's a busy little community, possibly comprised of maybe 3 of the primary Reikland clans, maybe 4 of them. I think the Rumsters will definitely be in there because you can't go wrong with the Rumsters. A community that they helped finance. Possibly they came over from Altdorf, enticed by some claims that were made by Leipmund. Now, although we're inside the original ones, we're probably talking his father or possibly his mother. They'll have got themselves some deal which granted them access to some territory that they could call their own. And they're now responsible for much of the dignitaries' foodstuffs that they consume. So they've very much carved themselves a place locally because they create the tastiest stuff. Yeah, okay, I'm quite liking this. I'm also liking the idea that they've got gardens at the back of it. So a ring loosely going into the other parts. So if we've got a building there, you'll be looking at something like that, going to something like that, and then that's going that way. It'll go down like that, and across like that, up like that. If we add a building in there, that means we have our garden coming out like so. We've got one going in that way. Let's cross it in like that. So there's our gardens, each one tied into one of the clan houses. We could in fact even possibly have 8 different clans here, possibly one of them being the Lost Pockets. So one of them being a clanless group. In fact, I quite like the idea of having 8 of the clans here, each one in a slightly different one. And then we can have some nefarious subplot working off of those 8, and somebody using the halflings who themselves are largely immune to many of the depredations of chaos. But that doesn't mean they can't be manipulated by them for their own ends. So possibly this is also a center of an unexpected cult that is using the halflings and heading them towards some sort of, I don't know, maybe they're making a geomantic web or doing something else. The nature of what they're building is creating a large octagon. That being the case, you might want to mark each one of the primary points with some form of pillar that was originally built when they were there to reinforce that. Effectively, we're building something like that big building from Ghostbusters. Unexpected for a halfling enclave. And the people who live there literally have no idea. So possibly that was tied into the architect that helped design the place. So I'm looking at someone who's associated with the local Gaffer Guild, maybe. The Gaffer Guilds being the basically they're project managers, the gaffers, and they're very halfling, and the gaffers have cornered the market in ogre labor because halflings and ogres just get on. I still remember the very place where that was written in Warhammer, and it has sort of continued on ever since then, when the very first Ogre Kingdoms army came out, and halflings were almost the race that were in the Ogre Kingdoms, not the Noblars. But that's by the by. Let's pop in a couple of outhouses and pens for all their chickens and their hogs and their animals that they're keeping in the back. Right, I'm going to be looking up for comments. So if you've got any comments, now's the time to drop them because I'm about to go and have a look. Okay, this is a relatively interesting place. I'm quite liking it as an area. Attach that through there. It's very middle class, that one, so we're going to need it. I'll figure out what that does in a second. Being halflings, they will have tinkered with this and played with it and added extra embellishments, popped up flower pots, added characterful details, made it very much their own. Give the impression that the place is full of chairs and tables, but I don't want to go into too much detail here, largely because the scale's small, and if I did it properly, they would just basically be dots. But dots don't really convey anything sometimes. That'll do. That gives us at least an idea of what the place looks like there. Right, let's see if there's any comments there. Why do you think I spend so much time in these streams? Yeah, totally, because we're going to use them. Perhaps some of them working in the wine enterprises. In fact, that's a fine idea. Very much something that they'd be interested in. That is a fine idea. Halflings are an entrepreneurial species by nature. They're constantly getting their fingers stuck into stuff. They're doers as well as lazy-abouters. Yeah, I quite like that. So possibly we want to have that backing into something on the other side as well, so that some of them are moving out and working in other sections. We could have some of the grape works, or possibly the bottling or something else working down near the down near the canal there. I think that might work quite well. Let's have a look there. Speaking of ogres, any ogre presence in the city? Yeah, I imagine there's probably some in the halfling area. Where there's halflings, there's ogres all the time. The highest instance of ogre population in the empire is, after all, in the Mootland. And if we're talking about a group that have been effectively sponsored from Altdorf, they will have come by clan along with all of their requisite extras. And if the Gaffers Guild has a presence here, they'll have probably brought with them an ogre labor force of at least 10 ogres that will have been responsible for much of the movement of resources for building Kalegen. It wouldn't surprise me if the Gaffer Guild arriving was very much Halskrug's goal. He wasn't too bothered by the rest of the halflings. He wanted the Gaffers because they're some of the best builders and construction people in the empire, and they're much, much cheaper than dwarves. Much cheaper than dwarves. So having the Gaffers bringing their architects, bringing their laborers, bringing their ogres. So I reckon there's probably some there, and from that there'll have been some that wandered off. Ogres are, if anything, filled with wanderlust, so some of them will have wandered off. So there might be a bodyguard for one person. There might be an ogre that is being fed to look after one of the inns elsewhere. It wouldn't surprise me if the local Halskrugs have kitted up a couple of ogres in very impressive imperial finery to act as primary guards outside their main gates. Their job is to look good, not to actually do much in the way of guarding, because they make bloody impressive guards. Your coach glides by two enormous ogres. That's immediately something that's going to impress others, because everybody's aware of just how awful ogres can be. So yeah, I definitely think there's a good chunk of ogre presence there, and it probably started with the original arrival of the halflings with the Gaffers Guild with the previous generation. It could be a magic stone production operation, every clan having a different one. I don't think that really quite works for the halflings. The halflings are magically dead. You don't get halfling wizards, nor do you really get halfling runesmiths, nor do you even get halfling priests. The closest to a halfling priest is the village elder, who will speak on behalf of the community to the gods and make some petitions. But the halflings and the gods have got a laissez-faire attitude to each other. They don't really have great temples where they worship them, nor do they have great temples where they try to appease them. It's more, yes, there are halfling gods. Yeah, they are out there. And this is the halfling god for this party. This is the halfling god for that party. And this is the halfling god that has this sort of history with our species. So I don't think I'd probably go for halflings doing magic stone production. That's the sort of thing that you'd be looking for in the Empire, at least. The wizards from the colleges of magic, that's very much their thing, where we're looking at the human side. Indeed, they're the only ones who could legally do it. Elves could do that. But again, we're not really looking at an elven city here. Another alternative would be looking at dwarves doing something similar. Dwarves are all about creating magical artifacts. But this is a city where we haven't really hard-coded in a dwarven quarter yet, at least. We are very far away from the dwarven holds. There are, I mean, most of the, like Kalegen over by there, that's down. And you got most of the holds in the Grey Mountains have either fallen or very recently been retaken. So the dwarves are more likely to be on the way out rather than the way in. And this is a new town, so there just hasn't been the length of time required to bring them in. And if we're talking about the gaffers being used to doing for many of the primary construction, we're not going to need to then say, oh, but the dwarves came in and did the walls or something like that. They've been employed from Altdorf. Dwarves being traditionalists are very unlikely to leave their home unless they've got a very, very good reason, because that also means leaving their clan, their family networks. It means leaving their heart behind. It's not something your average dwarf is willing to do without a very good reason, which might be gold. But if Halskrug, at least the previous Halskrug, was looking for mid-tier labor, the dwarves aren't going to be there. So I probably wouldn't go down the dwarf for that angle either. Again, if you've got another idea or if you think I'm wrong in anything, ping it out. But I think a magical stone operation, probably not for the best bet. Okay, so an ogre quarter somewhere nearby, halfling colony would make sense. I don't think it needs a whole quarter. I think ogres are notorious for only banding together for military reasons. They tend to wander from place to place. They're often very individualistic and often quite loners. They assimilate with local communities surprisingly well. They'll wear local clothes. They even the most staunch Mountain of Mourn ogre, when they arrive in the Empire, will soon be sitting there wearing an Empire hat and Empire clothing in general, possibly with a gut plate as well, for cultural reasons, and possibly with the mot inscribed very basically on it in some fashion. They tend to just blend. It's not so much you get an ogre quarter as you just get ogres living with the halflings and very much getting fed by them frequently to ensure that it's ogres living with the halflings, not ogres eating the halflings. The Gaffers Guild probably employs maybe still like 8 to 10 of them or so. So that's probably what the quarter amounts to, 8 or 10 ogres that live in with them. They probably have 1 or 2 of them might live in 1 or 2 of the buildings and all the rest of them clumped together. If we had an ogre mercenary band or something similar, or an ogre fighting pit for them to work around, that might work really nicely. In fact, to reinforce that, it might be worth adding a fighting pit here, because ogres are the founding point of pit fighting in the old world. They influenced Tilia, who then picked up all their gladiatorial nonsense later, but again, that came from the ogres. Pit fighting as a concept came from the ogres and their culture. So having something that reinforces that might be a good idea. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Yeah, let's see there. God of Apple Pie, God of yeah, totally. Yeah, but they also need. That's a fair point, actually. So maybe we've got maybe like 3 or 4 of them living in with the halflings. The other 6 maintaining a fighting pit just on the outside, and that fighting pit is a cultural and religious center for the ogres. So they'll also be. They'll probably have an equivalent of a butcher there doing their stuff. They'll be fighting there. They'll be calling in people from all around who are looking for martial money. So pit fighters, basically. So I think maybe a pit beside that. What do you think of that? Let's have a look what Hua says. I didn't mean the halfling making it, but maybe a legal group using the places to build stuff. I see is each of the wind attracts. Yeah. You're right. The halflings wouldn't notice, but the halflings would, by their very nature, gather Gyron in great swathes. because they are a very touchy-feely group. Gyrin, the magic of life and fertility and overabundance, or on the opposite side, everything going wild and wrong. So Gyrin is what you'd almost certainly get throughout the entire wheel that we've got there. To attract Shyish, we need to have somewhere that was very much focused on death. To attract Actuary, we need passion and anger and fire and heat. If we're attracting, for example, I don't know, Heish, you'd be looking for philosophy, intelligence, logic. Logic's a bit more down into Shimon and down to Shimon, or however you want to pronounce it. Everyone's got their own preferred way. To properly reinforce each one of those, we'd need to reinforce it with the clans, and I think it would take quite a lot of finagling to make that work. I probably could be done, but you'd need to build one hell of a story to make that work. So I'm not dissing that idea. I think there's actually quite a cool idea in there. But as an idea, I think you'd probably want to spread it, slightly further out into the city. And you would say that this is the center of their Gyrin manufacturing. If you were saying there was a group that was secretly trying to gather the winds into a particular area and use those winds to crystallize it into some form of like a Gyrin stone or whatever, a life stone. And if it's some nefarious group that are attempting to effectively make what is single wind warpstone. It's not necessarily politic to say, but that's effectively what it is. Warpstone is solid Dar, for want of a better description, where a lifestone is just solid Gyrin. If you mix them all up, you effectively get your warpstone in one fashion or another. It was a point of massive contention, though, during the writing of the second Realms Sorcery book, but let's just not get into that. So you could have it as an unexpected Gyrin manufacturing plant, perhaps underneath it, and they're leaching out the Gyrin that's up above, which means that you could possibly even add a certain apathetic nature to how the halflings are manifesting, where once they were full of life and vivaciousness, more recently they've become more apathetic as the life is being literally sucked out of them down towards the whatever it is that they're creating down below group, because as we all know, cultists live in basements. So that could be a thing. Yeah, I'm not against that as an idea. I quite like it. I think it just needs a bit of refinement. If you've got any other ideas for refinement of that, drop them in. I'll grab the last comment here as well. The ogres can live at the fighting pit, right? Yeah, that's what I think. And I think many of them will probably live in the fighting pit. I'm looking at a relatively unsophisticated place. They don't particularly care if it's raining on them or if it's sunny on them or if it's anything else. All they care about is, do they have enough food? Do they have enough stones in their belly to help grind up that food? And is there another fight coming? They're very, very simple folk. Probably the pit's run by one of the ogres, possibly run by somebody else, but I think one of the ogres makes most sense. And it will be very much their side project while they're not doing building or whatever for their primary job. Quite like that as an idea. Slight problem is we've established that there's no sewers, and the halfling will probably notice humans in their basement. That is absolutely true. And we have established there's no sewers in this place, and I'm going to stick with that. So we're definitely not... the best you could do then is something that's been previously undermined, as in there's a cave underneath or something like that. However, given that we are in a naturally soaking area, most of this land here has got a relatively high water table. If there's any cavities down there, it's almost certainly full of water. Unless it has been specifically, tanked, I suppose. It's been properly lined to ensure that the water doesn't get in. So I don't think that there's a strong argument for tanking that down there. You could argue that someone built it first and then got the halflings in afterwards, but it seems far more likely that this might be an opportunistic choice, unless it was Zinch. If it's Zinch that's doing it, then a long-term plan would work perfectly, as in the halflings were sited there on purpose. Someone manipulated for them to be there because there is actually a natural cave that lies underneath that they have managed to drain as part of the works that went into the initial into the initial canal building. So it was all part of the same construction. I reckon you could build an argument for getting yourself a natural cavity down there that perhaps you can only access through another building that's relatively close. I could make an argument for it and not feel like it was too much of a stretch, but I'm happy for you to say that that's nonsense if you think it's nonsense. A strange idea. I'm not quite sure which one you're referring to. If you could pop that one up again. But the Belthani Temple underground, you know, a little guide for rituals. I see. Now, maybe this is where we do our conflab. We mix them together. Yeah. Okay, so we've got an ancient Belthani site that's possibly been repurposed by a Tzeentch cult so that they can get themselves magical stones for their own nefarious reasons. We haven't decided what they are yet. So we're going to have immediate problems with the old druidic family wanting to reclaim what they believe is theirs. The halflings that live there that are wanting them to basically fuck off. This is our land now. Stop trying to take it. The old druidic family feeling that something's gone wrong there and blaming the halflings for it, not realizing that it's an older scheme from a Tzeentch cult where they're looking to basically remove the old Belthani influence and replace it with magically dead people who attract Gyron like nobody's business. So won't notice just how rampant the Gyron's got, so they can use it for their own reasons. I reckon you could probably build a decent story with Belthani on one side, the halflings on the other side, and their elder getting really pissed off with the representatives of the old druidic family, who would almost certainly be a minor noble locally. I've got a name for the old druidic family that are nobles. I'll have to go find that one out because I can't recall it off the top of my head. So that mixed with a cult that's manipulating things from behind the scenes, who are probably completely sunk into the local bureaucracy, throwing up spanners in the works to ensure that effectively the status quo as it currently stands is maintained for whatever reason they want their naughty magical items for it. I think you need a good story for what they were doing, possibly attach it to an existing cult, because one of the great things about Tzeentch is that Tzeentch always has a plan, loads of plans, but there's always a plan going. But all too often, Tzeentch cults are presented without a plan, like they're foolish. And that they have no greater scheme other than this Tzeentch cult is doing this. Yeah, but what are they actually doing? So wrapping them up in that and showing that there's some sort of long-term plan with that would be quite nice. I wouldn't wrap into the purple hand because I think it lies quite outside their standard remit. So I would probably look at maybe one of the bits of Tzeentch that you could possibly drop in there, the eyes or whatever. Yeah, there's something potentially in that. I'm not sure what it is yet. So if you've got any more ideas on that, do drop it in. So for the ogre is maybe a building established by the gaffers to house the ogre workshop with a fighting pit and butcher workshop attached. Sold. Let's put that on now. In fact, so I don't get caught up chatting. So fucking sold on that idea that I'm going to do it right now so it's not lost. Let's drop our fighting pit in here. Get ourselves something that... have ourselves a very loose... I think actually I'm going to make it more of a bunch of tents to reinforce a big tent or two. I mean, I wanted to sort of give it an angle. So it reinforces their nomadic lifestyle. It also gives them the feeling that they could leave at any moment. It's an important part of the ogre psychology, that they don't feel tied down. And the halflings are fully aware of this. So the gaffer, whoever it is, will have purposely set this up to be as enticing as possible. So they'll set it almost up like a small mercenary camp with a special area for campfires and chat and gathering around and talking about the biggest thing that they ever killed and then laughing as they pat their bellies or something equally fun. So we could have that there. We could have a main stand where they're doing people gather around it. So the halflings will be looking to make money out of this on the betting. So we can have ourselves some sort of grandstand sitting on the other side, equivalent of a bleachers or something similar, looking down over into the pit. Okay, so we've got our ogres there messing. They're going to need a bit of space. Nobody's going to want to live beside those fuckers because ogres are awful. So let's put a high wall on one side to reinforce that. A house on the outside, possibly for the gaffer and his main business there. Let's wall off that side as well because this is the halfling land. up towards the main road and keep it entirely open at the front onto the road so that the ogres in no way feel constrained. I think that will tick most of the boxes there. So let's quickly drop that in as a road. It goes all the way through into the tent. And we can have ourselves a pen at the back for payment. So we're looking at cows that are getting shipped in to feed the ogres. They can sit in this pen. We haven't got our butcher. Let's have a butcher by another fire at the back. Doing his job at the back. And then a pet, possibly with... Yeah, okay. That's sort of a thing. How big is that? Doesn't look very big for ogres. Bugger. I think I might want to make that bigger. Before I do that, let's have a quick check, see if there's anything else there. Already. There we go. We also already have a grey wizard in the smithy. Oh, yeah, over there. It's basically a lot of magical things going on in that area. In fact, you can add a sub-story for the grey and why he's there, because he's sensing that there's something weird going on over in with the halflings. Can't figure out what it is because it's Gyron and it's not his wind, but he's definitely sensing something going on. That could potentially be a nice little subplot for the grey as well. The discomfort that he's feeling without any real understanding of why it's discomforting. It also gives us an opportunity to pull in the cunning man, who's most certainly going to have detected that magic has gone weird. They very much believe in protecting their wards, the village. In his case, it will be the original village, from influence from the outside. So has probably investigated the halflings on multiple occasions. So that's another route for building your bridges between each one of your locations. So if you've got PCs that go to one location, it automatically starts building stories towards the next location, things that the characters can say that they're interested in, or potential jobs that can be dropped at the PC's feet. All those things can be done. Oh, the fighting rings look a bit small. I was thinking exactly the same thing. The only one that's really a fighting ring is one. Ogres tend to have a single pit, but we don't really have an area here for practicing. And that pit, I think, is too small. So I'm about to move this because I also think it's not big enough. So let's quickly take that and move it like so. And significantly increase this area. Because I agree, it's way too small. We can drop that over there and we can get ourselves a far bigger main pit. That's a bit better. With lined with irregularly placed stakes, bits of wood, the occasional ladder leading down to it. Be dirty down there. Be dirty all around. Need somewhere for one on the same on the other side too. I remove that now. Don't need it anymore. Have this for turn that into major tent for that one. Put in there. I'm not entirely convinced I need that either. That's a bit better for a compound. Let's leave it open on one side. Yeah, I think I prefer that. That's much bigger. And reinforces the relationship between our ogres and our halflings, while simultaneously reinforcing that there are more than just elves. There are more than just Lord of the Rings species in Warhammer. It's always good to bring our ogres in and give them something that directly is reflected on the map. So let's go to the road, fill that in its new place. So going all around. Take that out. I'll turn it into a muddy mess on the inside. I'll go in there too. Yeah, this place is a mess. Love it. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. It's oh, looks like I'm not the only one who thinks that. Excellent. I'm glad to see you agree. I also think that does look a little bit better. Hi, Vivid. Looks like the building next to the big ring got a bite taken it. It does. Let me just let me just fix that. Good shout. Right. So I don't know what you're talking about. It was totally perfect. Let's put some the idea that there's some loose sort of stakes sitting up. There's not many ogres here, so I don't need to lay out all manner of just stumpy places for them to sit on. Let's mess up our edges a little bit. This place is lived in and mucky and messy. But it still drags ne'er-do-wells and pit fighters and yeah, okay, yeah, that's beginning to look like a thing. No, not necessarily. In any way, shape, or form. They are, at least by Warhammer standards, ogres are pretty simple. They don't have much in the way of abstract imagination. They don't really get music beyond a good old bellow. They don't really understand the concept of art beyond the basic depiction. They don't really come up with the, let's say, the brightest plans in the world. They're a simple folk. But like any folk, you've got really bad ones, not so bad ones, good ones. Like any species, they've got their own innate drives. Ogres in particular are driven by their hungers. Their entire god is based around hunger. And those hungers are far more than just, I have a hungry belly that needs to be swollen and filled. They also hunger for the horizon, for one way of describing it. What lies across the next hill? They have a constant need to push on and drive, a wanderlust that sits in their very souls. They are not necessarily malevolent, to the point that almost every single culture in the Warhammer world has some ogre connection to a degree or another, even if that's get the fuck out of here for, say, the Azure or maybe the Druchii who want to use them as nothing more than slaves. They meld in very well with everybody. And one of the reasons they do that is because they don't have a great deal of imagination. They just pick up what's around them and absorb it. The whole concept of that is written into their army list, where you can basically get wandering ogres that have got, I don't know, Cathaean garb or Imperial garb or whatever other particular society they may have come into close contact with. And that's reflected in their characters. If they were all monstrous, they wouldn't be able to do that. They wouldn't be able to present themselves as mercenary companies that could be hired by one lord or another. Now, are some of them absolutely awful? Yeah, sure. Are some people absolutely awful? Yeah, sure. They're just like anybody. There's good ones and there are bad ones. But because they are so frickin' monstrous and quite capable of eating a man whole, it's fair to say that there's an awful lot of people who like to cast them always as the troll that sits beneath the bridge, so to speak. This keeps happening to me today. I keep seeing things that aren't there. What is it that you saw there? Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it definitely wasn't there, and that certainly wasn't me. All right, let's drop in some shades in this area. If anyone sees anything else they think should go into this area, tell me now. I'm just going to quickly drop in some loose shading so that we can get an idea of what these things are like. That's a large ogre tent, an inside wall. I should actually color these first so we can see it a bit more cleanly. So let's do that. Oops, wrong one. Locations. I'm going to mark this one as the actual ogre center. I'm not sure which one I want to. I'm going to mark that one as well because that's where the gaffer lives. I think the halfling section is more of an actual quarter. It's almost like a district. So it's not so much that it's a location. I feel like there's probably maybe a shop or something similar in one of these areas that would definitely get detailed. Perhaps We can ensure there's no low haven influence here, for example. So there's no strong criminal underbelly working with these halflings. They've been very much pushed back by the gaffers, whichever particular clan the gaffers come from. I think I'll just do the rest of the buildings in those good old building color. I need a bigger brush. This will take forever if I do it this way. That's a bit bigger. That'll do. So yeah, as I said, if you have any other ideas for this area, other things we could include, do mention. I've got a feeling though that in terms of locations and being keyed, much of this is more description for the local area rather than per se being locations that we pick out and add individual hooks for. Nice. Pop, pop, pop. So if you have any more ideas, now's the time to pop them up. When I finish doing off the colouring, I'll pop in, take one more look, and then I'll do the shading and take in another look. And if we have any other ideas that'll add something interesting to the picture here, I will quickly pop them on too. Also, while I'm here, I think it's also worth saying that if any of you consider yourself to be budding writers, even if you're budding bad writers, and you fancy writing any of this stuff up, I'm not just open to that. I am quite keen for that. I have obviously a bajillion things to do for myself, so I don't have the time to write up all of Kalegen myself, but I am very keen to see this place written up according to our descriptions. And I have already started, because I'm testing out how the software works, a World Anvil account. And that World Anvil account is going to be updated with pretty much everything that we do in the Enemy Within as we work our way through that. So every location we visit, all the NPCs we visit, they should all get some entries written in for them. This place is actually pretty cool. I quite like the way this place is building. And as I do that, I'm also filling in entries for pretty much everything else. Got a nice little entry for Uber's Reich building up. Got a nice little entry for how nobility in the empire works up. I'm about to start doing bits on the state army and how it all works. So if you fancy writing up Kalegen bits and popping it up there, I am more than happy to offer you a place over on the Lawhammer World Anvil account, and we can work on that together. And I'll basically edit it so it all makes sense and it all works accordingly. Now, I fully understand that not everyone's mad like me and just wants to happily churn out Warhammer stuff for their games. But if there is anybody out there who'd like to give it a go, I am well up for supporting you and giving you a place for it to all go so we can get all of the Kalegen information into one place and write it all up as a super cool location. I'm going to quickly check the comments before I run off and do the shading. No, criminal halflings is a nice change of pace. I like that. Yeah, Dan, tell me about it. You write criminal halflings once, then suddenly everybody's a criminal halfling. It was meant to be something that was done for three things. One was some loose adventure hooks for the Reikland, Adventures Afoot in the Reikland. Uber's Reich, so that we could show a different way for halflings to be presented. It wasn't the first time we'd had criminal halflings. They popped up multiple games before in one variety or another. Freeport had some, for example. And it was going to be a primary part of the Altdorf book, as we originally planned it, where it was going to be them having their arses handed to them by the local Altdorf gangs, who really were way ahead of them for one reason or another. And it was going to be a nice way of showing how what may be working in one place doesn't work in another place. But yeah, that's a thing. Halflings suddenly popped up bloody everywhere. Not that I'm against it. I quite like good old low havens, but if everyone's a low haven, then really no one's a low haven, because our normal halflings have sort of lost traction, which is a bit of a shame. Let's just pop that in as a shade. Drop the shade on the other side. This is quite a tall building. Drop that in. And once I finish the shading, I'll check the comments again. So you have anything else you'd like to say? Now is time to pop it in, and I'll be there in a second. Then we can do some highlights and then a little bit of color, and that'll be this little section done. I'm quite liking this. This has got flavor. We're getting a strong sense of what this part of the community is like. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's our. Oh, not quite. A little bit over here too. That'll do. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, another couple comments. Oh, I didn't take that last comment off. I apologize. Yelp says, I may or may not have been thinking about writing something up since you offered a while back. I did. Perhaps starting with the heiress. I would be delighted to have any contributions you would like to give. I can have up to, I think, 20 people working on the World Anvil, and I would quite like to have that many slowly but surely ticking away doing all the cool stuff. On our side, as in the people who are working in our game, I know Andy's going to be doing bits, I'm going to be doing bits, Lindsay's going to be doing bits, and it's possible another one or two of the players may want to as well. That's entirely up to them. It's not obviously a requirement for playing the game, but I'll definitely be doing quite a lot. And before I fell ill again, I just got to the point where I was pretty pleased with what the software offered, and I was definitely going to press on with it. The World Anvil people are quite literally the best. They are the loveliest. Janet and Demi, I just love them to bits. They are so cool. So even if it was just to help them out, I would probably be willing to do it. But as it turns out, their software is really very good. And also, if there's anything that we need to make the World Anvil offering better, I can happily talk to them. And they said that they would discuss adding extra tools that we may require to make everything work. So yeah, I'd be delighted to have yourself along if you would like to come along. But again, no pressure, and the full understanding that you might not be happy doing it. Also, the full understanding that not everybody will be writing that may be interested, but will be writing English as their first language. Again, that would be my job. I would make that work. It's my job as an editor, for example, and I would be happy doing that. But again, that's entirely down to yourself and your own comfort. Moving down to what do we have here? I would accept doing writing, but only if paid with access to so the master map. Yeah. Good luck with that. You're going to be getting sections of the master map through the course of the streams. Now, some of those have already been sort of made public. By that, I mean, when I gave a section of my master map over to Cubicle 7 when I left, and I said, go turn that into a map of the local area to make sure it matches everything else we've done, they basically just printed it directly into the back of the book. So the back of, I think it's Enemy in Shadows, I think it's that one, has effectively got a chunk of my master map, but with all the hamlets and small villages and a couple of the minor locations removed. Nevertheless, as we make our party go through the Empire, I'm going to be dropping the master map sections for each part as we go. So you're going to slowly get it anyway. So there's no need to necessarily beg for it. It will be coming. But I do have one major issue, and that's that the master map in its current form doesn't actually open in my PC properly. I can't edit it anymore. It got too big. So I need a new PC, and I've been holding off buying this PC. If Andy Lease goes out there, he'd probably drop a message about now saying, why haven't you bought a PC? I've been intending to buy one for an age, but instead we bought a laptop and spent thousands of pounds building a streaming room for us to do streams instead. Every time I intend to buy a PC, I would go and spend money on something else. We've so far, I mean, the conversion alone, we've already spent about £5,000-6,000 on, and we haven't even started the building in the garage. And all the equipment we've now got in the living room, be that cameras, lights. Oh, we've spent close to about £5,000-7,000 or something ridiculous like that. So yeah, I can't afford a PC right now because I went and spent all my money on stuff to do this stream. But in time, hopefully some money will come in and we can flip that round and I'll be able to buy a new PC and open up that map and do all the cool with it. But I've nevertheless still got flat versions of the map that have all the details on. It's just I can't add extra details, which for me is enormously frustrating because whenever I see a new extra detail, I want to pop it in. But at the moment, the master map's not unopenable, but it's almost uneditable. But that's because of this PC being like 6 years old. So there you go. There's where the map currently sits. I managed to squeeze Carberg area out of you a while back. Yes, you did manage to squeeze the Carberg area out of me a while back. And it also shows a little bit on the Princedom of Altdorf as well, as I recall. And thanks, Andy, because that map's a thing of fun. It kind of is. Looking at sections that you have shown are amazing. It must be ridiculous to find out you have no idea. Literally no idea. I actually had to show you the different reactions that the map has elicited down through the years. About 3 years ago, 4 years ago, perhaps. So just after Cubicle 7. So it was about 2019, I think. I had somebody get in contact with me. That's a 10 trying to do it's not change how that sits. Someone get in contact with me, basically swearing and calling me all the names in the world because I hadn't released it publicly, and I was just wrong and evil, and I had to be released for to everyone for free immediately, and to not do so was to betray the entirety of the Warhammer fan base. I was just left going, where does this come from? I mean, I can understand you wanting it, but turning to insults is not going to be the best way to get a thing, I would presume. Oh no, I'm on the wrong bloody layer. Ah! It's my most hated thing. How many of these can I get rid of? I recall I've currently got my limit set to 50 and I've done far more than 50 lines. Okay, not too bad. I can fix that. Always check what layer you're drawing on, people. Let's get the correct pencil as well while I'm here. Yeah, there we go. Let's quickly re-pop those back in and then go to my highlight layer. Do the correct layer this time. Oh, I missed one there. Oh, well, whatever. I'll live. Should have realized because it was drawing over the black slightly. And it shouldn't have been doing that. There's definitely something going on with these buildings. Got to figure out what it is. What nefarious things are occurring beneath the circle halfling? Yeah, there's definitely something going on here. I have to decide which cult is responsible for this because it's definitely a thing. Okay, cool. Well, I've left the comment up, pardon me. All right, we've unexpectedly got a bit of an area there. Let's just quickly muddy up and grass up the back a little bit with a little bit of color. I'm going to drop that in with... I don't have the right brush there. Let's go grab it from the bottom. I want that size 5, and I want approximately that color. I want it on the color layer. Let's just double check how that goes. It goes well. So let's add some dirt here, dirt all around here, dirt in our fighting pit, dirt in our little field for our little animals, dirt in some of these, and I'll fill up some of the rest of them with a bit of grass. And then we'll add some vegetation because there's going to be quite a bit of vegetation in there for the halflings. There's just some undercolor just to add a little bit of texture. Again, this is going to be so small on the overall map that the actual detail doesn't matter as much as the impression of detail. Let's now go trees and drop my opacity down. Even that's a bit big. Get the impression that they're growing all manner of stuff in their back gardens. I'm not so sure I want to do that. I I'd rather leave it over and add a bit of yellow to that instead. Let's cover that with a bit of life. Again, we want to reinforce the idea that there's a lot of gyron here. So we're going to add a lot more actual life to the area. Have some vines, or at least the impression that there's vines growing up between some of the buildings. This place is full of life, both literally and metaphorically. There's loads of little halfling kids running around. There's the lovely smells of food being cooked, and that's beginning to look quite nice. Yeah, that's giving the impression that I'm looking for, I think. Let's just add, before I'm done there, a little bit of color onto the center, and then we're done there, I think. Then I'll come up to the comments again, just in case there's anything exciting. Just a little bit extra color there. Okay, cool. Let's zoom out now, and let's add a little bit of white to that before I do that. Highlights. Oops. Okay. Let's quickly add, oops, one brush. There. Excellent. Yeah. We've definitely got a place now. Look at this. Let's add a little bit of extra detail over our pit so you get the idea of some texture in there. Now that we've got it loosely. Put a bit extra in that too. Just the slight impression of detritus and mess around the place, because this is the ogre section. Love it. Okay, right. Let's have a quick check. Where are we? Where's our last comment? I managed to squeeze. Kind of a funny story. My PC's breezed through that area against my plan, so that's from Carver. Hey, that's how it works sometimes, isn't it? You make all the best laid plans, and your PCs arrive, and they go, "I'm going over to that hill." But I've done everything over on that hill. But that hill looks better. Ta-da! And off they go. PCs. Who can trust them? Thanks, Andy. Because that map is a thing of fantasy, looking at the section you've read, so amazing. It wasn't even I work. I think I already had that comment up. Yep, wouldn't the plants be dead with the gyron being absorbed? I think we're not quite at that point yet. I think that we're at the point of lassitude and the beginning of decay, rather than everything's dead. If everything was dead, it would be noteworthy and everyone would have it. And it would be a plot hook that wouldn't just be immediately pursuable. It would be one that was obvious. Generally, you want something that's not going to be quite so obvious. So you're at the point where you arrive and you find that some of the leaves have curled. Some the old man has recently died, who everyone thought would live forever. There's a bunch of people sitting in the corner just sunbathing because they literally can't be arsed. Someone who was known for being particularly effusive has suddenly become much more lazy. So we're in the first steps because it's getting drawn. It's something to be investigated rather than something that is super obvious. And it's also something that if the PCs are canny about the winds of magic, it's possible one of them might go, I think there might actually be something wrong here with the wind causing it, rather than doing the classic one, which means, oh, this feels like despair. It must be Nurgle, which is a classic way of viewing these things. Despondency has arrived. It's Nurgle. Maybe that person's ill. It's Nurgle. Now, Nurgle is very closely tied to gyron, and especially an overabundance of gyron as disease spreads wild. And everything bloats and goes swollen and horrible, and fruit goes far too far and bursts. So yeah, it's very much a Nurgly wind. So that can also work as a red herring for your storytelling, if you wish, because you've got people who are potentially too clever at their Warhammer who'll come in and they'll go, well, it's Nurgle, it's certainly this, but actually behind the scenes, it's Tzeentch. So a nice way of slightly mixing things up there. It's being absorbed through there, not necessarily from there. That's possibly the case as well. And yeah, that works well. It was mainly the promise of more maps that drew me into supporting. Oh, thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, we're going to be doing quite a lot of them. I did a bunch of experimental maps right at the very beginning of the Patreon, where I did a bunch of quick. Here's a battle map for this, that, and the other. There's going to be quite a lot of those. Some of them will go for free. Some of them will be sitting behind the paywall because they're generic maps. Everything that's Warhammer specific, that's all going to be free. And that's not just because it's Warhammer specific. It's because it's not really my IP. I can give it to someone else. Whatever. Yeah, it's all free. Do whatever you want with it. But some of the more generic stuff, they'll all be sitting beside the all access level. But yeah, thanks very much for supporting. You're the best. We love you. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of them. I've already got, I think, about 9 drawn, and we'll release them as we use them during the streams. And I have a bunch more potentially that are going to go on top of that too. I'm busy deciding which ones I'm going to do next. So there's quite a lot more to come. Right. So thanks, Mark. You're the best. I meant to ask, what was the word for stevedores that deal with wood specifically? They're deal porters. Deal is the word for wood, and porter because they're the ones that ported it from place to place. The names of the different types of porter were particularly laid down in London during the 18th century into the 19th. Mostly. So the English versions of what stevedores were called were often pulled from there. You had your coal porters, your deal porters, your, I don't know, whatever else they were using. A lot of stevedores as well didn't just do the packing and the removing. They also did lighter work. Lighters being small boats that would go from ships back to land and ships back to land. And they would pile them high and they would work with the current. So the lighters themselves had no means of individual propulsion. All they had basically was a rudder. And they would just use the current to get over to the other side. And they would be packed high as well. So yeah, thanks, not a problem at all. The random things you pick up, I first learned about that writing for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Companion, the very first one in 2nd edition, when I was checking up stevedores and going into their history. I read a whole bunch of really fascinating books about them because I did a little bit about stevedores in that book. It was the first time stevedores were added to. Not the first time for Fantasy Roleplay. Was there one in 1st edition? There must have been one. I feel like there was. Okay, so right, okay, that's a pretty cool location. It's got a lot of character. That's something as well that you're going to be able to immediately see on the map, even when you've pulled out. Look at that, even there you can see it. This lovely little circular area sitting over to our side. And it's also going to contrast quite nicely with the more parkland type area that we're going to move into over there. We can also have the buildings on this side effectively hide the Ogre area. So whatever our building is here is going to be designed to try and hide this from any potential passers-by, but not hide it enough that somebody couldn't have pointed out that there's a big Ogre fighting pit over there for the dignitaries that would be impressed by such things. So possibly this area here, if you can see my cursor on the map, I'm not quite sure how well you can see that, but possibly this area here has got a large gate. So a gate that both hides and provides a mark, but also you could look through and see it has something pointed to you that you wouldn't have recognized unless you had it pointed out towards you. So a gate that was specifically designed to largely obscure, but at the same point, not obscure enough that it hides. So by gate, I don't mean it's more an arch rather than a gate. I don't mean it's actually got swinging gates on it. If we're looking for someone that once had swinging gates, we'll probably be looking at this area here, which was the old external for the city wall when they first attempted to build one. And I imagine it also doesn't have gates. It'll be like the old city gate will be there, but it'll have nothing in it unless we decide to use it as a toll house, which we might want to do because that's kind of fun. But there's too many ways to avoid it. We'd have to make sure that that was. I'm just remembering the old toll booths in my old hometown up north. There was 3 toll booths in the city, and a city in the town. Old toll booths from the 15th century, and yeah, they were easily avoided. But at the same time, they're on the main route. They weren't there to try and stop the locals. They were there to basically stop goods, and I can't see many goods passing down through that way. No, so I don't think that would be a toll house unless anybody's got any ideas there. Let's have a quick check. Yes, it definitely had stevedores in it. I'm just not sure if the career was in it. Because this also the stevedores guilds. They were definitely there, and the Teamsters Guild, stevedore and Teamsters. But I just can't recall if there was an actual career. It's been too long since I've looked at first edition. Abattoir, yeah, we definitely going to need one of those, Arthur. Hi, Arthur. Nice to see you again. I think if we're making this a flesh market down here, which is loosely what we're doing, so we're talking like a big meat market. And as I recall, we're going to have all of the primary markets on the outside where all the cattle are. We'll probably have the abattoir both on the outside and the inside for different lines. Yeah. The line being part of the old wall, yes, I'm aware. Just bringing up Yab's comment there. That line's part of the old wall, yeah, it totally is. I was trying to decide whether it should have had in its new version as part of the internal, whether there should be a toll house there. And I have a feeling if there is, it's the worst toll house known to man in that everybody avoids it and no one uses it. And there could be a good bit of humor there about the toll keeper who has never taken a toll for about the past 4 years. Because that road is no longer used by anybody who might be told. But it used to be used all the time when the state army used to go up and down this road, because that's the primary road that goes down there. So I think possibly that'd be a nice location for a bit of added injected humor in there. The toll house that nobody uses. Yeah, I definitely think there's something in that, particularly if you then add an extra layer as to why this toll house still exists. There's a reason for that. That can be figured out. A worker career. Yeah, there's the laborer career. That one definitely exists. When I was doing the translation and ensuring that all of the careers in Fantasy Roleplay 1 and all of the careers in Fantasy Roleplay 2 were included in Fantasy Roleplay 4, all of them in one fashion or another. It might mean that you had to conflate some careers and say there's something else. Villager, for example, was the equivalent of a charcoal burner. And we wrote that directly into the description. So if you wanted to be a charcoal burner from a previous edition, you could just say, oh, it's just that villager career. Great. I've got one that I can use. The idea being that if you had any career in a previous edition, as long as it wasn't a non-Reikland Empire type career, you should be able to translate it over just with the core set. So we weren't talking about trying to cover things like Ulrich's Children or Ice Witches or Bretonnian Knights, but we were most certainly trying to cover literally everything else. And Labourer was definitely in there. We had a whole career set at one point, which was going to be like a pauper, a day worker, but it just did not work. In the end, it got loosely translated into things like villager and stevedore and burger and similar. Now, I didn't think so. I thought I might have written the first one, but I wasn't entirely sure. It might be a translation thing. My memory tells me that there wasn't one, but since I had COVID that first time that almost killed me, I no longer trust my memory. So I'm quite happy to admit I could very well be wrong there. Meat market near the Ogre pit to feed the ogres, but also provide an excuse for a lot of closing and openings of gates. Yeah, we're going to need to get meat over there. Now, the meat is getting primarily shipped from here, which you can't quite see because of the comment. Let me just move that. So if it's primarily getting shipped from the meat markets and abattoirs, it's not a very long jaunt. It's across the bridge. I can see a toll being at that bridge. But no, they won't, because that's the primary route that our rich people take. So I can actually see that bridge being closed off. The only way to take it would be that bridge. So that bridge would be left and guarded and possibly only usable by other people. We need to get another bridge close by that then. And that would cross over and they go in there. I'm happy with all the meat being here and it being carted over. We've already got enough of a small farm and the rest, a small butcher there. I'm quite happy with the small traps. Ogres like having a good walk anyway. So the halflings, I think, would be keen not to have everything directly beside the ogres, because that would mean that they get antsy. There'd be nowhere to go. There'd be nothing to hunt, nowhere to fetch. Their feet would get itchy. A good halfling gaffer knows that he's got to send his ogres out to be chopping down trees at least once a week because it gets them out, it gets them doing stuff. Now, I know that sounds a little bit like you're trying to keep your dogs and keep them exercised, but a halfling gaffer is not entirely beyond thinking of his staff as his animals that he's got to keep under control. Ogres have a particular mindset, just like humans have a particular mindset, or elves have a mindset, or any of the species. And the gaffers are very good at keeping their ogres as happy as they possibly can. But inevitably, they're still going to wander off sometimes because ogres do. So yeah, I'm quite happy with a bit of a walk back there and back, maybe with carts. That means the ogres are going to be relatively well known around the meat markets. They'll be picking up slops, which are going to be getting sold. One thing that the markets in the Warhammer world have that you largely don't have in the real world is there is a significant market in inedible food as far as humans are concerned, because that's not inedible to ogres by any stretch. And indeed, it's not inedible to many halflings as well. Halflings have got far more capable stomachs of dealing with all manner of different foodstuffs. At least mine do anyway. So where most markets, their food's turning rotten and nobody really knows what to do with it, and they're trying to pass it off as something else, there's a clear place for them to sell it to the local ogres. And that also provides a certain level of support for ogres being in the town from certain guilds, because they're able to offload for a certain amount of coin stuff they would not otherwise be able to offload. And that also applies to potential criminal elements, because they're the easiest body disposers you ever saw. Again, though, will the ogres stay quiet? Because ogres, they're not necessarily the brightest, and they might blurt out something at the wrong time. So you got to be super careful. Anyway, do we have an answer? There we go. The bridge. Bridge would probably be used normal day to day and only used. Yeah, I think that might be a better way of doing it. Close it off. I think that's probably a better way of resolving it. It might also be worth making that bridge a mechanical one that raises and lowers, which means that if they've got somebody coming, they can raise it, stopping it from being used, forcing others to go a more roundabout route. And then when it's needed, it can lower down. And that automatically makes it much easier to control. And it also allows for PC awareness of the arrival of dignitaries, because there's a visible sign that someone's arriving, which isn't just a big boat's arrived. They can go down and suddenly the road that they were going to cross is blocked. Why is it blocked? They can ask. They always raise the bridge when someone's important coming. It's the beginning of an adventure hook, and dropping adventure hooks in on the sly, so to speak. So introducing potential story plots without saying, here's the big hook. Are you in the pub? Here's some coins for this map. Go kill this ogre is always a good thing. Rotating bridge. I'd be less inclined to do a rotating bridge because it's on the canal and it would block parts of the canal as it twisted. So you'd still get yourself a blockage there. I would prefer that blockage to be quite removable. So either it's a very high arched bridge, or it's a mechanical bridge that moves out of the way and is nice and low, making it very easy for coaches or similar to just cross with ease. So to keep that one flat, I think I would prefer mechanical, as in just there's a name for what they call when they go up and down. They've got a name. One of those bridges. I think that would be better. If the rotating bridge could raise, arguably better. You could potentially even add steam bits on it. That could work too. Let me just bring that one up. My mouse has suddenly decided not to pay attention to what I'm telling it to. We have a rotating bridge in a car. If you can get a picture of that, I'd be interested to have a look at it, see how much it blocks. Because our canal here at the moment is relatively tight. It's not the widest canal in the world. But that might still work perfectly. And if it does, then I'm quite happy with that. That sounds great. If it can be made to work, I'm well up for that. Right, so we've got a bit of cart for all this. I think I'm going to join up these two bits so that they're definitely finished off here. We're looking at an area that used to be middle class and has moved to slum. Okay, so we're looking at the buildings in the middle here being a mixture of middle class, but not quite slum. Okay, so let's grab ourselves a brush and I'm on the right one. Fill this up. Right, so these are going to be tight buildings with smaller It's going to be a tenement up here. We're down by the shipbuilding, so we're going to need slipways and workshops and warehouses here. This is not the primary. Is that the primary dock? The primary dock's there, so we don't need as many It's more workshops than warehouses. Okay, so this area is a mixture of workshop. I need to go in a little bit closer to that. Okay, right. Let's quickly mark that out. So we have some loose areas to fill. A couple of turn that into an entire area with a thin fence. A small office on the side. Small tower that rises up out of it. Chimney. All right, if anyone's got any ideas for this small area, any other fun, exciting things we could add to it, again, drop it into the comments. I'll be there once I filled out a couple of these buildings. I'm already beginning to get an idea of what this place feels like. Okay, well, let's do some smaller warehouses here. The definite feeling of and drifting off into what's going to be a tenement up here. Let's just make it a long one with no frontage at all. It goes directly onto the road. Again, I'll make a small comment. Obviously, if this was a real Warhammer place, many of these buildings would be much closer together. They'd be tighter. They're obviously multiple layers of tenements that would be almost butting heads at the top, crooked chimneys all over the place. Problem with that is that it makes absolutely no sense to a player when they're trying to figure out where their characters can go. It also makes absolutely no sense to a GM when they're trying to figure out where the primary streets are, and methods of getting through this, what turns out to be very closely built ramshackle area. So thus you just don't. There was a really lovely picture. I think it's down one of the closest here in Edinburgh in one of the tours, which showed you what the original street looked like, and it also showed you a map from the 17th century of what that street looked like, and the two of them were stark. The reality was that there was no daylight above them. The buildings didn't just lean against each other, they were constructed into each other, and there was no daylight on the street below. The street below was only around about 3 feet wide, and it had shops in it. And by that, I mean there was people standing in very tight stalls to either side as people pushed past them. It was that tight for space. There's contemporary pictures of this and what it was like looking down this close. And there's also contemporary descriptions of it. And it's pretty much exactly as described. The street wasn't a street. It was like a path going between buildings with building above and building below for around about, I think it was about 10 stories up and about 5 to 6 stories below at that particular point. So we're talking a proper crazy street. But on the map, it was shown as a clean thoroughfare that you could make your way down with a nice little word written down the middle of it as to what close it was. So, yeah, super interesting in terms of depicting it. And I generally recommend if you're building any city maps for yourself that you kind of follow the same principle, because if you do make it look realistic, it just breaks down as a useful thing. The only other alternative is to go for a more pictorial one. This is a plan. It's a very easy, fast style of map to make, even though we are going very slowly because most of my time is spent talking because, you know, me. Let me just drop in some extra details there. All right. I'm going to come and look at the comments in a second. I want that to be a back alley. I think I do, actually. So that being the case, let's mess it up just a little bit along the edges. And then we'll have that one actually be garden pushing up against the back as we move into the Halfling quarter. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, yeah, I'm going to get a feel for that place. Let's have a quick check for comments. Right. The total place that nobody goes through could be a rest of an old treaty of two noble families, the kind that has other benefits that work, but some clauses have become irrelevant. I think there's definitely something in that, having a historical reason for why it continues, and why it's still there, and the pointlessness of it, and showing the pointlessness of the decisions that are made by some of the nobles as well, worth supporting. You can use it as a nice way of satirizing those who are in control and authority, and the stupid things that they set up and stubbornly refuse to dismantle because it's tradition, or because they don't want to be seen to be the ones backing down, or whatever. You can use it as a good model for showing just how stupid some people can be. And the more power they've got, the more they're in a position where they can make the stupid become a reality, and they really probably shouldn't. Next one, the canal, I presume, as Cornell, was originally built in 1898. Good to know. Smaller boats can go under it when it's closed. In this case, they can't be tall, but it could be more elevated. Yeah, again, I think I'm going to go check out a picture for that one, because what I'm seeing is a bridge that we can, by coach, go straight across without having to go up or down. Okay, so we're going to be looking for a bridge that's relatively flat, because we want smooth sailing up to the palace. We want it to be as clean as possible for our dignitaries to make their way up there. Largely because we're in a position where a lot of these things have been pre-planned and pre-built, so they can be made to an ideal. And we also have someone at the top, Halskrug, who is very keen to nail down the perfect outcome, and is willing to do the work necessary to make that happen, make that house within its own grounds. Let me just there. Links got eaten by YouTube. Oh, stinking YouTube. Drop them in Discord. Yeah, I don't see them just now. We can catch it in Discord later. And if you're not in our Discord, strongly recommend you do drop by there. We chat about pretty much everything Warhammer based, and indeed anything else too. It's a nice wee community building over in that one, actually. If you're just looking for general roleplay chat rather than just specifically Warhammer, the Rookery Discord is building up quite nicely too. Do recommend that one. It'd be lovely to see you drop by and say hello there if you haven't already. Plus, the Rookery has got videos out every single week concerning roleplay topics in general, I suppose. There we go. So we've got a long part here. So let's pop a little building in there. Drop in a bit back. Okay, I'm going to do a few more houses, and I'll be back to the comments again in just a moment. I'm going to tidy this all up. I'll mess it all up, actually. We've got something that goes all the way up there. Let's support that by having some sort of impressive building inside its own. Not sure what this is yet. It's like some sort of merchant's hall. It's relatively small though. The maybe an exchange. We're going to make it an exchange. I want it to be far, far bigger, probably extending down there. In fact, that might be worthwhile if I do that and make it attached to that. We can have nice carvings along the front of wheat and barley and local produce. Yeah, make that one like an exchange for the minerals that are coming down from the mines. Let's do the same on the other side. So it's a long. So maybe the ore exchange, or I don't want to call it like that. It sounds too much like the whore exchange, which is just a laugh joke waiting to happen. But maybe I can drop on that. Have to be super careful though. Okay, yeah. I'm getting an idea of what this place is like. This is paved at the back. That's closed off. That's closed off. That goes into dirty scrub ground at the back behind that. That should be tended, but isn't. Yeah, okay, yep. If I do that, let's get the roads in that. Okay, so let's have a check if there's any other comments. Only one. Excellent. Oh, pardon me, I didn't get rid of that last comment. The Alb says, as for the toll place, maybe an old law worded around passing through the old wall, now circumvented by placing roads with the wall. Yeah, yep, I think that's exactly what I was thinking of originally. Sebastian has suggested the Kalegen Stock Exchange. Yeah, I think so. Although I think I want to keep it directly working for just the ore that's making its way down. So this is the primary trading hall for all of the. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, shot went crazy. Whoa, and again. Whoa, look at that. I can make it do crazy things. Photoshop clearly isn't happy. Let me just press save before I lose all of that. That would have been a disaster. Funny, but a disaster. So yeah, I think an exchange of sorts, but not of stock. This is per se. I think it's going to be mostly of ore, and it's where all the ore is handled. A primary processing, business processing area. So we're talking merchants and effectively a merchant hall. There might be a guild attached to this, although I've got a feeling the Merchants Guild will probably eat that up. So it won't be a guild hall per se, but the guild will have offices in there. And they'll be basically tasked with organizing the sale of the various ores across the empire, preferably not into Altdorf, because they will be seeking to, maybe not, Horcruxes. At least that could have pop out. That's something to consider, exactly how the business practices here impact politics elsewhere. This is arguably one of the most important buildings, thus, in the entire town, given it is the heart of the Halskrug fortune. At least one of them. Another set of the mines and canals goes through to. This is where a moment where we go. Let's take a pause to take a look at the local area. I haven't done this yet. For this one, where did I drop the local area map? Reference area. There it is. Let's just bring that up for a second. So we've got the main mine from there moving down through the canals into Kalegen, which I may have been spelling incorrectly in some places. I have been spelling incorrectly. How embarrassing. I'll change the name of that name later. Kalegen there. And the other mines, that's the ones that are more played down, and the Speltergrube going down there. So that's the ones that trade directly to Altdorf. So these ones are going to be trading mostly down to Karaberg and Marienburg and down to Bergenhafen. Bergenhafen's getting most of its own minerals from the Grey Mountains. So most of the business from here is going to be going up to Karaberg and thus by extension down to Marienburg, which means that you're almost certainly going to have some of the merchant princes from Marienburg working here, attempting to secure everything at a nice cheap rate, which means that almost certainly close to here, probably around here or around here, there's going to be a few mansions which are held by some of the merchant prince houses from Marienburg, who will be looking to try and take control of the business there, or at the very least get a very good deal. That makes sense to me. If anyone's got any other further ideas on that, feel free to throw it out. Yalab has dropped one other part there, which is the Kalegen Mine Goods and Smelted Products Exchange. That is a proper daft name. I kind of like it. I do like a stupid long name sometimes, because often they're the most realistic, and the daft names are often the ones that stick around. But that's pretty much exactly what it is. I'm not so sure I like goods. Goods doesn't have quite the right tone. Smelted products, that does have the correct tone. and the exchange is right. Maybe a different word than goods if anyone's got an idea for that one. But yeah, I like that. Right, let's just quickly lay in these last few lines and then add some shading on these. Right, so we've got lots of warehouses leading up to here. I'm going to add down the length here a whole bunch of piles of various ores that have been dropped and piled up, ready for shipment. That doesn't need to be stored inside any of the warehouses. Choose your ore. It's up to you. They just get dumped by the side of the road, shoveled in. There's going to be a fence around a good chunk of that because they're going to want to keep the thieves out, but it's going to be an old one, an old stone wall, possibly. It's a yard, a single building at the back, responsible for maintaining it. Post down at this end where they blow the whistle when they need laborers to come and start doing the shoveling. And wheelbarrowing it over from one place to the next, from one barge to the next. So barges stopping and getting emptied there. Yeah, okay, I'm not against that. That's not too bad as an idea. Yeah, it's beginning to form up into a place now. Okay, we've got some empty space for, I don't know, gang skirmishes or whatever behind the piles of goods. An old rickety fence holding off the main warehouses from the goods. Maybe a small foreman's office at the front. We don't want to have, we want to have it open at the front so that it's easy access. So possibly they've added a gate in there, making it difficult to simply come in and take whatever you want. The intent is that area is blocked off. Things are dropped. Some other ships might come up, pick up their goods that they've bought, get them brought on by whatever method of conveyance they use. Job done. Yeah, okay, that looks like an area. Let's have a quick check to see if there's anything else going there. Those back alleys look great, like a great spot for something shady. Whichever back alley you're saying, yes, I agree. It is beginning to look like there's a super shady bit there. The Kalegen Mineral Rocks, Coopers, and Steel Produce Incorporated. It's getting more complicated by the moment. Coopers. I mean, are they Coopers? I'm not sure they're Coopers. Mineral Rocks, definitely part of that. Should they not have some sort of chute system to drop ore into the bar? You know what? They definitely should. Definitely should. I'm just... I grew up in a harbour. I'm just thinking of the chutes that they had there. And they weren't particularly complex. Some of them were mobile as well. There was a steel one that was almost like a ramp that was just moved backwards and forwards. But yeah, I agree. Possibly, but how you? It's much easier to convey with that. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll drop a couple of them on to potentially be the support of a broader description that suggests that some of them are mobile, can be moved up and down a little bit, perhaps they're on pulleys or something. Some of them are just direct chutes that can go straight to the water line. You also have the opposite issue where you're going to have the desire to get them obviously off the boat. But yeah, I'll drop a couple on. If you think they should look different or have something else on them, just say so, and I will amend as required. Quite like it as an idea. Yeah, one at either end should do for at least the beginning, and then the rest of it can be supported with text description. That makes sense. Mine minerals, materials. Mine materials. Materials is a good one. Materials, yeah. I agree. Do like a bit of Kalegen mine materials. It does make you want to alliterate your smelter products, though. Just saying. A chute requires a material being stored on elevation. That's true, but the canal itself is on a lower elevation than the actual area. Even a small incline that goes down into the barge would be enough to help the process of filling that barge. And as that barge filled, it would get lower in the water as the displacement hits. So a relatively low angled chute permanently in place with others that were semi-permanent might do the job, but I'll admit I'm to a degree making that up. Might be worth doing a bit of research on that one before I get too caught up in the idea. So you have to put it there first, hence maybe a ramp to the storage area. Yeah, that might also be a good idea. I think there's multiple ways that this could be resolved. If anyone does any research and finds any way that it's been done on any dock anywhere, I am quite happy to make amendments as we go. I think we've got something that looks relatively okay. Certainly enough for me to shade and put in place and get an idea for what the area looks like, and we can perhaps make it look a little bit different afterwards if that needs to be done. Just like to say, as we're moving up towards the 4th hour mark, I honestly didn't think I'd last this long. Kind of delighted, actually, because I've been really very, very ill. So it's super pleasing to... Oops, wrong brush. Yeah, it's wrong brush again. There we go. Let's just loosely palette some bits. No, what type of brushing this is no good. That's too big. Oops. I should really have colored these in first. Much easier to see everything when you have. So I'm going to do that now. I'll just get a slight, that brush will do actually. And we'll do that on buildings. Actually, let's grab our locations first, so we definitely have them. We've got ourselves the main office here, which we'll mark as a location. We also have our exchange, which could have any name by the time we're done with that, which apparently is got a purple gold in front of it. And we'll fill that one in too. Do we have any other locations over here? Let's have fill this one in. I'll look up and check where we all are. Oh yeah, I can see this place. I'm imagining a frieze depicting barges making their way down the canals, sitting along the upper levels, the upper tiers of the building. Something that impresses as you make your way down the main corridor towards the main exchange itself. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Smelted substances, and substances is a weak word. Doesn't quite have the same whack. Mine materials, that word, smelted substances. Substances is too general. And in mapping class, wrong brushes only. Oh my god, yes. I don't think we have any other locations that we've specifically called out there, I think. So we can just quickly color those in with the others. You just fill those in. For those of you who've managed to make it to the 4-hour mark, congratulations. You are just as daft as me. Thank you very much for being here for so long. As said right at the beginning of the stream, if you have any ideas for things that we can throw onto the map as we go, don't be shy. Feel free to drop them on the screen. If you happen to just be listening at your end, which I'm fully aware many folks do, you won't have any idea what's going on my screen. And most of my warblings are going to be exactly that, warblings. So is there anything else that we all think we should drop down on the dock side here beside the shipbuilding area? Any other type of building that you'd like to see here? Any other sort of crane or thingy-ma-jig that you think, whoa, I accidentally copied the entire layer there. Let's not do that. I'm going to go and add a little bit of detail to the docks over there in a moment, but I'm going to sort out the roads, do our highlights and shades in these bits before I do that, though. Right. Did you see if there's anything up in the comments as I'm going around? Hides behind the exchange. Perhaps a spy from a rival mining family corporation taking residence in one of the houses to spy on ore movements and try to get access to the books. I think that sort of thing is pretty much a must, really, isn't it? The obligatory watering hole, I'm called the anchor. I tend to find that when I'm doing my Warhammer names, I try to avoid names that are generic because everybody else doesn't. And it means that the names that I add tend to be the core and only examples sometimes of something that is definitely in game, that is tied directly through to a particular character, or supporting the local noble bloodline because it's called, I don't know, the Duke's Head or something, which admittedly is super weak. But I prefer to avoid too many generic names for that. Having said that, just because I avoid a thing doesn't mean I don't do it. I just always choose to do it rather than it going from being my first options. It's always yeah, I'm doing it because of this reason or that reason. Like, for example, all the other locations are named after Warhammer things. This is just the one that isn't. Right. Is that all of our buildings on this section? Let me just have a quick check. I'll go do the roads after this. It is in that section. Let's quickly drop the roads into that area. Right, so we've got a bit going in there, a bit going in there. I can see this, the back of it actually being muddy cobbles, making its way around. Oh yeah, a lot of these areas are just cobbled or this entire area is basically just mud and cobbles. Probably waste ground. Okay, I'm going to finish off these little road bits and then check the comments again. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's definitely looking like a thing now. That's gone in, that's gone in. Excellent. Okay, let's have a quick check. Ah, the golden anchor, adding that little bit because of the exchange. Yeah, that adds a little bit of extra character, doesn't it? It's right by the exchange, the golden anchor. Yeah, trying to provide a little bit of extra context makes all the difference. And even that works well. Or maybe add like a word like gelt, like the gelt anchor or the guilt anchor. The guilt anchor might be a little bit nicer. That idea that it's guilted, but it also gives you the pun on the word guilt, where you can add a whole host of reasons for why the locals have been screwed over, and they should be guilty but aren't. There's potentially some life in that one. Mine minerals and smelted stuffs exchange. No, stuffs is equally poor. I mean, good try. I don't know if we can get this one to alliterate and still work well. As for the pub name, thinking the Pick and Pickled, pick being well a pick, and the pickled is the state you leave the pub. Lethbridge Isambard estate. I am amused and I'm delighted to see you here. I actually quite like that. The pick works very well for obviously our mined goods that are in the local area. Sorry, our mined stuff. I quite like that. Pick and Pickled has got a certain flavor. I do like the humor that comes hand in hand with that. Yeah, Pick and Pickled definitely has a thing. I mean, we can have more than one. There's going to end up being in this town. I mean, if we're looking at a town of 10,000, which approximately we are, there's going to be a lot of pubs and taverns and similar anyway. So we're going to probably be able to use all of them to some degree. Definitely all worth having a quick look at each. That's creative. Fossey, hi. Fossey, how you doing? Sorry I'm late. Never be sorry for being late. It's you arriving that matters. Had to play some RPG with a new group I've joined. Oh, delighted to hear it. I hope it went well. Sadly, I'm soon off to bed, but I assume I can watch the video later. Of course, you can. It'll be up the very second we stop streaming, whenever that happens to be. Anyway, you're doing a great job as always. Well, that's very nice of you to say so. Right, so where was I? Yeah, I was going to do some shading on these bits of buildings here. Oh, we've got a little extra one here. It's smell stuffs and smell stalks are the best two I have so far. Smell stalks is, I mean, it gives you the idea of being in stocks and pilloried, perhaps. There perhaps could be something in that if it was used. I'm going to drop on the shades for this section now, though. Do we want any of these ones, though, to be an actual tavern? If we take a look at the buildings that we have, we're going down an oldish. It's relatively new build, but it's turned slumish and collapsing together tenement area that goes down into some looser buildings, heading out towards the shipbuilding yards and main stockholding yard as well. The shipbuilding mostly takes place over here and over here. The stock coming in takes place, going out and collected, pardon me, is here and here. And we also have a second one coming in over here. Our main dudes are coming in that direction. So having a pub in or around this area makes a lot of sense. Some sort of public house stroke tavern. This isn't where a lot of people docking are going to arrive. Which one's going to make the best one? Do I want to connect these two and turn this into one, for example? So if I grab myself a line and just yank those together like that, and then drop in a little bit of color on that. In fact, let's just put it the correct one. We can make that one this. And we can also do some sort of cartful nonsense about how anyone with a guild membership can drink in one of the houses. Without a guild membership, you drink in the other one. We can possibly add some sort of bigotry or sexism or some other nonsense where, you know, there's no men allowed here, or no elves or dwarves allowed over here. When you've got a nice split like this, it's sometimes fun to try and add the local character. If we actually look at the local character, though, it's mostly new. We haven't had, this area won't have long-term bigotries to have in place, so it's likely an attempt to make an us and them out of the current people. So it's going to be the miners and the associated staff with those that are most likely to be allowed in. So it's probably going to be the mining guilds or whatever equivalent they have that are going to be saying this part's ours, while the rest of them will not, I think. So I think I'm maybe a split in there somewhere on the lines. Right. I think we need some sort of back door pub. Maybe this one here. Off beaten track, because where all the locals come down the tenements. There's probably going to be a pub or something, some shop sitting in the front anyway. So the description of that quarter would describe, you know, some pubs on the lower levels, places to drink and eat. people turning the lower levels into shopping outlets and similar. I'm not sure I need anything else there. Is there any other comments? Where are we? Looking from the second canal, building. Right, maybe a slightly longer one. I'm not quite sure if that's second one from the right. That's this side. I'm not quite sure which one you mean. A slightly better description. I'm sorry for not quite catching that one. Charles says, thoroughly enjoyed the stream and we'll watch the rest later. I'm delighted to hear that. Time to run some folks through the Schaffenfest. Oh, I approve. Have a good one, everybody, and have a good one yourself if you're going through the Schaffenfest. I hope that goes well. I do love the Schaffenfest. It got a slight change and an upgrade when we upgraded it for the 4th edition, where we added the extra tax-free elements to how the Schaffenfest had grown so swiftly and become such an important festival locally, and wasn't just about sheep, and why it wasn't just about sheep. But yeah, good luck with that. Hope it goes well. Along the streets to the slum. So we're looking along the street to the slum. So there's along the street to the slum. And going back to your previous comment, Yalab, you said, looking from the canal, right? Second building on the right. So this larger one here, got you. Or maybe the slightly longer one. So turning that into some form of important local tavern, is that what you were thinking? Or an establishment of some other provenance? What do you think? Yeah. Right, so while you're discussing, thinking about that, I will quickly drop my shades on. That sounded like I was about to put on some shade glasses. That is not what's going to happen. Right, so let's fill this in. Again, as we said all the way along, this is not about creating perfect shapes that it would definitely have. It's to give the impression of depth to these overall locations. And again, these areas are going to be so small when we zoom out from the main map that there's almost no point trying to fine-tune everyone perfectly, because if you do, you end up spending hours doing a job that should only take 15 minutes. I could spend more time in it, but I'm not going to, particularly because this is largely a map for me, although this is obviously a map for everybody. But when I'm doing my own personal maps, I rarely spend quite as much time as I would if I was doing it professionally. If, say, for example, I'd got a call from, say, I don't know, Darrington Press or something, and they'd said, hey, dude, we require this map to look like this. I would not be going, I shall laissez-faire my way through this and just pop a few lines here and just do this. Job done. I'd spend quite a lot more time making sure all my lines are pristine, perfect, all the buildings are properly reflected in shadows, so on and so forth. But when you're doing it like this, quick and fast is almost certainly better. I'm going to have to do something about these piles of ores as well. There's piles of ores. Give the impression that there's a slight elevation there as well. Okay, is that all the shades? No, it's not. There's some more up here. Right, once I've finished off all the shades, I will check the comments again. So I'll be with you in just a moment. Unlike the last stream, this one has been significantly lower on the lore. We've not done big, long discussions. Well, we did a few at the beginning. There's not been as many big, long discussions about how everything's working. But I've quite enjoyed this one because we've got quite a lot of good places figured out. There we go. Okay. That's all my shadows. Right, I'll quickly check any comments and then head down to the one. I was thinking about Tavern, says Yellab. Before you placed it in those two buildings you joined, delay makes for not perfect communication. Yeah, it totally happens. And that's part and parcel of how this works. It's possible that one of them is an inn and one of them is a tavern. I think I would rather, if I was dropping another purple building in, though, possibly pop it up here where my brush currently is, purely for the distribution of our labels and very little else, because I think it would make for a better area to put something, a nice back street tavern with all sorts of horror going on down the back in the edge of the slums. That might be quite a nice place for your working person's pub or some equivalent. And I think that could potentially work quite nicely. In fact, I'm just going to color that one in now so we don't need to worry about it. It's happened. It's now a thing. I'm not sure what that thing is yet, but it's definitely a thing. Let's sort out our highlights. Once I've gone through and I've done all my highlights, I'll be back on and I'll check the comments again. I'm going to catch all the highlights as we move past the halfling area here and our ogre area where the ogres are doing their thing. If you missed our discussion about that earlier in the stream, we had a big long chat about the fighting pit and the halfling quarter and the potential that they are being used by a cult of Tzeentch, which certain people may mistake for a cult of Nurgle if they are desperate to use some out-of-game meta knowledge, as we all pretend we never do, but sometimes can't help ourselves. Right, so yeah, we're getting let's get down to the exchange. I reckon regardless of what we end up calling this place, everyone locally will probably just call it the exchange. We'll just keep this very low on detail so we can get it zoomed through. I am quite liking the look of this place. It's beginning to shape up nicely. Our various minerals and ores waiting to be carted off to wherever their destinations are. Our little foreman's house. There we go. Right, okay, let's zoom out and have a look at that, and then I'll take a quick check of where we are. Hey, that's beginning to look like a place. Ha! Love it! So a quick lecture, yeah, Yellow pops in with how about mined materials and amalgamated alloys. It does suggest that they're alloying things. I can just see this getting more and more stretched out as we go from description to description. Perhaps make a Marienburger tavern called the Het Gulden Anchor. I quite like that. Although it does take away the guilt aspect of it because it feels less guilty in English. One of the common misconceptions by many people who are not British that play Warhammer is they think that it's all in German, but most of it isn't. Most of it's in English with dodgy German added on top, which is often a supplement for English. And many of the names are specifically English puns on words that might be German but aren't, or indeed other languages. And depending on the writer, it depends on how far that goes. I quite like it, but I'm not sure that would there be. It's a little bit like the local wine bars, the local wine bar that opened up beside me when I used to live down in Leith, which is the Port of Leith in Edinburgh. And the owners of that were Swedish. But obviously they named it in English because even though they were Swedish, they would name it to the local language. And I think that would probably be the case here. Even if it was a Marienburger that owned it, they'd want to ensure that they got the most money that they possibly could. And that would mean being as inclusive as possible, not exclusive. If they wanted to name it after something that was definitely their language, they might be more likely to name it after, say, their... Actually, I can use the next door wine bar perfectly because they named their one Sophie's, their first one, after their daughter, because that was something that also worked in their natural language. So something to consider. Here we go again. What's the next one? The Commission of Mined Materials, Stocks and Amalgamated Stuff Incorporated. I don't think the incorporated is required because it's not a business. The commission works quite well. The stuff doesn't. I'm definitely not down on the stuff. As an English word, that's a very, it feels quite modern and empty in English. So the Commission of Mined Materials, Stocks, and something would potentially be pretty awesome. Stocks, though, I think maybe too general because they're not trading in stock. They're trading in a specific type of stock. It's like I wouldn't call it the fruit exchange if all it dealt with was bananas. It would be called the banana exchange. So stocks is potentially too generic. Yeah, at best a patina. A patina fake German, as Yalib says, is potentially actually much worse. It's Dutch. Oh, no, oops. Yeah, totally. And yes, I gathered. And the head Gulden. I don't even want to attempt a Dutch accent because I'll end up going. But yes, the head Golden Anchor I think is lovely, but I don't think is necessarily the best name for a new place here. I think, but I could be convinced otherwise. Let's keep it as a guild tavern and just make it filled with probably fake Marienburgiana. I actually quite like that because that's the sort of stupid thing that people do. It's like popping into town and popping into a bar that's filled with fake Americana, for example, with license plates and pictures of, I don't know, gas petrol things. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think that's actually potentially quite a good idea. Guild Tavern attempting to pull in all the Marienburgers that are coming up and doing it really badly because they come in and they're snobby and they turn their nose up at it and they're like, no, this is actually the worst. They're attempting to appeal to us and they're doing it terribly. A little bit like American coming over to the UK and eating American food and finding it to be not very American. Or me going over to the US and going to a Scottish pub and going, wow, this is the least Scottish thing I've seen in my entire life. Yeah, we've been there. Okay. I'm going to highlight a bit further just so that that's pulled up. I'm going to put a little bit of extra color on it and then we finish this little section and then possibly either detail more of the docks or do something else. I've left the comment up. Let me just get there. I have no idea what you're saying there, Yalla, by shouting fighter jets. Was that fighter jets outside your house? Because if so, cool. But if not, why? Right. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, I need to put some color over there and there. So let's go down to my color layer. Boom, 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 and add some color. And I want to have a different color. That's better. Right. Once I've done this little bit of color, I'll put back into the comments. So just give me a moment to finish off this little section. I'm not doing very much to this, just enough to, again, much like earlier with the other sections, add a little bit of extra, that's too much color, add a little bit of extra depth to our surrounding areas. Again, if we're going near the halfling area, I want to reinforce the deep greens in the surrounding grass because that has caused growths to pop up. Right, now let's get our trees and finish off this section. And I'll be there in just a moment. If there's any comments. If there's not, then, well. Okay. What do we have between the halfling area and our mineral deposit area? We've got this sort of space of land that's sitting there that looks like it wants to be used for something. This big bit here, that looks like it wants to be a thing. If anyone's got any ideas for what should sit between what is effectively our halfling enclave, and we were suggesting possibly bottling and wine or something similar down there. What do we all think for that? Let me just, I'm going to zoom in so I can do this a little bit more cleanly. Make sure I catch all. Yeah, that's beginning to look right. All right. A little bit of overgrowth along the edges beside our little gate there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. That's another section done. Let's zoom out on that. Have a little look at what we've got. Let's take a quick look at any comments. First was Vivid Oblivion, a seedy underground club where illicit deals are done by patrons. The Shade and Fraud. Oh, I love it. The Shade and Fraud. Now that gets my vote. I love it. Yeah, that has to go somewhere, and I now need that place somewhere. That's awesome. That's a great idea, Vivid. I love it. Yeah, awesome. The Shade and Fraud. oh, that makes me laugh. Oh, that is a good one. Fighter jets are more like picture them as part of the fake Americans. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. And yes, definitely. City on Ground where illicit deals are done by patrons in the Shade and Fraud again. This is very good. I agree. It's a great idea, Yalab. Vivid, big smile. I agree. You mentioned foreign merchandise. Yes, we did. And we either want to pop them on the other side, although there's going to be a lot of trade there. So I think we want to get a definite upper class area over here. I'm not sure if I want to have them right beside the halflings, though. I quite like the idea of the halflings having spilt out a little bit, and possibly there's like big great presses back here. This is possibly where they've been. They get shipped up and loaded down here or something similar, because we do need to get our wine extras in here at some point. If you haven't seen the Lawhammer blog, there's a little blog about some Reikland wines. I found a little thing that I once wrote for Vermintide like a bajillion years ago, and I thought, hey, I'll post that up because it had some details from Kalegen in it. So I popped that up and went, yay, look, I found this thing. But that was also in reference to wine that's produced in the local area, and quite a fun, exciting one. I think dropping that in with the halflings might be quite fun. That was Yalab's original idea, to drop it in with them. I was thinking the bottling plant would go in the newer part of the city as part of the expanded operations in lieu of mining income dwindling. That is a good idea. And I think possibly that's what we do, and we drop it specifically outside, either here, outside over. Now that's too close to the palace. Possibly we may even put it on the outside of the walls and have an adventure hook, which is it getting somehow trashed, invaded because it's not inside the walls, or something similar, so we can reinforce that there's a reason that most Warhammer villages, towns, cities have got large walls, and that's because it's frickin' dangerous. So having an adventure hook that makes that clear is often a good idea. That might not be bad. We were that purple place behind the slums. The Shade and Frog could go. That I agree. I think that's a perfect place for it. That little one there. I mean, it could not be better named, could it? I love it. The Shade and Fraud. It was worth staying up for however long I've been awake for doing this now, for that alone. Love it. Thanks, Vivid. That was a really good one. How long are we at? We're sitting at 4.5 hours. Love it. That's really cheered me up. That's good. I'm going to take a quick drink while oh shit, I'm going to knock my drink over and not spill it. That was skill. Right. Okay, so if we've got the bottling handling outside, I quite like the idea of but the pressing normally happens out at where the grapes are gathered. You're not going to have it randomly here, are you? I feel like there should be something that I can drop back here that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to move on from it because I don't know what it is. If anybody has a really good idea for what could jump in that, do drop it in the comments. I'm going to quickly add some detail to the surrounding dockland here. Bugging me a little bit, that one. Okay, so let's quickly add an edge. We're going to want to have probably factories of some sort, or warehouses. No, I don't want that. I want to keep that clear for the main route in. What we're going to do with those halflings? Right, so the main route's coming in there. This is going to require some sort of harbour office. We can drop that over there. We've got warehouses sitting there, a main empty area here, which could be a fish market for things being landed there, although that's right in front of there. It's far more likely you're going to have coaches coming up here doing a turn and going out. So actually, I'm going to need a space for coaches to turn in there for important dignitaries that are going. So I don't want to block that up, but I can work into it to a degree. This is all because of one thing. As I mentioned, coaches here. I once did a map. Oh, I can't even remember how long ago it was now. It was about 15 years ago. And I was really pleased with it. And I sent it off. And the chap commissioned it said, "This is brilliant. Love it." And I was done. Then 4 weeks later, he got back in contact and he said, "So we're playing the game right now. And my party are making their way down to the main hall by coach. They arrived and we had the map in front of us and we realized that the coach couldn't turn round." And I was like, oops. And ever since then, whenever I design streets and buildings and where they are, I always have a quick think in my head, can this work as a proper space? Now, I know that's a really obvious thing to say because it's the first thing you should think, but all too often you just get caught up with, I'll add that building, I'll add that cool thing, I'll add that cool thing, and you forget that this is supposed to be a living, breathing space that people are moving through. And the other thing that people often forget when they do that is things that are not yet built, empty spaces, scrub bits that have collapsed, things that have fallen into ruin and disrepair, things that for one reason or another the local politicians have never allowed anything to be built on. And it's also worth having those areas in place. So yeah, that all aside, I will quickly mark in these little bits here and then check out the comments again. If you've made a comment, I will be with you in just a moment. I'm just considering these. Get the idea that there's again, obviously, docks have got all manner of things like cranes and slipways. That are there for one reason or another, but the more you put on, the less and the more busy it gets, the less it sometimes feels real and the harder it is to scan. So you're often better just putting a few on, so at least the idea of what's there is marked in place. But yeah, let's have a look. Oh, we've got quite a few comments. Let's have a quick check here. As for that empty space between the ores and the halflings, I like the idea of something food related going on, perhaps constantly having an issue with ore dust getting in. We could have a nice little bit about teeth being ground down. Perhaps they're making bread. No, the classic one is you use grindstones with bread and you get little bits of stone and it grinds your teeth down. But yeah, I think I'm having something with dust, or perhaps it's giving it a unique flavor. Perhaps, in fact, the halflings are often hopping over the fence and grabbing coal as it stacks up, because coal was often used in some poorer communities for the carbon that was in it, because carbon is edible under certain circumstances, but it also added texture, color, and flavor to certain dishes. So possibly they're using coal and breaking it up and using small bits of coal in their dishes, doing things that no one else would ever consider, but halflings are always willing to consider different foodstuffs as potentially edible, and coming up with new recipes that others wouldn't consider. I quite like that potentially as an idea, but also that it's potentially got some after effects on certain locals that it has not agreed with or something. There's something maybe there. Or maybe something cheese related or something. Yeah. Or a large weaving house. Large weaving house. Large weaving house. Large weaving house. You know, That's not a bad idea. Possibly. Oh, I'm getting message. Pardon me. Let me just double check. That was just my daughter messaging me because she didn't want to come in. That was quite cute. Let's see what the last one is there. Also, we have what may be a slight problem. That ore depot ended up going right into our promenade. Maybe we need something that would obscure it. Yeah, you've got a good point there. Let's go take a quick check on that. Yeah, I reckon we can obscure that very easily. We can have trees built there on planted there in purpose, pardon me, to which one is that? Yeah, there we go. Problem solved. How to hide the worst of it. It does feel like, though, it's going to be green and grassy back here. It just looks like it should be, particularly because we're right beside the halfling area. So I feel like we should maybe do something that sort of works off the green and grassy as well. If anyone can think of anything that might do that. The halflings could be a decommissioned garden of more, which is now for grape crushing and such, but don't bodies and miss funny. In fact, really like that Lethbridge, but we already have our decommissioned, our old garden of more up here. And we've got a whole story built. This was in the first stream about the roads that lead to it and why it's there. And I wouldn't like to add yet another one without a good solid reason. But beyond that, I love it. Actually, a small grazing ground might not be a bad idea. Where they're keeping their animals. Actually, it's a very obvious idea, and I'm not against it. You could possibly put a couple of cattle sheds and similar back there. Put a small frontage in the front there to okay, I'm not against that. It's perhaps not the most exciting idea, but I do think it's a good idea. Just a couple of long sheds. If we have that coming in through there, that means we can have another one sitting there. Jealously guarded private land that the halflings use for all their animals. Possibly we can get a nice adventure hook. An adventure hook about stealing a thoroughbred animal of some kind of big bull or something, because bulls are notoriously difficult to kidnap. And PCs can try and manhandle that out of the area, for example, under the watchful eyes of halflings who will be trying to stop them. But they're granted dispensation to keep the land because they're doing a significant amount of catering for the visiting dignitaries. So they need to have themselves at least a little bit of land that's on the inside of the pole stations. Toll stations. Yeah, okay. I don't think this is a bad idea. I think I quite like this. The more I think about it, the more I think it makes sense for the story that we're telling concerning the halflings, what they're doing in town. That's a bit too green, even for... let's go for about that shade, and then muddy up in a few places with some tear. Let me check the brush. Perfect. Yes. And then brown. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting the idea of what this place is. Yeah, I quite like it. There's a few potential adventure hoots you can automatically work into this as well. Yeah, I quite like that. That's good. Right, let's pop on the colors for our buildings. Once I've done my little building bits, I'll be right back with you and check the comments. Okay, so we've got ourselves what may once have originally been a common ground. So a common that anybody could use that the halflings now have complete ownership over, which the locals will not like. And they've been given that for rearing animals. And I quite like the idea that they're possibly using the space for things that don't involve rearing animals. I'm not sure what that should be yet. No, I don't want to make that purple. It could be some form of, let's not make it catering based, some other business. And that just really rubs up the locals the wrong way, because they were told one of the reasons that they weren't getting this land was so that the halflings could do something else with it. And then the halflings go and use the land for completely different reasons, as well as, you know, a little bit of the old animal husbandry while they're at it, but not quite as much as they should be. Yeah, I definitely think there's potentially something in that. I'm not sure what the exact hook is yet, but there's definitely a hook in there somewhere. Let me just quickly add a little bit of shade for these trees, because I didn't do that earlier. All right. Okay. Whoops. Also, it's worth saying that that makes this a very, very easy bit to draw. I do approve of a bit of open land. Okay, let's put a quick highlight on that, and then I'll be back to the comments. There we go. A little bit across there. Right. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's got flavor. That also breaks up the housing that we've got in place a little bit. Quite like that. Gives it a bit more texture. Right, let's have a check at the hit. Pie baking area with some ovens. As I said, I think I might prefer to avoid another food-based industry, for example, weaving or something similar, rather than more pie baking, purely because it is the stereotype that doesn't just get used a lot; it gets used all the time. Having said that, though, possibly having the rumsters moving in and they're making pasties out the back of the land where they're supposed to be just feeding animals, there's something in that could work quite well, particularly because it's always good to bring up the rumsters at any particular point, given that they are, after all, a really bad pun just for ginsters, or ginsters, if you wish to pronounce it so. The rumsters, yeah, quite like that. So, and again, ore dust getting in the soil and makes meats and milks of unusual flavors and properties. Yeah, I think there's definitely something in that, particularly if you go for an adventure hook where one of the mines accidentally struck down past something that was perhaps a little bit more warpstone dusty, and it's been laced through certain things, and you could have a cow that goes a little bit odd. That could be a fun, slightly more Warhammery version of the same sort of adventure hook. Or the Skaven coming along and trying to maybe the Skaven had hidden it in something and they intended to pick it up, and the core ate, and the cow ate it, and it's gone weird, and the Skaven now want the cow, so it's a Skaven attempting to kidnap a cow and taking it through. PCs trying to trace down a cow that's gone slightly mad. You can make some sort of mad cow pun. There's definitely some sort of weird adventure hook that you can pile into there somewhere. That's something that would definitely work better with a bit of development. Yeah, we have a hook for a conflict between the halflings holding that land on an old charter game by the Gaffers, yes, or Depot wanting to take it over to expand. Yeah, I think that's a good idea too. I really like the idea of because they do look a little bit squashed down there. If you take a look at those piles of ore, they want to expand. I agree. That's land that they think is dead. So you could even have them poisoning animals on the other side, or they might have infiltrated and they're trying to convince some of the halflings to do non-animal husbandry things there. So they may be the reason behind the current rumster push to start building pies, baking pies on that land, because they know they can then go to the local burghers and say, "Oi, Burgermeister, they've broken their particular contract. They're using it for this rather than this, which they're supposed to. So we'd like to buy it, please, Kay. Thanks very much." A little bit simple, perhaps, but I definitely think there's a good adventure hook in there for building a story about the conflict between one side of the fence and the other. each of which discusses a little about the politics of the place, why the halflings have it, and also the trade of the place, why ore is such an important trading commodity here in Kalegen. So it's something that supports Kalegen as a location. It's not just we happen to have a pub, let's have a pub adventure. This is very much about why Kalegen is built the way Kaligen's built. So it means that your characters will learn something about the local politics, as well as going on some sort of crazy adventure involving, I don't know, mutant cows and Skaven and ore deposits and people getting into conflict. Yeah, I think there's quite a lot potentially there. Alrighty, let's have a quick check at the time. We're coming up to quarter to the 5th hour. I'm still not dead, so I'm going to open myself another can of juice, which is always dangerous when you're doing a long stream, because the second you do that, you immediately think, maybe I need to go to the loo. But my mouth was dry. Right, so I would like to do a little bit more. Let's finish off that little bit that I was doing the dock front first before I start talking about more. If anyone's got any other ideas for things that could go on the dock front, now is the time to say it. Let's just quickly get a different brush. Oh, in fact, that'll do just fine. A bit bigger. We'll quickly fill that in. Okay. So yes, if you've got any other ideas for things that could be hanging around here, now is the time to say. I've not got very many buildings added in this little extra section. All I did was really just tidy up some of the edges and add a little bit of extra detail to a slipway. I'm going to drop in some shades now. No, that's far too steep. Let's make it about that instead. That'll do. Get a slight impression of vanishing there. Let's now as well. Ooh, that went very squint. Drop in a little bit to suggest some height. By the that height there that goes into there. And then in there, excellent. Okay. Love it. This is definitely becoming a thing. Pop some highlights on that and we're good to go. Oh, that was perhaps a little bit too highlighty. Try that in just a moment. There we go. And a little bit of texture to the roads there. I haven't really done much with the roads other than just make them a bit white, well, creamy. I haven't really gone into any detail there. Maybe want to do that later. But I'll add just a little bit of white on the edge to suggest a lip down into the river and a lip along the slipways. Okay, there we go. Right. Oh, I've left the comment up that entire time. Clearly no other ideas for bits that we can drop in there. So I'm going to zoom out. Take a look. It feels wrong not filling in this little section here, given that it's a very small section that's waiting to be filled. I think it makes sense to me. Let's just take a moment to look at the entire city and go, oh my goodness, how much have we actually done? How many streams is this going to take to fill up? Also gives you a little bit of an idea of how long these maps can sometimes take to build whenever you see one in a book and you're like, that's just a few small sections. It can sometimes take a very long time to put everything in place. It is worth saying, though, that much like our previous stream, there has been an awful lot of chat going on here. And chat inevitably always slows things down. So I'm going to fill up this section here. I think we're probably going to have a Harbour Master's office here. Is there anything else that we think should probably go in this section as I start the process of building that in? That is not the brush I want. That is the brush I want. That is also a squint line. My goodness. It's also a squint line. think that says something about how tired I'm getting. I can't even draw a line semi-straight. Okay, and then a building that cuts off the edge and looks out over into the water that backs up into the Harbour Master's one. I imagine it's got a big clock on the front of it there looking out over the water. Love it. The tower sitting over it. Sitting on a relatively squarish with an overlap. A small section going out to the back. Back offices. Yeah, okay. This is beginning to already begin to form into the thing. Again, if you've got anything you'd like to add to this area, now's the time to bring it up. Okay, yeah. Okay, there's a lot of space there. What we're going to have there, if you can imagine arriving, you've got the big harbour master, you've got the clock sitting there. Let's have a statue sitting in the front of the harbour master's office. No idea what this is a statue of. If anyone's got any ideas, now's the time to bring them up. We can maybe add a little cultural detail about some historical figure, or maybe a saint, or something similar. Let's wall off this section slightly. So we've got a walled off bit of harbour which people will use. So let's pop a small merchant house here. Have the rights to use this particular wharf, and have hired a small warehouse there. Or we built a small warehouse there. Love that. Okay, so that sits down, clock overlooks that. Main building here. Let's maybe do that on either side. So not like that. That. Okay, that makes sense. As I finish this little section here, I will come back out to the comments. Now what's going to be at the back of the harbour's office? You're going to have Harbour Master's house sitting off to the side, a wall that leads over to his own personal garden. So at the back of this, it's going to be warehouse, small jail, store stone stuff, and then the seizure warehouses for stolen stock have been reclaimed. Put those there. Okay, yep. Right, let's have a quick check to see what we've got there. Sorry, I was running dishes for a while, weren't we all? Well, I wasn't. I was doing this. To be sincere, no ideas, just curious about Warhammer and big clocks. Warhammer has big clocks. Indeed, I remember one piece of art, who was it that did it? Can't recall, but it was from about 500 years ago in the Warhammer world, and it had big clocks back then too. A lighthouse, perhaps. Lighthouses on rivers are pretty rare unless absolutely required, and the type of water we've got here doesn't seem to require it. We've got ourselves the lower stretches of the Bergen that are relatively easy going, and the surrounding area is mostly marsh, except for a single outcropping of rock and for the temple that we've got there. Now, it's quite likely it has some sort of permanent lighting in place at all times to make sure that it can be seen by night vessels. But I don't think that the pier particularly needs it or anything else, because there's no real danger here, given that all of this will be lit up even in nighttime, because it's a civilized area, so it's going to be easily spotted. Area for pilot boats who guide boats to their docking areas. Again, where our port here is relatively small, pilots are normally required for, yeah. I'm not sure how many pilots there would be, given that there are so few docks and so few places they would be going, and the water itself is deep draft, so there's no skill to getting in. It doesn't require a huffer, for example, to move in through a particular area. The boats will be mostly just docking themselves, I imagine, but I am happy for you to say, yeah, that's nonsense, Andy. I think it should be like this. It doesn't feel like it's quite big enough. If I think on the docks that I've seen and where they use pilot boats and what they're used for and when they're coming in, and the ones I've read about historically, I can't see one being used here much, although we could have a local law which says you're not allowed to dock without guild approval, as in some sort of local pilot guild, or perhaps there's a small huffers guild locally that have long held the rights to allow ships to go past Grandfather Reich's temple, and you're not allowed to pass it without having Huffer's approval, or you're not allowed to pass within so many yards of it, and the only way to dock in Kalegen is to pass within that particular remit. So perhaps there's an excuse to have some sort of Huffer's guild hall or something similar beside there, or possibly in another wee island we create. I could definitely see something there. In fact, I quite like the idea of the Huffers having a license to be the only ones that are allowed to take someone in there. So I think there could be something on that. Moving down, a large crown swan at this entrance to the city feels appropriate. Fucking does. I think also possibly we can have a noble household has commissioned a swan with the crown around the neck rather than on the head, to give the idea that his Halskrug's ambitions are going to throttle him. So maybe a chain attached to a crown around the swan's neck. A very old heraldic device in and of itself, but we can have that commissioned for political reasons. That Halskrug's ambitions are not just going to potentially throttle the swan, but maybe throttle all of Kalegen as well, as it moves into a poorer and poorer position where it could have had nothing but riches if he had only worked with the Prince of Reikland rather than trying to work against him. So I think there possibly is something in that as well. I like big cocks, and I can't lie. Oh, it's late enough that made me laugh. A weird idea. I like weird ideas. But the statue at the dock could be Gunter the Swift, venerated soul of Renald, disguised as a statue to the previous lord, the cunning folk doing a chapel to Renald. Basic. We've already got one statue that's not what it appears. That doesn't invalidate this idea, because I quite like it, which is this statue here, this little purple one here, which isn't actually a statue. It's someone that was accidentally, I missed a highlight there. I can't let it lie. I'm going to quickly pick that out because it's annoying me. It's not a statue. It was somebody that was turned into a statue, effectively turned to stone by a rogue witch. That's a nice way of referring to the local air. So multiplying that to a degree weakens just a normal statue. It's sometimes good to have one that is weird and one that isn't weird. So you've got some nice contrast there. Having them all be weird kind of makes it feel like none of them are weird, because there's not a single statue that's normal. Nevertheless, I think there's definitely something in this. I think there's definitely something in this. We already have quite a lot of Ranaldon stuff going on, though. I would like it not to be Ranald, but I do quite like the idea of the statue possibly being completely mischaracterized. It could also possibly be mischaracterized by mistake rather than by intent, because these things sometimes happen. And possibly one figure is seen as something that figure certainly isn't. I think that's one that needs to be slightly sat on. I'm not quite sure what the best way of resolving that one is. So I'm presuming we're discussing the pilots with that comment, Sebastian. And if that's the case, then I'm delighted you agree. No pilot says. I should have read all the comments, shouldn't I? I then moved down to Nico. Hi, Nico. I need to go to sleep. I don't blame you. It's pretty freaking late. It's almost midnight at my end. It was great listening to your monologues. I do sometimes just go on, though, don't I? Awesome map. I'm glad that you're enjoying it so far. Hopefully, by the time you watch the remaining bit after you've had your nap, there'll be a little bit more done because I'm not quite ready to go to bed yet, even though we are coming up to midnight. Right, so I'm going to finish off this area. I'm not quite sure what that statue should be yet. I quite like the idea that the statue is misunderstood in some fashion. Not quite sure what it is yet, but I really like all of that weird idea that was laid out. I'm just not quite sure how best to implement it. Before I go, just a quick comment there from Yeleb. Oh, maybe some sort of old boat preserved on the ground near the slipway. I tend to avoid putting non-house detail or non-location detail on the map. So, for example, if I want a nice clean map that's easy to understand, I'll often not clog the river with ships, for example, even though it almost certainly would be clogged with ships. Having said that, though, if it's turned into a location or it's something of import locally, definitely goes on. But I'm happy to be, again, overruled on that if you think there's a good idea that can go in that. Or a rotten husk of a boat taking valuable space around there, but it belongs to someone of importance, can't be moved away. That's the sort of shit we like. Stupid bureaucracy or stubborn mule-headedness getting in the way of good sense. Perhaps it was owned by, I mean, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Halskrug himself? Someone else? It refuses to shift it. A rival of Halskrug? He'd just have it shifted. The local lord would just have it shifted. And there's something to... If it's something that spoiled the line of sight to the things looking pretty, it would be gone. So it would need to be somewhere that was out of sight and also wasn't removed for a reason. Perhaps Lightman's first son died there. First daughter died there. Something similar. And he doesn't want it disturbed because it's already been blessed by more. And he refuses to have it shifted. So a wandering Moraine priest did it. There needs to be a really strong reason for why it hadn't been moved. That's a pretty weak example of what it could be, but that's an example. If we could come up with something like that, I'm certainly not against it. Or a floating brothel. It's a classic, particularly floating businesses in general are a classic because you can avoid taxes by doing so. For example, I'm on the river, I'm not on the land, so thus I don't need to pay tax. This is common not just in one place, it's common all over the world. Many a floating casino over in America has been built upon exactly that sort of tax avoiding scam. You find the right bit of water that most definitely is in a place where people both claim it, or neither side properly claims it. Get on there, you don't pay tax. I think that you could easily do something similar here, although we'd have to check our area map to make sure the Halskrugs don't own both sides of the river. So why don't we just quickly do that, just to see if there is a good adventure hook in this. There it is. And the Halskrugs don't own both sides of the river. In fact, interestingly, the Barney of Gowton claims the river. Very interesting. They claim up to the edge of the river. And that's because that is part of Middenland. Oh, it's Middenland on the other side of the water. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely something in this. Attempting to avoid tax in Reikland by floating themselves in the water just off the pier in water that is claimed by Middenland, but nobody is actually claiming the taxes over there because it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere as far as the barony of Goutens, which is a terribly small place, which is part of the right Graviant of Clowenland. The Clowens being one of the original tribes of the original clans of the tribe of the Umberigans. Interesting. I definitely think there's something in there. Because once we're off the port and we're outside of Reikland water, however far we decide that is, then yeah, we're tax-free, arguably, or certainly not the same tax. And that's really going to piss off certain people inside the town. And conflict is at the heart of all the best stories. So I quite like that idea. And if anyone's got something that really nails that down, throw it in. I get it. I'll workshop the idea. Great. Perfect. And well, it's Middenland right past the waterfront, pretty much. Or, midden water. I can't believe I said that. All right, let's quickly colour in the parts here before we get so caught up on Middenland Reikland politics. But I'm really liking the idea that we're on the border of Middenland and Reikland. This is a literal international border, for want of a better description, because there's no real nations, so to speak, as we understand them. But it's certainly an inter-realm border. This is one grand province and another grand province with two completely different politics. And Karlberg is currently the capital. Good old Bildhofens are up there just now, aren't they? If we're talking about enemy within time. If we go past that, Karlberg's just part of Middenland as ruled by Boris much, much later. But definitely for the moment, we have some very clear potential for highlighting the fact that we have a difference on the Middenland side to the Reikland side and how we can best portray the story of what's going on with the Halskrugs and showing how the Halskrugs get benefits out of this. Because I think one of the things we want to support is the fact that Leitmund Halskrug is actually really very good at what he does. He is of an old line. Yes, he's been raised since birth to do certain things. Yeah, whatever. But he himself is a relatively ruthless, very capable man. And to diminish that by putting him in a position where he's coming off second best, I would rather instead do something where he has really done something potentially awful, which very much confirms he's in a very good place, perhaps some sort of politicking with the Bildhofens, perhaps related to, say, Primus von Bildhofen. That's the heir for up there. He's the firstborn, but his dad really, really can't stand him because Primus just is not what he would consider to be a good example of a son. I think that's actually brought up in Enemy in Shadows as well as part of the jousting section. So there's definitely something there that we could pull on. I would like to see the Halskrugs gaining the potential upper hand from this. So potentially it's potentially there is a whole tax-free thing on purpose, and that somehow benefits the Halskrugs or benefits an ally of the Halskrugs or something similar. Allows the Halskrugs to do something they wouldn't be allowed to do in Reikland because of the strict Sigmarite laws that are in place that they, as part of the princedom of Altdorf, most certainly abide by, but they happen to float just slightly further out, and suddenly they're now dealing with Middenland law, and Middenland law is far more accepting of whatever we decide it is that they want to pop out there. I definitely think there's something on that. Sounds like a lot of fun. That works nicely with the Halskrugs sucking up to Middenland a bit. It certainly does, particularly given how much they're working potentially with Karlberg and attempting to sell to Karlberg. Defo, I think there's definitely something in there. And how about a pier built far enough into the river to reach Middenland technically to skirt some Reikland taxes? If it was attached to Reikland, I imagine that wouldn't do it. So what you would want is a pier with a 1 foot gap. So the pier goes out, there's a gap that you have to step over, and then you're on the next pier. So to speak. And that pier no longer counts as being in Reikland, and because of the way the water is claimed, counts as being in Middenland. We could do that. So basically a slight stepped pier. And there's a second pier out, which is used for mid-inland trade. So effectively, there'll be a bunch of little warehouses out there that can do stuff, avoid the Reikland trade taxes entirely, and then go straight down to Karaberg or something similar. I think there definitely could be something in that. That sounds like it could be a lot of fun. Maybe a leather cutting company. We do need that. That'll probably be down near the flesh market area, so we can keep all of the animal goods in loosely one area. Producing nice wolf clothes. That's slightly different animal types goods, though. I imagine they might be coming down from the traders, coming down from the mountains as the mines are slowly playing out. I think we might have discussed that in the last stream. They're not technically legal in the Reikland to produce, but are legal to sell. If it was wolf clothing, yeah, I think there's no legal impediment that I'm aware of for any wolf issues in particular, but there is in Middenland and there is in Middenheim. Wolves can only be killed under certain circumstances. There are various religious circumstances they can be killed, self-defense circumstances, a whole host of other things, but there are certain circumstances where they can't be killed. So I would probably flip it around and have Middenlanders looking to sell wolf stuff that was perhaps secured under unacceptable fashion, being traded directly into Reikland by slipping into the ports there. But possibly another animal that you could sell in Middenland that you couldn't sell in Reikland, because I think the core idea that you've got here is perfect. You know, it's the idea of selling a stock on that extended pier with its little step that you can sell because it's in Middenland, not Reikland. I definitely think there's something in that. I really like it. Perhaps tax on moving goods by land is lower than if being moving by river. Interesting. And what do you mean? Which particular goods would you be thinking on there? Because I think that is, loosely speaking, often the case, because traveling by land is just harder. It's slower. It takes a lot more time. So thus, most merchants much prefer to go by river and by canal. And resultingly, the taxes that come hand in hand with that, and the taxes as you land your goods, are often much higher than if you've taken them in by land, because land is just hard. Often the taxes are much lower, depending on the goods, obviously. So I definitely think there's something there, and the pier trick makes it count as overland port. Ah, I see. I didn't catch the second bit. You see, it's that sort of shitty loophole that I really like. Yeah, I like that a lot. Land it on the Middenland one and then carry it across to try and dodge tax. Oh, I quite like that. Yeah, there's definitely something in that. Whatever is coming of this, we have to have ourselves a pier with that gap so that we can build some lovely little loopholes that have been used with that. Really like it. Sebastian, I'm going off to bed. Don't blame you. It is super late. Thanks for staying. Can't wait the next one. Neither can I. I'm really enjoying these. In fact, on the next one, I'll probably just end up doing another one next Thursday, pardon me, unless another day ends up proving to be better, or if for some reason I collapse and I end up being really ill again. I don't trust my body just now. I seem to get ill every week for one reason or another. And yes, I am going to the doctor for various scans so they can try and figure out why. So from all of this, we need an extra pier. And I quite like the idea of possibly building it. It needs to be somewhere that you've got primary trade route in. In fact, look, we've almost got one building here, in that we've got a complete island that's sitting empty just there to the south of the bit that I was working on. You could possibly extend one of that pier out there a little bit, put a little bit of extra on it. All you need to then have is a method of crossing over that area and you're done. So that would count as Reikland, and then you'd be into Middenland and this small extra section at the end, or possibly this section if we put a gap here. Politically speaking, you'd want Reikland to be behind the towers and the cannons. So I would suggest putting it on the end past this section. So possibly past here with a bunch of warehouses, small trading things sitting on the end there. I really quite like that. I remember there was a mention of a myth of Sigmar killing a cow in Monstil. We could say that there's a strange law that certain kinds of cows are not allowed to be worked on except in Monstil. Local crap like that is stuff I live for. Because the world is full of crazy local bylaws. And nowhere is that more prevalent when it comes to Sigmarite stuff than the Reikland, and in particular the Princedom of Altdorf, which is where we are. This is the Princedom of Altdorf. It's just one of the duchies within it. I like that, or indeed things like that, a lot, and I think that that would add some lovely color. All right, so I'm going to fill in these houses like I didn't earlier. Quickly fill those in. Our statue and similar. Right, so building colors. Right, so we've got that. We've got some sort of hall there with its clock on it. We've got the trading house and its warehouse here, landing goods. We've got, it's almost certainly an actual location. This is the Harbour Master's office. So Harbour Master's office there. I won't mark the secondary things as special locations. They're the buildings behind the office. Harbour Master's house to the side of that. Warehouses for stock that has been seized and has not been impounded in the warehouse for whatever reasons that's the case. Roads. I think that is going to be complete road. That's going to be in. They're going to be completed. And there's going to be a way into the back up to about there. And that also is going to go around to the back. And let's just quickly pop in a couple of extra lines there. Yeah, I'm kind of digging this place. This is all making sense. Very clear idea of what this place is like. Let's get our in a little bit. Make the connection there clearer. Drop in some foliage at the back there. And that is that. Let's drop our shades on. Once I've finished off this little section, I'll be right back into the comments again. So if you have any more ideas for the things we've been discussing, do drop them in. I'm about to hit them. It's there with the on top. Oh yeah, Harbour Master. Maybe Harbour Mistress. Harbour Person. I'm going to shop now. Okay, some basic shadows in place. Let's do some basic highlights and be done with this section. And if we want to add some more detail afterwards on those relatively open areas of wharf, we can do so. But for the moment, we've definitely got some basic shapes in place there. Okay. Hey, this is becoming a place. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it. I'm really quite digging the sink of the land that's sitting behind the Harbour Master's office now. That's raised up on its own area. That's good. That's stoned off. You can see how it goes, and it goes off behind that. Yeah, that's nice. The old tenement that was built up there. Yeah. This is all beginning to feel much more real. Let's go check our comments. Yalab says unrelated to this, but we still need to name for that fishing village from which this city expanded. I think we already had a name for that, and it was Kalegen. The original place was called that, and then it expanded outwards and just became bigger. But there's no reason that it couldn't possibly be something else. If we have nothing else, I propose Karpdorf. Better than being Pissdorf, although there is a Pissdorf in the Empire. In fact, there's two of them, as I recall. I propose Hall's Hatton Biff. Interesting name. Any reason that you choose that one in particular? Mark drops in and says, been dipping in and out this evening, but I have to go. Oh, no. I'm so sad to see you leave. I'm glad you love this. Till next time. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you next time too. We will definitely have another one. Probably, because I do intend to finish this map, but probably by the look, let's have a quick check to give you an idea of how much there is actually in this map. So we have done what? About a tiny bit of the overall map. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's probably at least 15 streams in this. I could probably do it in 2 sittings if I didn't talk, but I'm going to be talking. I apparently can't help myself. So we possibly have ourselves a good few months worth of world building that we can drop into this one. I do hopefully get to see you again in future, dropping in some other ones. Night Mark, lovely to see you here. Yalab says, I like how organically expands from the village. I really like it too. And I'm really quite liking building it out this way. At the beginning of the stream, I was thinking we could jump around a little bit and just detail in different bits and then work our way through it. But I'm quite enjoying building it out this way because you're beginning to feel that sense of the story going out. Having said that, though, there's some parts that are quite old, so it might be nice to go over and do a couple of those. So we've got some of the oldest parts all mapped, and then we can start filling in all the individual parts. So the oldest bits, and then the inner city, which is sort of what we're working in here, and then working on to the far more broader, newer build areas. We said that the for the name of the Kalegen, the village having a separate name, did we? I'm glad you recall that. The fort, of course, the fort. I've just realized, I just spotted the comment underneath the fort. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense with the village having a separate name. I'm cool with the village having a separate name. I think that works really well. And in fact, on the fort, I think that, well, let's get rid of our reference map there. I think that going up and doing the fort entire area, the wall around it, the muster ground in front of it, doing that part, then going over and doing the old Garden of Moor, might be a really nice way to build the core areas that were there to begin with, as we then fill in all the other patches around. So I think that once we finish whatever bits we're doing here, that we should consider those as the next parts that we move towards. I don't know German, so any names are instinct. I see. I wondered if there was a reason. Often there's a pun reason that I miss. As somebody who was often editing other people's work, I'd often have to do a quick, is this a pun or is it just a name you've chosen? Because if it's a pun, I'll need to know, because I'll need to inform translators if they want to be able to make that pun in their own language, which sometimes happens, very rarely. But yeah, it wouldn't be the first time I've had to query a name. By the way, the suggestion of Karpdorf is my local name for carp, the fish, plus German Dorf village. Should you just call a fish carp? Because we have a particular fish called a carp. I used to catch carp sometimes. Or is it just carp, as in it's a carp fish and you spell it with a K? I'm just vaguely intrigued as to exactly what the case was there. I think we can go up to the old walls, then for Moore's Garden, then for the new city. Well, let's have a look how much we've got for the old walls. Well, given that there's quite a chunk in this section, which is relatively new build, I'd actually think, I'll probably do this one, but I'm quite keen to do our fort, because how that builds out is really going to inform what the rest of the area is like. And I think I'd like to know what it's like before I decide how much it needs for support. Because it may naturally say, yeah, look at the size of this place. It now needs one of these and one of these and one of these. We need to site them, and they might want to be sited inside the inner walls somewhere. But yeah, possibly. And it's that particular fish, yeah. I have no particular issue with it called carp. A carp is carp. It's if I remember the ones we caught were in the river. Yeah, totally. It's freshwater. I was just double checking. It was definitely a freshwater fish. That is perfecto. Alrighty. Let's unless we come up with a good pun that's very close to that works better. Because I do love a pun. And quick on there, I think that the Garden of Moor will be relatively quick before going to the fort and seems fun. You're right, Garden of Moor super fast to do because it's basically, well, it's Ravenstones and graves and maybe a sepulchre or two, although this place was a village, so it's mostly just disparate old stones, some of which are toppled, an old wall which is crumbling, some black roses which would be far, far, far too small for anyone to spot, and that's about it. So yeah, you're right. That's a super quick thing to do. Right. Anyway, let's get in our last little shadow here that I missed, because it's really bugging me. Every time I zoom out and look at it, it makes me sad. So let me just quickly pop that one into place so that it is done. Alrighty. We have ourselves that section finished. I really like that. I'm going to, so I don't forget it, go into my roads layer, and I'm going to very carefully put a small gap there for our cunning tax dodge. Love it. Really loving that whole idea. I think there's a whole lot of really good stories that can be told from this. Yeah, love it. That is really beginning to look like a bit of a place now. I'm really quite digging how it's beginning to look. What maps like this often fail to convey with a great deal of obviousness is the lay of the land and the ups and the downs, because that can often be difficult to show without it growing muddy and dark. But this place is already beginning to get a feel of a rise up to here, just with the way the roads are going and the way the shadows are sitting. It's beginning to show, and I think once we've got some of those other areas where we dropped on the hills earlier, it's really going to begin to shine. One other comment before I move on. Yep, that order also makes sense. North of the canal up to the old wall. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Then fort plus garden, then rest. Yeah, I think that also makes sense. I think we've definitely got a plan in place. So let's take off that comment. Let's take a look at the time. We're at 5.5 hours. I'm beginning to feel it now, and I don't want to completely wipe myself out. So I'll probably do a couple of more little extra sections and then call it a night at my end. For those few of you who managed to last so long, I salute you. You're extraordinary. It's not that much longer now. I think what we'll do is we'll fill up this little gap here, because that won't take very long. If you've got any ideas for what that gap could be, drop them now. It's probably something that's got at least a decent frontage. It could be nothing more than just simple houses dropped back off of the main line a little bit, with possibly some trees lining like a boulevard leading up there. That could be what it is. Could be something else, but it's definitely going to have to be something here with our gate that can be peeked through, but something relatively solid to hide that ogre horror for the individuals who will not want to see the ogre horror. So if you've got any ideas, do drop them in. I'm about to pop the gate on. First comments already in. How about that little bit between ourselves and the promenade? Which bit do you mean? You mean the? Do you mean this section up here? Not quite sure which section you mean there. I'm going to quickly put my gate on. Once I get the brush, and I put the right brush in place, and make it the right size. Andy and all of his wrong brushes. Okay, so this is a gate house with no gates in it at all. So basically a long arch, probably with some statues and gargoyle-y things hanging off of it. Something that looks suitably impressive for any passing dignitaries. Very imperial. So maybe some griffins directly carved into the front like a frieze. Some hammers and comets and all the normal attendant imperial finery. The same bit I chose. Yeah, cool. Working on that right now. So yeah, if you've got anything to potentially put in here, drop it in. I'm going to box out and the things there. It's going to be about there. Okay, so if it's an actual gate, that's going to slide in with a wall. Let's wall that up as well, and wall that up. Interesting comment, largely because that's exactly what I was sort of thinking. A line of tall row houses, terrace houses with nice fronts, some decent looking businesses at street level to neatly hide whatever's behind it. I think that's exactly what I'm thinking. We're looking for some relatively neat buildings, well tiled, well presented, some lower shops, some mess at the back, leading off into the some outbuildings back there. Add in a couple of windows into the roofing, again to suggest that the upper levels are being used and to add just that little bit of extra decorative elegance to the location. Also adds a slight bit of variety, so when players are looking at it as a map, they can identify different types of buildings. So some of the buildings have got little extra details on it, just suggest that little bit more upper class area rather than the... Okay, now if we're wanting to be the area to be seen through, the building's going to need to be slit slightly back here. I do that. Okay, so if that's all road, we can boulevard out the front. So we go out to front. We can pop some trees in there as well, which I'll draw in a second. I wouldn't like to be beside those bellowing ogres. The smells coming out from that place would be absolutely awful. Okay, let's get our roads. Fill in the area where the roads be. Okay, let's again, we've got to remember this is all quite a verdant area in terms of its underlying color. So I'm definitely going to grass up the backyards, add in some areas that have got clear crops growing or similar, to reinforce that idea of what's going on there. And we can also add a small visual note to that by having the verdanty grassy area sort of tail off as we make our way across here, and turn to mud as we move over to the other side, because it's directly influenced by... Yeah, that sort of goes. Okay, let's put our main building on. Once I put the colors in these, I will be looking at the comments again. Just give me a moment. Just double check I've got that in place. I do. And then, assuming that we're happy with this, we will move on to highlighting and shading these just so it's done. Okay. Liking the look of that. Comments. So for in the shops at the front of the bottom layer, tailor, apothecary, some sort of semi-exotic produce store, I think all of those make sense, and it'd be the sort of details that you would add into the district text. So you'd have that little intro about what the district, the sort of buildings you'd find there, and you'd do a quick list of the sort of buildings that you got in the front row as they move through that area, rather than drilling down into the specifics about each one of the individual stores. Unless one of those stores had a particular story that was worth telling, of course. Yeah, okay. Let me just quickly. Oops. I don't know where. There we go. Okay, so let's add some highlighty shady bits here. And for an unusual pick, maybe the florist. Can't go wrong with the florist. Well, you can. Right, shades. Love it. Okay. Not much to do for this. This section will be done once we've done the highlights. And then we can take a quick look at where our just to reinforce that that's an arch that's sitting in there. Make sure it shows in the shadows. The shadows don't need to be particularly accurate. As we've said multiple times, it's there to provide an effect rather than be absolutely spot on. Let's go to size 3 and bring out my highlights. There we go. Okay, that is super, super easy. I think I want to drop. Do I have a. Whoops. I don't have that on a layer. I think I want to add just a little bit of extra on this one. It is. Let's reinforce that with a little bit of a little bit of detailing. Then we can pop the trees in for the rest. Now, before I move on to the foliage, I will quickly check the comments again. There we go. Right. And there we go. Let's throw some rows of color in one of the backgrounds for the flower patches. How do you feel that? No, actually, that's the sort of detail I wouldn't try to avoid. I often do that. You've got to be careful, though, because sometimes it looks like there's a printing error. A couple of maps I've had where I did that, I looked at it and I went, complicated got in the way of good. And sometimes trying to be as accurate as possible is to the detriment of the overall picture. But we're often just lining out some basic ideas for where it might be and then just dropping a single color for how that's going to works better than trying to be clever and doing multiples, because it just gets confusing to the eye, but enough that it stands out. That'll probably do just sitting at the back. It's not very much. It's enough to add just a little bit of contrast to the area. That's a little bit too bright. Let's drag that down a little bit. Yeah, let's pop in the trees while I'm here. Oh, we have another comment first, though. Oh, and another generous. What's your stance on street names? I really like street names on maps. The problem with Warhammer maps is they're all so tight and close that if you do it accurately, there's no space. If you do it semi-accurate like this, there's still no space. If you want to make street names on your maps, you have to plan your map around that to begin with. And it generally works far better for city maps where the detail level for the buildings is actually super low and it's often just blocks with nice bits of text sitting in between. Then it looks often lovely. For a map like this, it often becomes super busy and makes it very difficult to read the roads. If I was doing it with street names, I would probably choose a completely different style to the one that we've done here, because it's not the most conducive for nice, clear, legible understanding of the information. Let me just quickly add some extra bits there. Okay, let's take a. Oh no, I haven't done the trees yet. Trees. Pop in there. Grab some of the things. Drop that down to size 3 because this is going to be tight, small. Whoa! No. 3. Enough just to promote that sense of life in the area. As I say, you can see there with the tree, the flowers that basically it's just a little splot of red and a tiny bit of blue. But that's enough for you to see that there's something different going on. But again, when you get right far out, often it just disappears. And thus doing lots of tiny detail only pays off normally under one circumstance, and that if somebody's using the map digitally and they zoom in a lot. But for print, utterly useless. I mean, this is at 200% of its normal size. That's what the zoom's currently at. If I'm zooming in again to where it starts to become actually possible to see, that's 300% of its actual size. Gives you an idea of how big this map could be when you printed it, though. You could probably print this one as it's currently standing at about, I don't know, you could probably print it a good couple of meters across. It would look pretty goddamn good. Right, so looking at the time, we're coming up to 20 to the 6th hour. There's a part of me that sort of wants to do a little bit more on that, on the water there before I start considering giving up. It's just calling out to me. So let me do that before I start running away. We just, oops. That's not the right size. It needs to be a 4. There we go. Let's start adding a little bit of detail there. So I'm thinking this is mostly going to have to be parkland on both sides here. The old crumbling wall there. And the crumbling wall there as well. Let's give it just a jaggy feel. And we've got our old tall house, which I'm going to pop in, which everybody avoids. I forgot that. We'll quickly add a couple of extra details there. Right, so like that. Okay, let's go around the edge of that river a little bit. I mean, that water, we got the old crumbling wall here again. Half dismantled, half broken, but still pretty much impassable. That makes its way all the way up to the Ranelden place with its nice front and facade. Imagine this place half built out of stolen rock that they've taken from the walls, because that works quite nicely just in terms of characterizing the Raneldens themselves. It's a building that is basically built from stolen sections. Yeah, that works quite neatly. Yeah, okay. So, is there any comments before I move on as I'm going there? Yeah, we probably could. We were considering having a garden there, which kind of works with the chapter. Yes, we were considering a garden in this section, and it's also super easy to do a garden. Would there be a gate left where the street crosses the old wall? I quite like that there isn't. That the toll is an entirely imposed thing. There's nothing to stop people passing through. It requires a dude to stop them, but the people who make their way through there don't do the actual tolling. Was there a gate? Yeah, there was, but I think that's probably collapsed and been stolen, possibly for building the Ranelden extra bits to the north. And is that Ben? Ben! Called Ben as well. My first thing was to say B, and then you went and ruined it by writing Ben. Dude, you ruined my day. Anyway, nice to see you, B. You are the best. First time actually catching an Andy stream. I'm not sure you so much caught it as at the end, and I'm really like flagging and ill now. And look at me. But I've got my hat on, so life is good. We are working our way through this bad boy. Just so you can see that there, B. There has been all manner of crazy chat as to what all of these various locations are. And it's doing pretty well. Oh, and let me just pull up the comment there. RIP headphone users, I do apologize. It's my natural response whenever I see B. It's like, yay, it's the best day. Yeah, sorry. And yep, damn it, yep, sorry. And ooh, and again, sorry. So we're just finishing off a little section here, which is a bit of parkland by a main promenade, which leads from the rather scribbly docks down here, all the way up to a palace up here and some upper class bits. Primarily because the High Ambassador, pardon me, of Reikland pretty much lives here. And this is his big show-off town that he has people make their way through as he invites people to his various ambassadorial gigs. So most of this road, the length of it has to be relatively pretty, even though behind it we've got old tenements and some sunken areas and some various other horrors. A lovely little halfling enclave over here, which is all sorts of fun. Big ogre pit here for pit fighting, all kinds of cool stuff. But this section here is going to be a parkway, and I think we need to have ourselves down its entire length, probably just a road. Not a road, probably a wall. It's probably got an iron top, little iron crosses, imperial crosses, griffins, comets, all the rest of it, making its way along this area, which we can pin in this side too, all the way along, and that can be part of the outer gardens for the rather impressive now section where the Knights of the whatever the fuck we call them, let's say Swan, because that's definitely their sigil from earlier in the stream. That's a part of their parkland, but a nice little secret part. So I reckon we definitely want to dump some sort of cool thing in there. So if anyone can think of anything cool to sit in this area, so loosely, we've got the main building there. We've got our entrance area here where the coaches come in and then swoop back out, or alternatively come in and go into the coach house. We've got the gardens behind the house. We've got the larger area, the more countryside garden with a folly, a little pier there for boating in summer, bless them, with little swan boats or whatever the heck else they decide to go over there. We've got the old lake here by the old wall, which is built across here and over here, the old tall house, which will be separated from the surrounding area. So we've got definitely something that could go here, particularly because this here is run by Ranaldins and is full of all manner of illicit naughties, which are often pulled out for those knights that make their fun over there. And they've got a route that's already through there, but we've also got a potential fun little extra that we could put on the inside of that. So if anyone can think of anything that could go in that, that would be awesome. And why isn't my Control Z working here? Oh, it is now. Let's just get rid of that the old-fashioned way. Oh, okay, I see. My mouse has gone stupid. There we go. Let's pick that up. Right, so if anyone's got any ideas for that, that'd be great. Let's have a quick look. Would the wine bottling plant fit further down along the promenade as somewhat prestigious endeavor that the Lord might want to show off? Yeah, that's interesting. Particularly given the wines that they're doing, to show off a little bit of industry as they're making their way along. Yeah. Let's have a quick look as to what we've got before we decide, because we've got the main palace here, which I think is going to end up, once it's done, being much, much bigger. It's going to be a dominant building on the north side of the city. And they're going to be going along here, and they're going to get serenaded by various salons up here. So you'd want it distant enough that it looked relatively impressive and you could take the whole thing in with your eye, while simultaneously not being close enough that you could see how awful it is. So possibly sitting around this sort of area up here might be a good place for it. I think that might work quite well. They are, after all, pardon me, one of the best wines in the Reikland that's getting made here. So having something that shows that off, I think, works quite well, even if it's impractical, which I think it probably would be, because they're going to have to drag their barrels all the way over here rather than just bottling at its source. So I quite like the idea of almost a bit of fake industry going on as well, where it's a bit of a front, where a lot of the actual real industry happens further north over by the vineyards. And this is, much like several parts of this city, a bit of a facade. And behind the scenes, there's probably something else going on and maybe something else getting made within. Then Yellow says, Knights of the Swan was initially suggested name. Yeah, I think that was initially, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad name. Could definitely get something from that. Getting a Hellfire Club in the middle of the Thames vibe, not entirely unfair. The Knights here they were commissioned originally to be a nice knightly order for the Hallskrugs, but have effectively been nothing more than gophers, really, fetching dignitaries, taking them up to a palace, and that is their life. They are there to be incredibly impressive looking knights that carry people from one place to another. They don't fight, but they do drink. They don't do very much of anything, really. They're a mess, probably, behind the scenes. And their building, the main building here, again, is probably going to be a mighty, impressive facade, but behind it, it's just almost a classic Warhammer collapse building sitting at the rear. So, yeah, a nice mixture there. But again, all nobles, because they are knights, and nobles that many families will want their, let's say, second or third kids to be going there, because the amount of important dignitaries passing through this place is significant, and being part of the bodyguard for those as they move from A to B, and possibly part of the crew that are ferrying them around houses, means they might get themselves into a more important, influential position. So it's a knightly order that many might want to get their hands on, even though it's young and not particularly prestigious. Like some proper industry, not some filthy plebeian stuff. Yeah, quite. Exactly. Proper industry. I agree completely. I was thinking on the same side of the promenade as the chapter house, just slightly further east, as in over this way. I think the smells and the noises would annoy, and it would also be within sight of the palace sitting there. I think I'd like it sort of out of the front so that everything is nice and clear, and we've got nice, clear trees, boulevards making their way up there. I think that might be a slightly better way of doing it. Loving the idea of wine-stained streets. Damn frickin' straight. Me too. Boredom breeds chaos shenanigans, doesn't it always? And we were actually discussing that earlier about how easy it would be to add Slaanesh to this crew and indeed some of the others. And I think rather than having them being a harbor for a Slaanesh group, it's very much something that Slaanesh wants to get into. So some small cult or cell or something similar are attempting to infiltrate their way in so that they can use it. So make it an early part of the process rather than something that is already collapsed. And if we're looking for building some proper contention in there, possibly already some of them have I don't know, fallen to corn to do something completely different, just to throw out the air there. And maybe they are wantonly killing people behind the scenes. That's just one example of the many things that could be going on. They're bloodthirsty and also kind of useless. Not good warriors in the slightest, but very good at making the blood flow. And after all, blood and wine, there's a lovely little marriage that potentially goes there. Yala, would they do some sort of stupid show-off tricky shit like threading rings with lances or whatever? Yeah, I think they probably would. I mean, what you want to do is reinforce the feathers, the white feathers, the pristine feathers, the spilling of wine on them, the splash of blood, the white colors and the red colors. So I'm thinking white and red is probably the knightly order colors with metal underneath it. You'd want to do something that reinforced the nature of the order and how it appears. These are going to be made up rituals that are going to be purely there to try and look impressive to people that are passing by, ambassadors and visiting diplomats and emissaries. So whatever tradition they have is almost certainly entirely fabricated, relatively easy to do, and maybe a bit showy. And it probably, because it is fabricated, it isn't based on some ancient tradition, which was, I don't know, a frog once kissed something or something stupid. It can be something that can be directly tied to what they are. And that is impressive knights that have something to do with swans. So something to do with that might be nice. I'm not sure what that is. Is that all of our comments? It is. I'm going to quickly fill in this section. I still don't know what the hell is behind this wall, and it's annoying me. I feel like there should be something here. Something that our dodgy Ranaldon folk can easily access, and something that our dudes can illicitly go to without necessarily having to be within the house. I definitely think there's something there. There is a slight problem with that. I just noticed that popping up as well. Well, the wine is white. White wine with the full body of a red. I forgot about that detail. Good detail. Because it is. That is the nature of the wine. It's a white wine with the body of a red, as I recall. I forget the name of the thing. It is, as you popped in your second comment there. Wine is apparently white. Yeah, it is white. And that pretty much stymied that whole chat, didn't it? Screw you and you're paying attention to things what have been written before. You're rubbish. Yeah, definitely something going to have to go in here. I don't know what it is. This will maybe be decided at a later date. What is that crazy building thing? What does lie over there? And has stairs leading up to it. Nobody knows. But it's definitely a thing. There is something back there. So we need a road that connects all of that. I will grab that now. Road. Pop it in. Nice trip around. One connects there. If I knew what that was, I'd draw it properly, but I literally have no idea what this thing is. I feel like it should be something obvious, but I don't know what it is. I mean, it's really quite secluded. It's far away. A circus tent. Why? I'm amused. So let me just quickly go back there. Yeah, that's the name of the wine. Thank you. 2 flows flow, 1 red wine. Yeah. It's true. Wine sticking streets. Yep, absolutely. Trying to be sneaky with trying to delete a comment with an error is futile when the streamer still sees it. So true. I got ahead of you. And could that be a high-end circus tent? I mean, it could. I'm quite liking the idea of some sort of debauched revelry that takes place in a high-end circus tent with crazy, I don't know what, naked acrobats doing crazy naked acrobat things. I have no idea why that would be there, though. And it seems super dodge. I don't know. Why on earth would it be out there? I also don't know. I'm not sure that's necessarily an idea that works. A carousel for some reasons, suggest B. That's also potentially interesting, but again, it's slightly out of the sticks, particularly given that we're going to have a Ranaldon fair on the outside of town, which is already there. Swans instead of horses, though. The child in me thinks that's actually quite fun, right? So I think this is potentially a great idea. Swans instead of horses. It's a mechanical carousel. It's out there for reasons that are as yet done, and we need to have some sort of underlying, not necessarily sinister, but most certainly alternative reason for it being there. We are, after all, dealing with the Knights of the Swan here. We're right beside the Ranaldons. There's definitely something in this. I feel like there's a story waiting to happen, and I'm not quite sure what this story is yet. And because it's 1 o'clock in the morning on my side, my brain's not working quite as clearly as it should do. Why is it there? I agree. Is it front for a mill or a grinding thing? I mean, it's currently in the grounds of a knightly order. So probably a weird mill or grinding thing. I mean, it could be. I'm not quite sure what that should be. Let's see what else we've got. What's making it move? Things underground? Again, possibly. We've already established that this town doesn't have any sewers for some fairly long-standing reasons. It's new, is the real reason. But things underground could certainly happen. We've already got one natural cave that's going to be sitting underneath the Halfling enclave over here. So the idea of there being caves or things underground is certainly not beyond capabilities. Funky swan theme carousel kind of works for a thing next to the promenade. It really does. So possibly the correct thing to do then is to separate it and have, oops, wrong brush. If we separate it and have it on their side, have it opened at that side. We've got our bizarre swan carousel. Possibly we drop some more water around that to reinforce the swan motifs. We make that a little bit wider and possibly draw that a little bit better afterwards. We have the road come in, we have the road come in like so. I mean, I've still no idea why the hell this thing's here or who's built it or what for. And that would give you something that looked more akin to that. The knights obviously could take you directly to it through their nice personal path that leads all the way there. I mean, it's quite a funky idea, but I really feel like there's something missing here as the why, what's going on, what's the underpinning reason. If we were doing this as a bunch of adventure hooks in a book, it would be, there's this cool carousel, and then underneath it, we'd have 2 adventure hooks that says, and this is what's actually happening. And I think it's the what's actually happening is interesting. He says, Skaven moving in circles, chaos engines. Oh, holy shit, that's suddenly escalated. I think actually you bring up something that's super interesting. As it stands, we've had some loose discussion about how there could be some Skaven, and because there's mines and potentially warp dust and various other nonsense. But because this is a place with no sewers and no established city until within the last 20 years, I think there is definitely some chat as to having recent tunnels from the Skaven trying to come to this place because of its diplomatic importance. So them attempting to come in here and the difficulties that they've had because the ground is waterlogged. So it's very difficult, almost impossible to tunnel through because the whole thing just collapses, fills with water and all the rest of it. So I think there's definitely some sort of story regarding the Skaven in there somewhere. And possibly they're trying to shore up something underneath the ground, effectively tank off some sort of tunnel so that they can get in under the town. I'm not sure what that story is, though. We were like, I don't know, but Fishman spirit is something I support. Fishman spirit. His natural enemies, natural old spirit of a fishman. His natural enemy, the swans. And it's come out as the spirit of the fishman wars against the circling swans as they move around the carousel. Poor ghost doesn't know what's coming or going. I'm not quite sure what to do with that, but I definitely think there might be something in it. Naturally, exactly. I didn't expect the chapter house grounds reach all the way there. I was thinking of public. I mean, we certainly could do that. Indeed, we could fence off sections so that this is effectively public ground. But I think there's something quite nice about it all being connected in some fashion or another, and they go all the way around, and possibly that can lead to some sort of secret inner circle chapter house on the inside over here. Perhaps they have some sort of crazy ritual where they all go on a carousel. And my swans, this is fucking weak. It's a carousel. It's built to provide enjoyment. Yeah, I mean, that's ostensibly what it's for. Or maybe it's a pump. Huh. Some sort of drying machine instead of the ground. Maybe the water level in the nearby pond is dropping, and the groundsmaster wants the PCs to investigate. Yeah, an upset gardener is a great NPC. Now, let's see what Tim Yell was saying before I start waxing lyrical about this, because I think there's definitely something in this. We could have a deranged prophet throwing pissy fits about the mechanical monstrosity trapping swans and forcing them to go in circles. I think that's a lovely adventure hook as well, because, yeah, totally. Deranged prophets are always fun too. I quite like the idea that this is perhaps a co-opted pump, and the Skaven are attempting to dredge an area in under the ground, and they've helped orchestrate the build of this particular thing, and it's not what it appears to be. It looks like it's a carousel. It's no freaking carousel. Underneath the ground, the thing is churning and pumping, and as all the people are having their pleasure time above, that didn't sound necessarily very good, given the Ranald in what is effectively potentially a whorehouse on the other side. But as they're having their little circular things, and nobles are toffingly nose going, whoa! Underneath the ground, they're slowly but surely dredging away water from a new system underneath there. I think that definitely there's a story in that. I think that could work quite well. Oh, it's always nice to talk to you, B. You're the best. You know, you should probably come on the stream. I mean, I'm intending on doing this like pretty much like the idiot that I am every Thursday, maybe, because this map's going to take fucking forever to do. This stream's now been going for 6 hours and 4 minutes, so it's not like, you know, I'm not going to be around. So if you happen to be around one evening, you want to pop on, tell me, and I'll just send you a link, and you can come in and chat with me if you fancy, because that'd be fun. Because, you know, it's always just fun to chat and, you know, doing stuff that we like. How could we go wrong with that? Or the other way, it was a carousel and Skaven hook pump. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. One way or another, the Skaven are using it to pump, and we can have adventure hooks that are relatively varied from this as well, ranging from an engineer not understanding why the carousel isn't going at the proper speed, or an upset gardener because some of the plant beds have dried out, or whatever you want to do. That I think that's all sorts of fun. So just so you know, B, I will be here pretty much every week, probably. I still haven't decided whether I'm doing it or not every week, but at the moment it looks likely. And every Friday we'll be doing our actual stream game, because that's actually coming now. We're only a few weeks away from going live with that. As mental as that sounds to me. We've still got a few things that we need to organize with the tech, but we're really close. So if you're happy to come on, I'd be happy to have you just sit there and wax lyrical in the corner with me, because that'll be all sorts of fun. Also at the carousel, they sell round lollipops with swans. Of course they do. yeah, I like that. They totally do. Yeah, I think that's all sorts of fun. Which means that we need to have a gate, a thin gate that sits over the front of it. There needs to be, in fact, I'm going to reshuffle this. Now I know what this place is. I'm going to completely change it. I'm going to redraw the fucker as well. I do believe you've just said my mantra. Scope creep, a scope creep. Oh yeah, but how cool is it now? Right, so what do we want this to look like from above to make sure that we help characterize it for what it is rather than just a circle? We've got ourselves a carousel, parts going up there, parts going up there. We need a little stall off to the side with a little hut. Another one. We need to have a nice little building at the back where the grumpy old ticket seller lives. A little storehouse connected to that, and then our carousel. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. God damn it. Did them too small. Let me just go back a bit there for a second. Oh, it's not bloody deleting like it's supposed to. There we go. Perfect. So let me just do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, too big this time. I'm trying to do 13 of them. Because, you know, if we're going to have the Skaven involved, we're as well to have some sort of visual. I forgot how many I've done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's freaking better. Okay, so if we pop a circle in there and connect in each one of them for our carousel, like so. Now we're talking. Okay, we've got our 13, and then we can add in a little detail on the outside just to suggest that slightly Baroque edge to it. Lovely. That looks a bit more like it. And then we can have a little pond on that side, a little pond on that side. And we have got ourselves a frickin' location. Oh, yeah. I love it. Let's have a quick check what's going on in the chat. Hey, Chaplain of the Order is a member of the Gyron Zinch cult. He wants to promote the flow of Gyron through ley lines to the Halfling place, but the water's directing it elsewhere. See, there's all manner of little subplots you can build out of this. Yeah, it's really going. The process bringing back me just shooting the shit and saying crazy shit at each other until we both fell down laughing about the crazy new thing we'd done. I'm like, let's write that. Woohoo! Yeah, good times. So they tricked a group of Skavens with their, excuse me, in my world, it's Skaven. The plural of Skaven is Skaven. With their Gyron stones and convinced them it was Warpstone. That would be a very tough sell. I'm not quite sure they'd fall for that. They might fall, some idiot Skaven might. But the second they brought that through to somebody who actually understood what it was, yeah, that'd fall. In fact, that'd actually work quite well. There could be a story in that, actually. Just from sitting in this chat for a couple of hours, I can see why you enjoy this job. It's a freaking great job. I loved it. Honestly, the vast majority of the fun was talking to Andy all the time, not sharing all the ridiculous. It's so true. Much less luster without that, to be honest. Well, you know, well, let's keep on doing it because I'm doing this for fun now. And if you fancy coming along for fun, then I'd be delighted to share some time with you, B, because you're the best. You know, I think that it is. How close to that is to the original blue? Not quite. Need to be lighter. But that's close enough. Let's just fill that in so we know where the water is. Okay, so we've got ourselves a crazy carousel thing. Love it. Let's quickly color in some of this and remove the comment from the stream there. Yeah. There we go. So we've it's in purple because obviously it's a featured location. And we'll go for the buildings around it. Like so. That is now legit balls location, if ever I saw one. Let's do some very quick highlights and shades on that as well, just so they're done. Give me my shades. Do 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 boom 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 boom. Oh, love it. Do a quick highlight on that, and that will be effectively done, although we have done that rather quickly. And we'll zoom out and take a little look at what our little carousel area looks like. In fact, I want to put a little bit of grass on this as well. Just so it's... And so get some color, pop some green on that. Not too much, because I want the idea that this is a... Let's pull out. That needs a bit more. I'm not happy with that. Where's the highlights in here? Just a little bit more oomph on that, just so it pops out when we zoom out. Okay, zoom out. Let's take a look at where we are. I could zoom so much faster than that. Oh yeah, that's standing out. That's nice. That's a definite feature. That's definitely looking more like a thing. I like that a lot. Okay, so where are we in our comments? That's where we were last one. Yalb says, should the old wall be great to suggest stone construction? Yeah, it almost certainly is. But for the style map we're doing here, everything that's constructed, if we stick it with a single color, it means that it scans instantly as something that is built and is a natural impediment to PCs moving from one section to another. If I do this in gray, it will just sort of fade into the background. It's not necessarily, it's nowhere near accurate. The textual description would typically come along and say old stone grey walls and so on and so forth, covered in lichen and I don't know, whatever else you decide to pop on there, mason marks of some kind. But for the graphical depiction, if we go for a very clean, if it's a location that's mapped, it's purple or whatever color we eventually go for, because we can just change the color at will. And if it's anything else built, it's brown or whatever other color we go for. It means that the map is instantly scannable as long as those colors are discrete from, for example, the trees or from the underlying greens or anything else. So loosely, everything constructed, I'll go with brown. A more naturalized version would almost certainly look better, but when you zoom out, it becomes almost impossible to see one thing from another thing, and it all begins to turn into mud. And as it is already, I say it turned into mud, as the screen's filled with brown buildings that look like mud. You get what I mean, though. Yeah, I'm quite liking the look of that. And hi, Jeff. Great to see you there. It's 1 a.m. and I'm still going. I am that idiot. Yeah, I apparently am still going, even though I didn't think I'd last more than about 3 hours. Cheers. I want to get our little chapter house in. I'm liking the idea of having a chapter house that overlooks the water on the other side. So we've got ourselves the main building, but we've got our inner circle building where they go and get inducted into strange inner circle mysteries, as is often the case for our knights. And we've got our Knights of the Swan sitting over here that require some sort of inner circle mystery place. So let's give them one. Let's think about the lay of the land here. It's going to be pretty soggy around there. So they're going to want to be able to get all the way there by coach, because if there's anything I've learned about knights is that they're lazy fuckers when they're from this particular order. So let's give them a route that definitely allows them to come by coach. So a slightly wider road that goes all the way to there. So road. And they can come through here this way, nice and thick. So it's a main road that can take a coach all the way to here. Excellent. Yeah, I much prefer that. Anyways, that seems, let's drop there. Yeah, you often find that, and I think that actually makes for a better story. I'm doing this purposefully. In that it allows PCs access to a location that might otherwise be relatively inaccessible, and through the normal rules at a table, completely inaccessible. But by butting them up against other places where they could try and creep in, do a particular deed, it works. And you can easily justify it by saying that for one reason or another, that piece of land was lost. That used to be green land, but it's been taken over and replaced with a stupid swan carousel that the ambassador desperately wanted, the High Lord Ambassador. And he was like, no, it's definitely going there. And how upset the Knights of the Swan were, or some similar equivalent, because that was right beside the lovely new chapter house that just got built. So there's butting conflicts, which also allow for easy use at the table for the PCs to engage with. So the butting conflicts being the Knights wanted one thing to happen and they lost it, creating a certain tension, which you can also turn into a potential roleplay situation. And on top of that, should they need to be investigating this particular building or creeping into it or something similar, there's a potential extra route, which isn't just, I'll pretend to be staff of this place and creep around through the back gardens and all the rest of that, where they can actually potentially jump over a wall or through a gate that's relatively close. Yeah, that's fun. And you can easily make justifications for why that fun situation is in place, because ultimately all of this is for a game. Absolutely every single last bit of it is for a game. And something gets in the way of having fun with a particular thing, it is super, super easy to change it. And you should always try to keep at the back of your mind that what you're creating is stuff that people need to use. And if you create something that ultimately will never be seen, or is too hidden to actually come into play, or nobody's going to be interested in, yeah, why bother? Right, which way do I want this particular one to go? I think I want it. Right, I'm going to take that off. All right, I'll just quickly line this funky little placey up, and then I will check my comments again. What do I want? I want this. Yeah, I quite like the idea that this was once quite separate. It was its own little quiet corner that nobody could get access to. Then suddenly it no longer is. Now we need to have a place for the coaches to turn. So let's make sure that we've got that. Again, it's an easy thing to forget when you're building these places. You often just build a road straight there. Simply building a road straight there is just not good enough because, oops, wrong road layer. You need to be able to get away again if you're in, for example, a coach. This also, because there's no coach house down here or any stables down here, it lends that slight sense of people aren't supposed to stay. So that helps reinforce that particular motif there. So if anyone does make their way out to that area, they're going to have to move on, or they're going to look suspicious as all hell. And what we'll do, again, to reinforce it can be infiltrated, we'll make sure that this entire parkland has got quite a lot of trees, places to hide, good areas for PCs to do their PC thing, and hopefully not get caught too often. I'll just quickly drop in the path there. Yeah, okay, I think that's quite nice. You may have disagreed with me in the comments. I'll find out in just a second. I'm just quickly sorting out the last of this section. And there. So we've got our road that leads down to the place. Excellent. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's quite nice. I can almost feel how that works. So I just need to close off that side of the park. Okay, cool. Let's have a quick look at the commenties. The Knights could even hire the PCs to try and defame the carousel to get it closed down so they can see? Yeah, totally. Because the second you start creating conflicts with anything that you build, rather than making everything, it creates stories. So rather than make everything perfect, always try to mess it up a little bit. So yeah, the Knights aren't happy. They're not the sort that could actually do very much about it other than try and spend money at it. But the Duke himself wants it in place. He thinks it's a marvelous thing. So what they need to do is try and discredit it. So the Duke himself decides that he needs to shut it. And that's pretty much what PCs are perfect for, right? Discrediting things and generally putting their nose into places that it probably shouldn't be put. Yeah, I quite like that. Yeah, I don't want to put any other building out there. I don't want to have something that looks over the water. We've got like a little thing there. I quite like the idea of our little jetty so someone could creep out into a boat and then make their way up there. Yeah, let's just leave that as is. Ultimately, so they could keep just doing their list of things. Absolutely. Knights being evil and hiring PCs to do bad things, and it'd be you couldn't be. Yeah, I mean, how could that possibly be the case? It seems so unlike you. Alrighty, let's have a quick look at how that's beginning to look as a place. We're going to have to define the outer edge. We've got our yeah, just drop this comment up because spot on. In a swan-shaped boat, definitely. So let's define this area now. Hard. Yeah, okay, yeah. That works neatly into the smith that's up there. What are effectively outer buildings for the knightly order here. We'd want to close that off, and we'd want to close that off, and that gives their entire territory. That's actually quite a good bit of space there. I'll green off the greens, and then maybe color in the buildings and see what it looks like once they're in place. But we are going to probably call it a night relatively soon. Where are we at? We're at, holy moly, we're at 6 hours, 20 minutes. Mental. We have been going, one without pause. Let me just bring up that comment because it makes me laugh, because that's exactly what I was hoping for. The old toll house got even sadder out of a sun. Stuck in that. Yeah, totally. Old toll house, wrapped by a wall. Old building that used to be important a long time ago, no longer is, but it's still there for political reasons. And a gatehouse with no gate in it, that certain things, if they pass through, have to pay a toll, and nobody goes through that particular gate anymore because they don't want to pay the toll. So the only people who go through it are normal people by foot. Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of fun in that one. Let's get our greeny grass in place. Greeny grass. Let's have a quick check, see how that is. Whoa, that's not greeny grass. I'm on the wrong layer. That's more like greeny grass. Let's just quickly pop that in. Do I want that to go up? Yes, I do. In fact, I pretty much want that everywhere. Once I've covered it in the buildings. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's add a little bit of elevation to this and a little bit of shadow. So let's go up to the lines. Give an idea that there's a little bit of height to some of this. And so, oh, whoa. We did not want green. Go away, you stinking color. Oh, my computer is really slowing down. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I need a new computer. That's the wrong size of brush. That's even worse. That's better. There we go. Just a touch of an elevation there. We'll get rid of most of that when we put in the trees. Give the idea that the grounds are not entirely flat. Given that we're dealing with a city, again, not the biggest city, about 10,000 people, but it's still a city, it's often very difficult to see that there's ups and downs and elevations because all the buildings get in the way. So if you've got free parkland or any other open area because it's scrub or demolished or whatever it might be, making sure that you add just that little bit of an idea of the ups and downs makes a big difference for making the place feel like it's dynamic. There's not very much there, but there's enough for me to run with. Excellent. Okay, let's grab my shades. I'm going to add a very loose light shade first for the other side of the elevations. And yeah, there we go. Just to give a little bit of an idea of the height and how it slips down. I'll do the shading for the buildings and the rest properly afterwards. A little bit inside the water there, just to give it a little bit of extra depth. Run along the edge there. Yeah, that makes quite a big difference. It's amazing what just a little bit of shading does for making something pop. Alrighty, that done. Let's quickly color in the buildings. Once I've colored in the buildings, I'll come back to the comments again. I just want to get these done. So let's go for the actual locations first. So this is a purple location because this is the chapter house. And the other main building is also a purple location. Oh, this is the secret one. This is the not so secret one. And the rest can go in brown. That shouldn't be. Let's go around that. Excellent. cool. Anything else I want to do in that color? Yeah, this. Quite a few important little locations here. Get that done. Let's get our buildings and fill those in. Again, much as I said in the tutorial, being neat is actually not that important. What's more important is being consistent and getting all the colors in place. If you go over your line slightly, don't worry too much, largely because this map is actually so big that these individual locations that we're messing around with here are absolutely tiny, and no one is going to look that closely at them. Right, so we've got a hard wall there, we've got a hard wall that goes up there, and a hard wall that runs along here. Make sure they're all nicely marked. Excellent. Building there that butts onto the Ranaldin building, because people sneak through from one side to the other. Poor, sad, lonely toll house. Let me just quickly add in the location color on that. Back to the building. Ooh, wow. Now, when I say don't worry about the lines, I don't mean don't worry about the lines that badly. Holy crap. And quickly run this one. Have we done them all? No, we haven't. Let's catch this one. Excellent. And then the final raggedy bit there. I think we've done our buildings. Right, let's have a quick check at any comments. Perfect Warhammer, I presume you're referring to our toll house. Damn straight it is. It's there for pissing everyone off reasons. Yeah, pretty much. Should the knights have a shrine tucked in somewhere in the park? They almost certainly should. Yeah, they certainly should. We're in the Reikland. There's no chance that there isn't a shrine to Sigmar in here somewhere. It's probably inside the actual building itself. But this lot are a relatively irreligious lot anyway. So I'm quite happy not actually marking a separate one, although it might be nice to have one out in the garden somewhere, one that they can go to. This place has been purpose-built after all. So so they can look like they're being pious and going out somewhere. So yeah, let's add one perhaps at the back here where we've got ourselves a nice wee shrine. Good idea. I like it. Let me just quickly add that one on and let's pop that there. We'll make it relatively small. Just a little shrine sitting off at the edge. We know what it is, even if it just looks like a little brown blob. Okay, let's see if there's anything else here. Maybe something funky like a small tea house. What we're missing actually is that we've got our small boathouse that's sort of there, but and we've got our folly that's sitting here for sitting in, which is effectively sort of like a tea house, which is almost certainly more like a wine house rather than a tea house. But I'm not sure a tea house is quite the right flavor. Particularly because we've got our folly already. We'd be looking for something that pops perhaps a touch more character. I'm not quite sure what it is. Tiny, happy little accidents. That's pretty much all my maps. Luckily, the comment on screen obscured your shame. I'm really, really pleased about that. Moving on, I will suggest a shrine to a stallion god of swans, I can't even say it. Again, I'm not entirely sure that they would have one. It's a foreign thing, and Reiklanders are particularly renowned for eschewing anything that's not Reiklander. So whilst it's possible there could be something like that if there was an stallion quarter or close relations with the stallions, there isn't. However, I do think that given that this place is for lots of dignitaries, that we could have ourselves some sort of pantheon, as in some sort of building that is designed to have shrines to all manner of minor gods from across the old world and potentially beyond. So when various dignitaries from other places come, they've got somewhere that they can make offerings, whatever they may be, and that can be a purpose-built, rather impressive building, perhaps on the edge of the palace. So I'd say rather than necessarily picking out one Estalian god and popping it in the middle of nowhere, I'd rather build some sort of lovely pantheon with somebody who's there to attend and hopefully respond as not necessarily a priest, but most certainly a representative of that pantheon and whatever particular dedications may need to be made for the gods. I definitely think there's something in that. The idea of pilgrimage site for them, which is actually, yeah, totally doing their pilgrimage. In fact, I quite like the idea of possibly doing a pilgrimage amongst them is effectively taking a long piss. So going all the way down there, taking a piss by the shrine and going all the way back again. It's like a minor punishment. You need to go take a pilgrimage because of something that they do when they're doing their drunken revelries. There's definitely something in there for a local tradition that I think would be quite fun. But they dress up in pilgrim to go through the pageantry. Yeah, of course. So they get themselves all dressed up in pilgrim's robes and wander all the way down there and get themselves ready for a wee. Can be a shrine to a specific saint or something with a slightly larger general Sigmar shrine in the main building. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And I think in general, we need to keep in mind that we've got about 10,000 folk here. We're probably looking at around about 5 temples of Sigmar in total to cover this. But this is Reikland. They often go over the top, so we may want to go as high as maybe 6 or 7. And one of them most definitely is a high temple. A high temple would have been constructed. They'll have had sanction and dispensation from the cult of Sigmar for that. And that's going to be the central temple for the entire area, which also designates this as a city rather than just a town, which I think will make a difference. So we'll need to make sure that as we're expanding into the other areas, we have to remember of the various temples that we need to drop into each area to make sure they're properly covered. Or an empty building with a whole bunch of statues, painting a foreign god, stashing a background as needed. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's something in that. I quite like the idea of there's a bunch of them, and possibly some of them are quite replaceable. As in, here, holy shit, the Tillians are coming. Let's bring out all our Tillian gods. And we don't have their particular god. Let's just have this generic woman, stroke man, stroke figure, stroke dog, cat, whatever it is that may be associated with potentially the deity they're interested in. Put it out, put a picture behind it, job's a good one. Yeah, I definitely think there's something in that that could work quite well. 5 sounds low, my estimate. It feels like we're already due at least 1. It does potentially sound low, but on Festag, when it comes to a Festag throng, there's a couple of things you've got to remember about your Sigmarite temples, particularly the larger ones. They have no seating. There's no pews. Everybody stands and they crowd in. That's a part of what Sigmarite temples are known for. The primary nave with most of the common folk, your priests and similar off on one side, your nobles and similar on the other side, and the hammer in the head. In the claw and the hammer. And you can get a lot of folk in what may appear to be a relatively small temple. And a big temple can easily host, for a single sermon, 1,000 if it needs to. And the smaller ones can handle a good couple of hundred with ease. And there will be multiple sermons during the course of a single day. So you've got, your maybe the 11 o'clock bell, depending on the temples and how they work. Some might have a 1 o'clock, some might have a 4 o'clock, some might have one that's specifically designed at, say, 6 o'clock on Festag, and they all troop out at their different times to go. You don't need quite as many as you could have. That said, this is Reikland, and if anywhere is going to have far too many temples, it's frickin' Reikland, particularly given if you look just to the north. If we pull up our little map here in the corner, if we pull up our little map here, we are really close to the Monastery of the Holy Word, which is one of the most important holy sites in the entire empire. That's where pretty much Sigmar's holy word itself is held. The Order of the Anvil pretty much works from there. So definitely something there to consider. We have at least one for the old village. That's true. Probably at least 2 more to add for the town. 1 of the 4. I think at least, yes. And I think 5 is probably a good start. We may end up with more. We'll find out as we move into each one of the districts, because it'll naturally find places that seem central and where the temples will go. And by the look of it, at least 2, if not 3, for the new city. Yeah, totes. One of them being the grand. Yeah. The High Temple is the big one. And the High Temple probably will be up by the palace, because you're going to want to have that lovely little bit where they go from the palace over to the High Temple and go from the High Temple back to the palace without being interrupted by any of those horrible, smelly commoners. So I'm imagining the High Temple might be around about this sort of area, around here somewhere, possibly over here, just slightly off. We'll see. After all, we've got our old road to the old Garden of Moor, which runs down across here, that's now completely eradicated. But the old road that sort of comes to the wall, another old road that comes to a wall there, we can definitely work on that a little bit. Right, that's all the comments. I'm now going to finish off my shading in here. And let's bring up a size 9 brush. Is that the right one? Yeah, it's not the right one. Not that size 9 brush. That is the right one. Right, let's drop ourselves in. This is quite a big building with a fake facade at the front, and we've got ourselves a tower that falls down here that goes off to a dome. We've got ourselves a higher roof here as well. Walls sitting on the outside, and a bit of shade now. We've got our stables over on this side, which are loosely going in line, like so, off to a point, off to another point. Our temple, our smith here. Again, a lot of this is in line with where we've decided our light source is, which, as we've already discussed multiple times, makes literally no sense. But let's not dwell on that too much. Okay, so that goes down into the water a little bit there. Love it. The old wall, run along this wall, and down this one. And then down here too. Right, I missed anything? Probably. Let's just add a couple of light contours down there as well. Do some highlighting, and then probably call it a day. I don't want to spend too much on this. If I was doing this for a professional map, I'd spend freaking tons of time on this, because this is one of the key locations. But I'm going to keep this relatively light, so we don't get lost in all the detail. The highlight will help make it pop, and the trees that we'll add around it will contextualize the whole thing as a place, and that'll hopefully do. Make sure that that's picked out. Make sure that is too. And pick that one. Here's our old ruined wall. The old toll house. Folly sitting out in the gardens. Stables. Coach house on the other side. A little shrine. Outside wall to the area, and that will probably do. I'll add a little bit of slight highlighting on some of the elevations just so it's picked out, and I'll also add in just a little bit of white around the water to give it that sense of reflection and ripples. Not too much, just enough to give it, there's only one bit of water, so not much to do there. Just enough to give it a bit of character. There we go, that'll do. Right, now let's get our trees, work on those. Let me just check my comments before I do that. Right, opposite the road to the palace feels right for the High Temple. Yeah, I think it probably does, I agree. The well-known phenomenon of the northern sun. Yeah, exactly. The well-known phenomenon of the northern sun. I feel there's not enough cultural places. A theatre or something like that seems appropriate. Some Estonian telling stuff for foreign diplomats. I agree. But we've not reached any of the more upper class areas or even the middle class areas. We've been mostly dealing with slums and docks so far. We're just moving out into the first non-slum dock area as we move into here. And I think, yes, we're going to have a need for salons and theatres and other places of interest to people who are diplomats. So we're going to have some sites to see and some places to visit, and some of which are going to have to be relatively, well, on the lower side of things as well, because we all know that when businessmen move from A to B, they inevitably go to all manner of dangerous places. I should bounce, have some lunch. Enjoy your lunch, B. It's been fun. Delighted to hear it. Have a good one, everyone. And Andy, get some rest. Damn it, I'll get some rest in a moment. I feel like I should last at least the last 17 minutes because that takes me to 7 hours. And I feel like that's some sort of win, given I've not been very well. So let me just quickly put in all of these trees. I hope you enjoy yourself out there, Ben, and your lunch is good. I'm going to grab that one. Is that the right one? No, it's not. I'm going to grab that one. Is that the right one? No, it's not. I'm just going to go get one then. How about you? That's the one. Okay, trees. Let's just quickly shrine tree going over the wall. Now, liking the idea that they've gone for privacy and they've grown bushes and trees and whatnot all the way along that area. So their special little chapter house is at least slightly hidden. It also gives, as I mentioned earlier, some really nice places for the PCs to potentially creep up into the area. Again, this is an illicit area where people are getting ferried from the Ranelden building, which we've yet to detail to any degree, but we know loosely what it is. So again, reinforcing that with a couple of little trees to hide behind is a good idea. Balancing that off with slightly more carefully trimmed trees at the front. Speaking to, no, I'm going to get rid of that one just for symmetry. Where they're slightly more wilder at the back. And further away over here, just that idea that there's a slight bit of wildness somewhere for not just PCs to creep through, but potentially illicit liaisons and similar. Down past the shrine. Privacy being relatively important for these people. Quite like that as an idea. Again, we want to separate our toll house from them, so they'll have grown trees all around as a screen to try and keep peering eyes out. Yeah, this is beginning to look about right. Let's mark those specifically to pop some topiary into. In fact, I'm going to leave that middle one. That might be better as something else. Okay, some loose bits. Yeah, okay. I think this is beginning to look Yeah. I quite like the look of that. Check up here. Yeah, let's add a tree that's sitting on the back of the stable side. Been allowed to grow. Yeah, there we go. Let's have a quick look at our comments. Yeah, but that goes. That all goes into the good part of the city. Yeah, absolutely. Those bits do go into the good parts of the city. Swan Carousel, definitely a poor area. I'm not sure. It's the Swan carousel is moving through one of the more richer areas, at least in terms of appearance. It's a good fake area still. I mean, you're right. It is still within the old world, but it's one of the better bad bits. Best of luck with the rest of the session. However long it goes. Night all. Night Jeff. Absolutely delighted to see you. I'm probably lasting about another 12 minutes. I reckon. I feel like I've made an achievement if I pass the 7-hour mark. And I'm so close to reaching it. Why not just do it? Eh? Okay, I think that looks pretty awesome, actually. It's got a definite tone and feel. There we go. Yeah, look at that. I can almost imagine what it's like going down one of those roads, making our way over to the Inner Circle's chapter house over there. Yeah, that works pretty well. I should have done more work on the highlighting the shading of that building up there. I'm going to very quickly do that because it's annoying me. And then we will call this section done, at least for the moment. That's not right, is it? Apparently it was. Heavy white to the front, since that's going to be the facade. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah. This is definitely beginning to look right. Okay. Let me just get rid of the comment there from Jeff. Thanks for bearing with us for so long, Jeff. Absolute pleasure to have you here. Okay, let's zoom out and take a look at what we've got. Wow, that's filled up quite a bit more extra space as well. I like that. And it's added some quite nice character to the overall area. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, so in our last 12 minutes, what little thing should we do? An easy thing to do is to do this one little lake here at the very least. If anyone's got anything they think should be done as we move towards the end of the stream, now is the time to call it out. I'm going to quickly do this little lake. It won't take me long at all. Put a shade on that. I'm going to do it. Excellent. And then go white size. Okay, well, that's in place at least. Did we do the white highlights in our pools over here? We didn't. Let's just quickly pop a couple of those in so we can see the pools for what they are. And then in our rather murky, swampy part of town. Oh, yeah. Now that we pull out, it's actually beginning to look a good bit better. It's amazing what just doing a few bit of extra details does to the overall image. Don't forget Boaty McBoatface up there. Right, so not sure what the next, but let's have a quick check there. Feels like something that uses water would go near that lake, maybe on the north side. Yeah, all right. Any ideas what that could be? We obviously don't have moving water here, so we're not going to go for a mill. It could be something that draws upon the water. The water table is very high, so even without any water feeding into it, it's going to stay wet most of the time. So we're generally always going to have water there, even if it's getting drawn from. Again, though, I'm not quite sure what that should be. So if you have any ideas, feel free to ping that in. What's the word for a cloth staining facility? Well, like a dyer's, if that's what you're meaning. Yeah, dyers often have quite a distinctive look as well. Yeah, that might be quite fun. I potentially though want to take that slightly further away from the main road, although there's more than enough space. I mean, it'd take quite a lot because you want where you were. The problem with them and say carpet dyes and all the rest of it is that they take quite a lot of space to dry the cloth. And that's the sort of thing that you probably want to have in the fields on the outside, because entire fields can be covered with the cloth that's drying up with all of the dye on it. If you can't lay it out, the colors will be inconsistent and it doesn't look quite right. So unless it was doing something very specifically, a certain type of dyeing or something very exclusive, I'm not sure it would make best use of that particular space. But I do like the idea of one. What else do we have there? Well, it would be there well before the main road, though. Yeah, that's true. The space argument makes more sense. Yeah, I'm concerned about the space. I mean, if we used up all of that space, you could argue you could get yourself a good mid-range dyers. If you've got really small space, they're going to be hanging it all over the place, and you're going to end up with a very poor quality product. Yeah. And given that it's so close to our main road, I think something else in that space makes more sense. What we know we definitely have, though, is parts of the old wall. So while we're figuring that out, I can quickly run down that old wall. Because that goes to about there. The poor ramshackle wall has seen better days. Love it. Takes up again about there. In fact, I'll just quickly run it up to that. So it's done. Here we go. Yep. Let's see what else we have here. Strange idea about firefighters and something that uses steam. Reuniting water flowing. Yeah. Yeah, flowing in. Yeah, flowing in. Yeah. Maybe not so much firefighters per se. Although I do like the idea of building that in somewhere, but perhaps maybe some form of engineer's workshop. Just using the word steam, because we don't have anything similar to that yet. And we're moving into the part of town that's a bit better. So we're moving into our middle class area. And we've got a standing body of water that could be used to extract water from, drop some pumps into it, pump up some of the water out of there. It can be used in a variety of fun and interesting ways in a bunch of steam mechanisms. Possibly the engineer that was responsible for commissioning the carousel that we've got, our swan carousel. So relatively close as well. That could be something that we could consider, especially if we draw a road from there over to there, suggesting sort of in that sort of direction there, and then building ourselves a house about here-ish or in that area with pumps going down into the water. Yeah, I'm not against this unless anyone thinks it's a particularly daft idea. I think we can turn this into a thing. So let me just pull this road over. He's been given a commission to maintain it as well. Possibly the house was part of the gift that he got from Hallskrug. He had specific needs. We could obviously go for the unexpected, maybe go for a dwarven engineer, but they're not really hot on innovation. So I quite like the idea of a more experimental engineer, largely because experimental engineers are much more useful for PCs. So if PCs need an experimental gun or an experimental, I don't know, bomb, to blow up a troll that may have wandered in from the river. They've got somewhere where they can go and say, you don't by any chance have one of these things, which can be a super fun addition as they arrive there and they find all sorts of crazy engineering mechanical marvels. They make for a lot of fun for description as well. So having something like that here, and we've got an excuse for having it given the carousel, doesn't seem like a bad idea. Let's have a quick check of the comments. The old town probably wouldn't have dedicated firefighters. I kind of agree, but there could be some access to the lake to grab water from in case of nearby fire. Yeah, I tend to prefer, particularly for the Warhammer world, I like to make it feel as real as possible while simultaneously throwing bureaucracy and stupidity and all manner of silliness in the way of what makes good sense. Firefighters always make good sense, but there's all manner of excuses for not having them here, ranging from it's very damp, to it's expensive, to it's new, to nobody thought about it until there was a fire, or whatever. People attempting to cut costs. One of the joys of Warhammer is it's often a constant satire on the real world, and the real world is constantly looking, particularly in our capitalist society, to cut things out. So having nobles, having those in power doing the same thing here is fun. So I think possibly instead of saying we have a firehouse, what we have is we have the planned firehouse that's been replaced entirely by an engineer's workshop. So this would have been the firehouse if they'd actually gone with the original plans. But as time went on, that didn't occur. It was gifted away to an engineer in return for making a carousel. Those sort of frivolous silliness that helps ground it as a place that just isn't perfect and is broken. And then we can take those issues that should have been resolved and weren't and throw them in everybody's face at a later time when a fire sparks up or whatever. So possibly we've got ourselves a firehouse that never came to pass, so to speak. Let's have a quick check here. We already said that. Mechanical workshop's funky enough. There certainly wouldn't be one in the old town. Yeah, probably. The engineer could be a part of the engineer family. Kugelschreiber. Kugelschreiber for me is an individual. He does not have a family. Kugelschreiber is a very specific individual in my game. And I play him quite unlike any Kugelschreiber that's ever been out there. He's a unique individual. Maybe he'll come up in my stream game. At the moment, it's unlikely, but I do love the character dearly. When I got told that I couldn't update the adventure for 2nd edition officially, which I was told, I did it as a piece of fan material instead and did it through Black Industries' website. So it still got published by Black Industries. It just wasn't published officially. But I think that I've still got the wrong brush here. I think that adventure just rocks, and it was on my plan for adventures to be updated for 4th edition. I'd already, by the time I left, done some of the work for that. A little bit disappointed that that wasn't properly concluded, but that's what happens when you resign from a job. Let's drop that into one of the... Right, so okay, what part's not working there? Oh, not the whole thing. I just didn't press hard enough. There we go. Get a couple of pipey things going in there. Attach some sort of chimney. What time are we at? Oh, it's past the 7th hour. I am going to just finish off this building here. And I am going to call it a night after this one. So I will very quickly scribble this one into place, given where we are. Area at the front. I'm imagining this place is fenced off. Drop a little gate in. A little external house, a little workshop where he does extra stuff. Now, where she does. This engineer is most certainly female, I think. Possibly. In fact, I added a holes in our engineer in the core book, so maybe this is where she is today, which means that she originally hails from the Ubersreich area. Getting an idea for who she is already. Let's have a quick check for where everyone else is. Everyone's going away. Yep. Yeah, that's yeah. Could be distinct, eccentric relative of the Lord. Could be, yeah. Either way, since I'm the time's ahead of you, Andy, I'm going to go get some sleep. Wise move. I am about to stop. Goodbye, all. Goodbye. And thanks for making the pre-movie packaging enjoyable, Andy. That's what I'm here for. I am just about to sign off, but I am going to color this house in before I go to sleep myself. So if there's anyone that holds on for the last 5 minutes, you'll get to see this place brought, hopefully, to loose life. I might also even put a little bit of smoke coming out of that chimney because that's fun. So let's quickly drop in the location color on this. This is a bright purple one for obvious reasons. This is a key location in the city. Let me just pop that in. Engineer's Workshop for the win. Cool. Let's now pop in some shades. Yeah. It's beginning to look like a thing. Pop in some highlights. And that'll be us almost finished. What an epic session. Alrighty, we're almost done here. So I'm going to take a moment to take a quick look at everything that we've done before I call this one. In fact, I'm going to put a tiny bit of trees around this as well. Am I? Yeah, I am. Excellent. I'm going to just ground it in the surrounding setting a little bit. Yeah. And then I can worry about exactly how that works afterwards. Let's take a look at everything we've done. Right, we have done quite a lot. We started off with just that village area there and a little bit of the thing, but we've done halfling areas, we've done knights, we've done docks, we have worked down for some lovely, oddly named perhaps, areas for storing ore. We've got ourselves an exchange. We've got an engineer's house, a carousel, some Skaven shenanigans. I'm really rather pleased with where we've ended up here. We, in terms of the overall map, still obviously have quite a long way to go, but I think we've made significant progress today. I do intend to do this again next week if you are willing to turn up and say hello then. For those of you who are watching this after the fact, if you've reached this far, bloody well done. You're over 7 hours in. For those of you who are still here, I can barely believe that 7 hours later you're still watching. If you could do the old like and share and I don't know, whatever it is that people are meant to say when they're on YouTube, press those things. Feel free to do so. In fact, one thing that would be nice, if you haven't subscribed to the Lawhammer channel yet, do so because this is the very first video on it. And that'd be a nice way of saying, yay! Other than that, I would just like to say, let's look at the last comments before we go. Comment number 1, Yalb says, I'll probably try to do a write-up of the notes for the stream tomorrow. Oh, thank you very much. If you do, I'll hopefully see you over on the Lawhammer channel. I will be role-playing tomorrow evening, so you might not see me for... depends upon... I mean, if you do it in the evening, for example, I probably won't see you until tomorrow, the day after. Just saying as a last comment, I believe a Fisherman Spirit would make that lake even more interesting naturally. Goodbye. And I agree. I think we need to have some sort of Fishman Spirit just because we've reached a point where it's been said so many times, it's got to happen. Moving down. Damn, we're not even a quarter in. You're right. We're not even a quarter of the way through the city. I imagine by the end of the next stream, so that's next Thursday, presuming that it all goes according to plan, we'll finish the internal of the city wall here, and we'll probably finish Moore's Garden as well, definitely. And then we'll be at the point where we can say that we're still not at a quarter of the way through the city. Moving over towards, oh no, that bloke person who arrived right at the end. Yeah, truly bad timing. You're right. 7 hours and 8 minutes in, you've caught just as we're saying goodbye to everyone. Thanks so much for popping in at the very end. By the time the stream finishes, you'll be able to go right back to the beginning and watch it if you wish. An awful lot was covered in this one. It was really pretty good. Then down to Yalba says, thanks, Andy. It's been great fun. It really has been fun. I hope we get to finish the city. It would be great to run some games in it. There is no doubt that this city is going to get finished one way or another. I'm really rather enjoying this, and it's a good way to spend an evening because every Thursday my wife goes out and does sword swishing. So she's out in the early evening, and by the time she comes home, she always wants to go to bed anyway. So she can pop off to bed, and I can just sit here happily mapping away about someplace what we have all made up, and that's lots of fun. And if we're lucky, maybe even B will chime in next week or the week after. It was really nice to see B pop along and see their contributions to what is becoming, I think, a really interesting location. I would like to end by just simply saying thanks to everybody who's contributed through the course of this and the last stream session for Kalegen. It's made an enormous difference. If I've been building this myself, just slowly twittering away, it would be completely different. You have brought some extraordinary ideas to this. So all I can say is you're the best. And if you're watching this stream later after it has been concluded and you'd like to join the next one, probably 7 p.m. most Thursdays, pop along, watch me map this place until eventually we have it finished and we can barely believe that this, which is only what about, I'd like to say maybe a 15th of the way through, we can barely believe we've finished the whole thing. So other than that, I shall bid you all a good evening and a good night. And until next time, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.